Chapter 201. My wife, I've come to get you. On the desolate plains of the Emperor Demon Tomb, Su Yueli lay curled up on a skeletal remains, her expression grief-stricken. A single, glistening tear traced its path down her cheek, making her appear utterly alone and helpless. Her spirit has finally given way. She held on for over a decade, only to collapse from the betrayal of a human man. And she dared to dream of becoming an emperor demon, our equal. Once we seize her body, we shall return to the world. Around Su Yueli, a horde of demonic souls glared at her, their eyes burning with covetous desire for her form. For thousands of years, they had been imprisoned here in the form of mere remnants of their souls for thousands of years. As just a wisp of their former selves, there was absolutely no way for them to escape. Every day in this dark, desolate world of corpses was an excruciating torment. When they saw Su Yueli enter, nearly every demonic soul in the Emperor Demon Tomb yearned to possess her body, using her vessel to escape this accursed place and return to the world. They hadn't expected Su Yueli to wield the fox flame, capable of incinerating souls. She'd forged a path through the Emperor Demon Tomb, refining countless demonic souls along the way. She also gradually awakened her past life memories. From the initial divine power realm, she had now reached the immortal venerable stage. The demonic energy in the Emperor Demon Tomb was intensely thick and rampant, isolated from the world. Even the heavenly Tao hadn't noticed it, and she even skipped the heavenly tribulation that normally accompanies the immortal venerable rank. She had relied solely on refining and absorbing the remnants of Emperor Demon souls to directly reach the immortal venerable level. Of course, the price was not small. Buried here were the once peerless and powerful ancient Emperor demons, whose ferocity was legendary. How could they be so easily fused and refined? Over the past 18 years, Su Yueli had refined and absorbed far too many demonic souls. As a result, her elegant purple eyes had morphed into a blood-red, bewitching crimson. Her body was saturated with demonic energy, and her consciousness was gradually being eroded. The remaining demonic souls had originally planned to seize her consciousness once it was completely shattered and she had fallen into madness. But, unexpectedly, she had stubbornly held on until now. Fortunately, with a subtle illusion, she had finally collapsed within a mental dreamscape. Now, the emptiness within Su Yueli's soul was clearly visible. As long as they entered her body and seized her soul, they could be reborn using her form. The physique of a nine-tailed demon fox, Venerable was undoubtedly the perfect vessel for them. Though it was a female body, it made no difference to them. As long as they could be reborn, they would even take the form of a pig. Countless demonic souls swarmed forward, each vying to be the first to occupy Su Yueli's beautiful body. A maw filled with sharp teeth suddenly engulfed and devoured several demonic souls. You lot? Are you even worthy? Her body is mine. A gigantic nine-headed serpentine demon beast slowly emerged, threatening the other demonic souls. Upon seeing the nine-headed serpent, Jueying, arrive, the other demonic souls had no choice but to retreat, unwillingly, searching for other opportunities. Jueying's demonic soul was one of the most complete within the Emperor Demon Tomb, allowing him to retain much of his former power. Even after thousands of years, he still possessed the strength of an early immortal venerable. If he wanted to claim her, no other demonic soul had the right to contend with him. Seeing that no one dared to approach, Jueying smiled grimly and turned to stare at Su Yueli's beautiful body, his gaze filled with avarice. His massive demonic soul swiftly transformed into a man with a malevolent and sinister face. Your body is mine. You and I shall become one. Once I return and reclaim control of the demon race, I will drown the human world in blood. Jueying's arm slowly began to sink into Su Yueli's forehead, his face twisted with ecstatic anticipation. Thousands of years. He had been waiting for this moment for thousands of years. Just as Jueying's entire arm was about to disappear into Su Yueli's body, a sudden change occurred. A dazzling azure light erupted from Su Yueli's chest, enveloping her. A sky-blue pendant floated from her bodice. A powerful mental barrier instantly flung Jueying out of Su Yueli's body. A protective immortal artifact. Jueying recognized that the pendant Su Yueli was wearing was a rare mental defense artifact, used to protect against spiritual erosion. He hadn't expected the nine-tailed demon fox to possess such a treasure. This pendant might be useful against spiritual attacks from cultivators below the transcendent immortal level, but against an immortal venerable like him, it was of little use. A fierce light flashed in Zhu Ying's eyes. He reached out to crush the pendant, but was interrupted by an unexpected voice. "What are you doing to my wife?" A handsome human slowly stepped forward, standing before Zhu Ying, his face cold and eyes burning with murderous intent. A human? Zhu Ying was extremely surprised, then scoffed. A mere human dared to enter the Emperor Demon Tomb? He was truly courting death. "I just want the nine-tail. He's yours," Zhu Ying said to the demonic souls that were growing restless around him. He didn't even need to make a move. Every demonic soul here would tear the human soul apart and possess his body. With Zhu Ying's permission, countless demonic souls shrieked and surged toward Xia Changming. Xia Changming's cold gaze narrowed. In an instant, he drew his sword and unleashed a powerful strike. The blade of his Emperor Immortal sword flashed, sweeping through the air, annihilating countless demonic souls in an instant. "I don't have time to play with you. Those who stand in my way, die." The power of his sword was overwhelming, and the divine pressure emanating from him was terrifying. The remaining demonic souls were so frightened that they burrowed back into their own corpses. They all sensed a familiar and dreaded aura coming from the human. It was from that person. Zhu Ying's face twisted with anger and hatred. From Xia Changming, he had also sensed that familiar, chilling aura. It was that person who had sent him to this place. He had never forgotten. "You're that man's disciple, aren't you? It was your master who suppressed me here. Today, we will settle both old and new scores." Zhu Ying instantly transformed into his colossal nine-headed true form. He opened his 9 maws and let out deafening roars, preparing to fight Xia Changming to the death. An immortal, venerable-level demonic soul. Without even the ability to cast divine powers, you should just disappear from my sight. Xia Changming sneered disdainfully at Zhu Ying. If it had been before, he wouldn't have dared confront a demon venerable like this. But now, he was transformed, and now ranked as an immortal venerable. Killing Zhu Ying would require only a single sword strike. The Emperor Immortal sword slid back into its sheath. His sword intent burst forth, tearing apart the entire Emperor Demon Tomb into fragments. Invisible sword, she raged like a storm. Any remnants of souls it touched were instantly annihilated. Limitless sword art, obliteration, accompanied by the clear ringing sound of a sword being drawn. The world fell silent. The intangible sword chi emanating from Xia Changming expanded from the depths of his being. Wherever it reached, everything was reduced to dust. Zhu Ying was no exception. His 100-meter-tall body was turned to dust in an instant. He wanted to howl, to struggle, but found he couldn't make a sound. Nor could he stop his own body from crumbling. When the surrounding area had completely transformed into nothingness, Xia Changming resheathed his Emperor Immortal sword. The ancient Emperor Demon Zhu Ying was dead. Xia Changming flew to Su Yueli's side, silently observing her sorrowful sleeping face. He couldn't resist reaching out and gently wiping away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes. He softly murmured, "My wife, I've come to get you." Chapter 202. Husband, you were too slow. In the dark and endless void, Su Yueli lay on the ground, her eyes filled with terror, her hands covering her ears, her delicate body trembling slightly. Several apparitions of Xia Changming appeared repeatedly around her, taunting her with scorn and loathing. "A mere demon. How could I ever possibly like you? You seem to be a little delusional. The great Demon Empress of the demon race actually fell in love with a human like me? Ha 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 ha. Are all demons this licentious? Shut up. He would never say those things to me." Su Yueli angrily slashed her sword at the phantom Xia Changming surrounding her. As the demon blade cut through the air, the apparitions dissipated and silence returned. Su Yueli picked up the pendant she always wore on her chest and held it tightly in her hand. After being pierced through the heart by Xia Changming's sword, she had been lifeless and numb. She had believed that the man she loved had betrayed her and had been quietly waiting for death. Then, a cooling azure light had suddenly shone on her chest, awakening her consciousness. She then realized that the sword that had pierced her chest was gone, and that Xia Changming hadn't killed her. It was all just an illusion created by the void to break down her mental defenses. That man wouldn't say those kinds of words to her. If he dared, she would cut him down. Su Yueli thought, her teeth clenched, remembering the memories she had shared with Xia Changming. A beautiful, melancholic smile appeared on her beautiful face. Ever since she had been brought to the Xia family, she had spent almost all her time inseparable from Xia Changming. This separation had been too long. It was time to go back. Su Yueli's expression grew more determined. She slowly stood up, scanning the dark, seemingly endless world, wondering how to escape. Suddenly, Su Yueli sensed someone approaching from behind. She quickly turned around. She saw Xia Changming standing behind her, gazing at her with a gentle smile, like a warm spring breeze. Su Yueli instinctively showed joy, but her beautiful eyes immediately narrowed. She frowned deeply, and her expression turned fierce. Without another word, she swung her demonic blade towards Xia Changming. Huh? W. Xia Changming quickly leaned back 90 degrees, dodging Su Yueli's attack. The blade had almost grazed his cheek. What was going on? Xia Changming was confused, his face a picture of bewilderment. He had expected a touching and emotional reunion. He hadn't expected Su Yueli to wield her blade without a word and try to kill him, without any intention of showing mercy. My wife, it's me. Are you trying to murder your husband again? Xia Changming frantically dodged Su Yueli's demonic blade, shouting to explain. Su Yueli paused for a moment, suspiciously staring at Xia Changming. Seeing this, Xia Changming sighed in relief. However, a moment later, Su Yueli mercilessly brought her demonic blade down on him again. Himph! Are you trying to deceive me with a different approach? I won't fall for it again. Once I kill you, I will know the truth. What good is knowing the truth after I'm dead? Xia Changming said, dodging Su Yueli's attacks. As Su Yueli's blade missed once again, Xia Changming used his right hand to grab her wrist, lifting her arm high, while using his left arm to wrap around her slender waist. He pulled her into his arms, looking at her with deep and loving eyes. Su Yueli was nestled in Xia Changming's embrace, her beautiful eyes meeting his in disbelief. This familiar tone, and the fact that he could touch her in her mental realm, it was real. This was truly the man she had been yearning for. Su Yueli's eyes glazed with tears, and they finally streamed down her cheeks. She didn't want to show her weak side, but she really couldn't help it. Xia Changming lovingly brushed away the tears from her cheeks. He gently pressed his forehead against hers and whispered, "My wife, I've come to get you. Husband, you were too slow." Su Yueli's eyes were filled with tears, and her beautiful face pouted with dissatisfaction. She then lifted up her chin, and her red lips pressed firmly against Xia Changming's. The two embraced each other tightly, savoring the warmth of their beloved, taking in their familiar scents. The dark world around them crumbled like peeling paint, and the empty and desolate mental realm transformed into a world of bright sunshine, singing birds, and fragrant flowers. Let's go back. Their lips parted. Xia Changming gazed at Su Yueli in his arms and said. Su Yueli snuggled in Xia Changming's embrace and replied softly, Outside the Immortal Mountain, compared to the snowy blizzard that was present when Su Yueli entered the Emperor Demon Tomb 18 years ago, the Immortal Mountain's ice and snow had melted away. All things had come back to life. Immortal grass and spirit fruit grew abundantly, and the misty mountain had taken on a vibrant, lush green hue. Wamingzi stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing up at the rift that was the entrance to the Emperor Demon Tomb, as if waiting to welcome them back. Not long after, two figures emerged from the rift hand in hand. Returning to the Immortal Mountain, Su Yueli couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Even though she hadn't stayed there for a long time, she still felt like she had come home. Xia Changming smiled slightly at Su Yueli and pulled her as they gently floated down before Wamingzi. Master! Xia Changming and Su Yueli said in unison. Wamingzi gazed at the returning pair with a sense of deep contentment. One had entered the void illusion for 2 decades and had returned exceeding her expectations, advancing to Immortal Venerable. The other had spent a mere 18 years in the Emperor Demon Tomb, also reaching Immortal Venerable. Compared to 18 years ago, Su Yueli's aura had undergone an astonishing transformation. She had been at the beginning of the divine power realm back then, without even a hint of the laws of divine power. Now she had returned, and her body was filled with the aura of the laws of divine power. Immortal essence swirled around her, and her eyes carried a trace of the presence of a demon venerable. You must have awakened your past life memories and reached Immortal Venerable? Wamingzi had already guessed why Su Yueli had been able to advance to Immortal Venerable so quickly and had also gained so many divine powers. Aside from refining the remnants of Emperor Demon souls, she must have also recovered her memories from her previous life as a demon venerable, leading to the natural awakening of her divine powers. Yes, Yueli has awakened her past life memories and recovered her divine powers, Su Yueli truthfully answered without trying to hide anything. She never planned to hide her awakening. Even if her memories had returned, she was still Su Yueli. Nothing had changed. That is also good. You refined too many demonic souls in the Emperor Demon Tomb. Your demonic energy is too dense, and your cultivation has advanced too quickly. Your immortal venerable realm is unstable. For the next few days, you must work hard to stabilize your realm and restrain your demonic energy. Mingzi instructed Su Yueli with sincerity. She had already placed Su Yueli on the same level as Xia Changming. Thank you, Master. Su Yueli clasped her fist in respect. Mingzi didn't say anything more and turned to walk towards her cabin. Come. I have something important to tell you. Something important? Xia Changming and Su Yueli followed behind Mingzi and asked, bewildered. In their hearts, they had a bad feeling. As expected, Mingzi stopped and turned around. She said with a serious expression, "The Supreme Demon God has returned." Chapter 203. Don't even think about getting on top of this Empress. Immortal Mountain, inside the cabin. Master, has the Supreme Demon God truly returned? Xia Changming sat on a prayer mat, his brow furrowed as he asked Mingzi, who was seated in the center of the room. After his experience in the Void Abyss, Xia Changming had gained a deeper understanding of the demon race. Having seen their malevolent nature firsthand, he loathed them even more. Mingzi nodded gently, her expression troubled as she said, "He has indeed appeared in the world. I can sense it, but I cannot find him. He has revived, but hasn't led the demon army back yet. The demon race might be plotting something in secret. Before the demons return in force, we need to unite the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands to resist them." Unite the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands, Xia Changming mused. The 9 provinces and 10 lands basically encompassed the entire continent. The western region's demon race was under Su Yueli's control. Cooperation between the human and demon races would be as easy as a word from her. The eastern continent was divided by the Tianzhou Dynasty and the Chu family immortal court. One was led by Xuanhuan, and the other by his maternal grandfather, both of whom were easy to persuade. Apart from these 2 regions, the powers in the other provinces were complex, scattered, and widespread. Trying to persuade them to unite would not be an easy task. It would take a lot of time to travel across the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands. So, Master, are you asking us to contact the other sects and powers? Mingzi slowly shook her head. No need. I've already sent people to negotiate with other places, and they are very willing to agree to unite against the demons. She had been preparing for the demons' return for the past 1,000 years. How could she not have made arrangements beforehand? Even when Xia Changming went down the mountain to resolve the conflict between the human and demon races, it had been under her specific instructions. The purpose was to quell the human-demon war, so that they could work together against the demon race when they returned. It was just that the plan to kill the Emperor demons to force the demon race to submit had changed to a marriage alliance. Xia Changming looked at Mingzi with a doubtful expression. Very willing. From those words, he could guess that his master must have had a very friendly conversation with them all. Then, Master, what do we do next? Xia Changming asked. Since his master had arranged everything, she must have instructions for them. Sure enough, Mingzi took a gold and jade-encrusted token from her bosom and tossed it to Xia Changming, saying leisurely, "You've reached immortal venerable status. It's time. You will stay on the immortal mountain for a few days to consolidate your cultivation. In a few days, go to the Northern Li Divine Capital. This is the Northern Li's divine token. If you encounter any problems, just show this token. Go to the Northern Li Divine Kingdom?" One side of the token was engraved with Northern Li, and the other with a divine envoy, indicating a very extraordinary identity. Xia Changming took the token, his face filled with confusion. The Immortal Mountain was within the Northern Li Divine Kingdom, and it wasn't that far from the divine capital. With his current immortal venerable cultivation, he could get there in less than an hour. He just couldn't figure out why he had to go to the Northern Li Divine Kingdom. Mingzi didn't explain further, saying only, "In a few days, the Northern Li Divine Kingdom will be holding the Immortal Martial Festival. Many cultivators will gather in Northern Li. You should participate as well. I've left something for you in Northern Li." Left something for him? This was the first time Xia Changming had seen Mingzi acting so mysterious. In his memory, his master was not at all interested in these types of things. But since Mingzi didn't plan to explain, he didn't ask any further. He'd just take it as a memento. "Okay, Yueli and I will go to Northern Li in a few days." Late at night, in a room filled with antique charm, the candlelight was extinguished, and the room was dark and quiet. Only a few beams of moonlight peeked through the window, sprinkling weak silver light across the room. Xia Changming and Su Yueli lay on the bed, tightly embracing each other, trying to make up for the 2 decades of separation. Feeling the softness and warmth of the beauty in his arms, Xia Changming couldn't help but smile with delight. He started to tell her about the things he had encountered and experienced in the void abyss. Su Yueli lay in his arms like a little cat, listening quietly. Her fox tail swayed gently from side to side. When Xia Changming talked about meeting Su Yueli's past life, Su Liyue, he deliberately hid her identity and only said he had met a beautiful demoness who was no less beautiful than her. Originally, Su Yueli, who had been smiling and feeling peaceful and happy listening to Xia Changming's chest, immediately furrowed her eyebrows and glared at Xia Changming with displeasure. What happened after you captured her? Xia Changming smiled wickedly and deliberately added fuel to the fire. Then, your husband helped her clean up her wounds. Su Yueli, and also helped her take off her clothes to examine her body. Su Yueli, mean. And finally, I accidentally ended up sleeping in bed with her. As soon as he finished speaking, a delicate fist punched him in the cheek. Epsilon, you. Oh. Su Yueli's face was angry as she glared fiercely at Xia Changming, revealing 2 sharp little canine teeth. She took a bite on his shoulder. Wife, it hurts, it hurts. Xia Changming didn't dare to resist, letting her teeth mark his shoulder. When Su Yueli released her bite, she lifted her head, staring at him with an angry yet aggrieved expression. Seeing Su Yueli so jealous and cute, Xia Changming couldn't help but hug her tightly, chuckling as he said, "Ha ha ha, wife, you're still so jealous. This empress is not jealous. Let go of me," Su Yueli said fiercely. She was too angry. She wanted to get up and leave. How could Xia Changming let her go like that? He hugged her even tighter, whispering into her ear, "That person was you, my wife." Me? When Su Yueli heard this, she stopped struggling and immediately understood. The demon venerable that Xia Changming had met was the her from 1,000 years ago. Xia Changming hadn't told her deliberately so he could tease her. Thinking of how Xia Changming had deliberately teased her, Su Yueli angrily bit him again. "Wife, why are you still biting me?" Xia Changming said helplessly. He had already explained himself, so why was he bitten again? Therefore, Xia Changming decided to launch a counterattack, biting her back. But he didn't bite her shoulder. Instead, he went for her red lips. Su Yueli's beautiful eyes widened and, then she wrapped her arms around his waist and responded with a passionate kiss. After a long time, their lips separated. Su Yueli's eyes were like silken threads, captivating and charming. She breathed softly and murmured, "Husband." This single word, husband, instantly ignited the desire that had long been brewing in Xia Changming's heart. He flipped over, pinning Su Yueli underneath him. Who knew? Su Yueli suddenly spread her 9 tails, binding his hands and feet, and flipped him over, pinning him beneath her instead. Xia Changming didn't react for a moment, staring blankly at Su Yueli. Was he being reverse pushed? Su Yueli straddled Xia Changming, her red lips pursed. She removed her hairpin, letting her silver hair cascade down to her hips, a few strands falling over her chest. Delicate hands slowly slid off the thin veil covering her body, revealing a mesmerizingly beautiful body. Her arms covered her proud and snow-white peaks shyly. Her face was flushed with bashful desire, yet she pretended to be tough and stubborn as she said, why are you always the one pinning this empress down? This empress is also an immortal venerable now. Don't even think about getting on top of this empress again in the future." Having said that, Su Yueli leaned down and kissed Xia Changming's lips again. Soon after, the room was filled with soft moans and gasps, which then transformed into pleas for mercy. Chapter 204. Northernly Divine Kingdom, Divine Capital. 3 days later, Northernly Divine Kingdom occupied the entire northern continent. Its territory was extremely vast, and it was the most powerful divine kingdom among the 9 provinces and 10 lands. It was called a divine kingdom partly because the ratio of cultivators to mortals in Northernly was an astonishing 1-to-1. In Northernly, cultivators were everywhere, and the entire country was like a huge cultivation divine kingdom. On the other hand, according to people who had been to Northernly, there had never been any wars. The cultivators and the people lived together harmoniously. The country was wealthy and peaceful, and people lived and worked in contentment. It was a divine kingdom in the hearts of many people. There were countless legendary tales about the Northernly Divine Kingdom. Xia Changming had been interested in Northernly for a long time. Passing through layers of clouds, Xia Changming and Su Yueli arrived at the capital of the northernly Divine Kingdom, the Divine Capital. The Divine Capital was so large that it stretched out for thousands of miles. Even from high in the sky, it was impossible to see its end. Towering and magnificent palaces reached for the heavens. The city was filled with rows upon rows of magnificent buildings, with countless people moving like ants through the various streets and alleys. In the skies above the Divine Capital, countless cultivators flew back and forth, like colorful strokes of a brush painting the sky. The level of prosperity and splendor far exceeded that of Tian Capital and the Emperor Demon City. It could even be said that it was completely incomparable to the Divine Capital. Su Yueli, gazing at this vast and magnificent scene, couldn't help but be deeply shocked. If the northernly Divine Kingdom wanted to, it would be able to sweep across the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands. But it was unheard of that the northernly Divine Kingdom had ever invaded any place, and instead they had supported many other regions. The Divine Emperor of Northernly was truly strange. Xia Changming took Su Yueli's hand, and the two chose not to fly directly into the Divine Capital, but instead entered through the main gate. Since they had come all the way to Northernly, it was only natural that they see this legendary Divine Kingdom and see just how amazing it was. As soon as they arrived outside the city gate, Xia Changming and Su Yueli joined a queue that was at least several thousand meters long. Most of the people in the line were ordinary mortals, because cultivators would choose to fly directly into the city rather than stand in line. Observing the crowd, Xia Changming noticed that everyone had a happy smile on their face. The queue of several thousand meters was orderly. Just then, in front of Xia Changming, a plump man with a worried expression tripped and fell to the ground. The satchel on his back spilled its contents all over the place. The fat man's large belly made it difficult for him to bend over to pick up the things on the ground. He could only crawl on the ground, picking them up one by one. Suddenly, a fair, jade-like hand reached out, helping him pick up the scattered items. The fat man hurriedly looked up and said with a smile, "Thank you, thank you. You're welcome." Xia Changming replied with a slight smile. Even with his cultivation suppressed, his handsome face, extraordinary bearing, and hint of an arrogant, immortal presence were impossible to hide. Combined with the woman standing beside him, her beauty was absolutely stunning. Her cold but beautiful face revealed a hint of tenderness. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away, like an immortal fairy. Fat Defu knew he had seen many beautiful women in the Divine Capital, but he had never seen anyone so breathtakingly beautiful. It was clear they were not mortals. Fat Defu quickly got up and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, two immortal lords." I said, "You don't need to be so polite. Or is it that people in your Divine Capital are always this polite?" Xia Changming laughed casually. His smile was kind and gentle, unlike the aloofness of some cultivators. Fat Defu didn't feel restrained at all. He scratched his head with a grin and said, "Hee, it's not that, it's just that I'm used to it. Is it the two immortal lords' first time in the Northernly Divine Capital?" "That's right. I've long heard of the wonders of Northernly, and came with my wife to see it today." Fat Defu was used to seeing outsiders. It was not a joke when they said the Northernly Divine Kingdom embraced all cultures. Every year, countless people came from all over the 9 provinces and 10 lands, drawn to its reputation. Many people chose to stay in Northernly after they visited. Fat Defu guessed that Xia Changming and the others must also be cultivators who came to admire the Divine Kingdom. He pondered for a moment, and then offered with a broad smile, "Then the two immortal lords have come at the right time. The Northernly Divine Kingdom will be holding its Immortal Martial Festival in a few days. It is the most lively time. My name is Fat Defu. I grew up in the Divine Capital and know everything about it. From the smallest markets to the grandest palaces, I know where to visit. I can be your guide." Having said that, Fat Defu surreptitiously eyed Xia Changming with a hint of unease. How could such a small gesture escape Xia Changming's notice? He assumed that Fat Defu had an ulterior motive, but Xia Changming didn't mind. He was curious what a mere mortal wanted from him. And coincidentally, he was not familiar with the Divine Capital. He needed someone to inquire about information and guide the way. So Xia Changming readily agreed. "Okay, then we'll trouble you." "All right, I've got you covered." When Fat Defu heard Xia Changming agree, he immediately grinned from ear to ear, patting his chest as he made the guarantee. Even his footsteps had become much lighter. Soon, the queue reached Xia Changming and his party. Only when standing under the Divine Capital's city gates could one truly understand the city's awe-inspiring grandeur. When he had looked at it from high in the sky, he hadn't noticed. It was only when standing under the city gate did he realize that the heavy and magnificent city wall was 100 zhang tall. Even a heavenly, venerable demon beast in its true form would find it difficult to cross this wall. Underneath the city gate, 2 rows of soldiers stood on either side, holding spears and shields. They were covered in golden armor, standing tall and straight, their eyes like torches, completely still. The aura and cultivation of these guards alone far surpassed the imperial guards of the Tianzhou Palace. Strangely, they stood motionless at the city gate, not checking or scrutinizing anyone passing through, simply letting everyone in freely. Fat Defu had already taken on the role of a guide, excitedly explaining to Xia Changming. This city wall is called the Shield of the Divine Capital. It is built with countless of the most sturdy crystals. Deep within, it is said to hide a magical shield carved with runes that is indestructible. Those golden armored guards are all from the Divine Capital Guard. They are not responsible for checking people. Everyone is free to travel in the Divine Capital. They are only responsible for suppressing unrest when it occurs. But don't worry, no one dares to cause trouble in the Divine Capital. Xia Changming nodded thoughtfully. It had to be said, this divine kingdom was daring and confident. They weren't worried at all about enemy nations infiltrating them, or demons sneaking in. Was it stupidity or true confidence? After passing through the city gate, the scene in front of them caused both Xia Changming and Su Yueli to be stunned. People wearing all sorts of different clothes walked through the streets and alleys. Various strange demon beasts pulled goods or carriages. The crowd was like a sea of people, with traffic moving like a long, winding dragon. Street stalls and shops were scattered along both sides of the streets. All sorts of magical artifacts and pills could be seen everywhere. A dazzling array of goods, you name it, they had it. This was not what surprised Xia Changming, though. It was that he saw many things in this divine capital that were very familiar to him, but should not be here. Chapter 205. Xuanhuan's unique feature, the spirit railcar. The streets were lined with ornate lampposts adorned with luminous pearls, neatly dividing the 2 sides. Some cultivators held dual-world mirrors, engaging in face-to-face conversations with people on the other side. A mortal old man pedaled a tricycle slowly past Xia Changming. Toot toot. Accompanied by the sound of a horn, a short, rail-bound spirit vehicle pulled up in front of Xia Changming and the others. That's right, you didn't misread that. It really was a rail-bound spirit vehicle. Xia Changming stared at the metal rail car in stunned disbelief, rubbing his eyes. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. Had he transmigrated again? Was Xuanhuan's technology so advanced? Wife, pinch me. Su Yueli rolled her eyes at him. However, seeing the self-propelled metal box before her, Su Yueli's eyes were also filled with curiosity. It was her first time seeing such a thing. Fatty Defu was already used to it. Everyone who arrived in Chengdu for the first time had the same reaction, full of curiosity when they saw these novel things. Fatty Defu was the first to step onto the rail car, then turned back to call out to Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Immortals, come on up. It's about to leave. Oh, okay. Xia Changming pulled Su Yueli along as they stepped into the carriage. Inside, rows of seats were neatly arranged. Almost every seat was occupied, and those without seats had to stand, holding onto the handrails. This scene feels so familiar. Long-forgotten memories resurfaced in Xia Changming's mind. At this moment, he even felt like he was riding a bus. If it weren't for the fact that everyone on the car was wearing ancient clothing, he would have really thought he had traveled back again. Tap, tap, tap. Insert coin. Suddenly, the man sitting in the driver's seat at the front of the carriage tapped on the railing, reminding Xia Changming. Xia Changming turned his head, bewildered and confused. Insert coin? Fatty Defu took out 3 copper-colored circular coins and dropped them into a small box. Only then did he smile and explain to Xia Changming. Because there are so many mortals and cultivators in Chengdu, mortals usually only have silver, while cultivators mostly have spirit stones. Since that made trading inconvenient, His Majesty, the Divine Emperor, simply unified the currency of the Divine Kingdom. You can just take silver or spirit stones to the exchange and convert them. A single copper coin is enough to travel anywhere in Chengdu on this kind of railcar. His Majesty, the Divine Emperor, really cares about us mortals, isn't he great? Speaking of the Divine Emperor of Northern Li, Fatty Defu was full of respect and gratitude. The reason that Northern Li was so prosperous today was all thanks to their great Divine Emperor. Indeed, being able to do something like this, to invent such a convenient object for the people, it was indeed something quite extraordinary. It's just, he really didn't like the name of this vehicle. Spirit rail car. Xia Changming looked up and noticed that the man in the driver's seat was actually a cultivator with a transcendent realm cultivation base. Such a cultivator would be an elder in some small sects. Yet he was here, driving a railcar. The railcar's control panel had almost no operating buttons. There was just a large spirit stone embedded in the middle. The man placed his hand on the large spirit stone, activating its spiritual power and causing the stone to emanate energy, which powered the railcar's various axles and components, making it move. He had to admire the skill of the Divine Kingdom's artisans. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xia Changming walked over to the man and asked, "Esteemed cultivator, with your cultivation, why are you driving this vehicle?" "Driving? Oh, you mean operating this magical artifact?" Seeing that Xia Changming had a dignified demeanor and could see through his cultivation at a glance, the man was also full of smiles and was very polite. "You must be here for the first time and not know," he explained. "This is my job in Chengdu." "Job?" Xia Changming was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had heard of cultivators needing a job. These days, even cultivators have to work? The man could see the surprise on Xia Changming's face and smiled as he explained, "That's right. I just have to drive this magical artifact around Chengdu once every day, and I earn 5,000 high-grade spirit stones every month." The man spoke with great pride, not at all ashamed that he was serving mortals. 5,000 high-grade spirit stones was much better than being an honorary elder at some small sect. A minor honorary elder only made at most 4,000 high-grade spirit stones a month and had to worry about being killed by a rival sect. Here, he only had to sit and use a little spiritual energy to operate the artifact. Wasn't that better than being an honorary elder who might die out in the wild? "What about your working hours?" Xia Changming asked curiously. The man was happy to explain in detail. "We only have to go around Chengdu once a day, which takes about 2 hours. Then someone else will take over so that it runs non-stop throughout the day. We are free to do whatever we want with the rest of our time. 2 hours a day. That was only 4 hours. That was some good benefits. In other places, even if you worked your fingers to the bone every day, you wouldn't necessarily make 5,000 high-grade spirit stones a month." Seeing that Xia Changming had asked so many questions, the man assumed he was also interested in staying in Shun due to work and earn spirit stones, so he asked, "Esteemed cultivator, are you interested in joining? I can recommend you." No. Xia Changming waved his hands, declining. No way. Working was out of the question. It was impossible for him to work for someone else in this lifetime. How could a dignified, immortal venerable work? If news of that got out, how would he ever face the cultivation world again? Su Yueli stood by Xia Changming's side, watching helplessly as he chatted non-stop with the man. From their time on Immortal Mountain, she had already noticed that he seemed very interested in these strange magical artifacts. Every time he saw them, his eyes would light up with surprise. "We have arrived at East Garden Market. Thank you for riding with us. Please take your belongings with you and exit through the rear door." "Thank you." The spirit vehicle stopped at the entrance of a bustling market, and the man announced the stop enthusiastically. Fatty Defu waved to Xia Changming and Su Yueli, saying, "We're here." Xia Changming and Su Yueli got off the vehicle and watched as it slowly departed for its next stop. Fatty Defu's voice pulled their attention back to the present. "Immortals, this is the most lively place in Chengdu. If you come to Chengdu, you must visit the East Garden Market. Here, you can find anything you want." The three of them stood under a massive stone plaque, with towering stone pillars on either side. The plaque was carved with the words, "East Garden Market." The wide streets of the market were already a sea of people, a bustling and lively scene. The shops and stalls along the streets were decorated with numerous beautiful ornaments, and the sounds of firecrackers and fireworks occasionally rang out from the sky, filling the air with the festive atmosphere of a grand holiday. Fatty Defu led Xia Changming and Su Yueli through the crowded streets while explaining, "There aren't usually so many people. It just so happens that the Immortal Martial Festival is in 2 days, so a lot of people from other places have come to attend. That's why it's so lively. Follow me, Immortals." Chapter 206, A Sweet Date. "This is the famous food street, a hub for delicacies from all over," Fatty Defu announced, leading Xia Changming and Su Yueli through the bustling crowd to another street within the market. The air was thick with enticing aromas. Unfamiliar foods lined both sides of the street, displayed on stall after stall. The crowd here was even denser than elsewhere, mostly mortals strolling with children, though occasionally a cultivator would whoosh overhead. Relishing the lively atmosphere, Xia Changming held Su Yueli's hand and strolled along, enjoying the vibrant scene. This food street is one of the most popular spots in the divine capital, Fatty DeFu continued, his voice a steady stream of information. It's this busy no matter the time, even late at night. Although, for cultivators like yourselves, it might not be all that interesting. Turning back, he realized Xia Changming and Su Yueli were no longer behind him. They stood mesmerized before a stall, a good 100 meters away. If it weren't for their striking appearance, which stood out even in the throng, he might have lost them entirely. Before them was a strange, circular contraption. The vendor scooped a small amount of sugar into a hole and twirled a bamboo skewer within the rotating bowl. In moments, a soft, fluffy white mass clung to the skewer. He handed it to a child who, after a single lick, exclaimed with delight, "So sweet, delicious." Su Yueli watched the child skip away with the sugary treat, her beautiful eyes fixated on the spinning machine, her feet rooted to the spot. Seeing her captivated by the fluffy confection, Xia Changming chuckled. "It was just cotton candy. My dear, do you want one?" Not really," Su Yueli replied weakly, her gaze still glued to the creation of another cloud of spun sugar. She noticed only children seemed to be buying them. Hardly any adults indulged. It would be strange if she expressed a desire for one. "Miss, would you like to try one?" The vendor asked with a smile. "It's very sweet." Su Yueli meant to refuse, but some irresistible force seemed to catch the words in her throat. Seeing the unspoken desire written all over her face, Xia Changming smiled gently and tossed a spirit stone to the vendor. "One, please. Make it a big one. Keep the change." "Certainly." The vendor beamed at the sight of the spirit stone, worth more than a dozen of his sugary treats, and quickly set to work. Cultivators were certainly generous. "I didn't say I wanted one," Su Yueli mumbled, feigning displeasure, though her heart fluttered with delight. Xia Changming pointed at the rapidly growing confection with a playful grin. "My dear, didn't you say you didn't want one? This one is for me." "You?" Her cheeks puffed out in indignation. Had she just been imagining things? That scoundrel. She turned to storm off, but Xia Changming held her hand firmly. She could only glare at him before turning her head away in a huff. "Here you go, sir," the vendor said, presenting Xia Changming with a cotton candy almost as big as himself. He took it and immediately offered it to Su Yueli. "Here." I already said I didn't want one," she said coolly, maintaining her pretense of annoyance. Xia Changming plucked off a piece and held it to her lips. "My dear, I was only teasing. Come on, say ah." Su Yueli gave him a flirtatious glance and, with feigned reluctance, parted her lips, taking the cotton candy along with his finger into her mouth. He felt the warmth and moisture of her mouth, her delicate tongue brushing against his finger. Finished, she licked her lips, a seductive smile playing on her face, her eyes sparkling with allure. She slowly took the cotton candy from his hand and began to nibble on it herself. Xia Changming stared, momentarily captivated. His wife seemed to grow more enchanting by the day. Fatty DeFu, finally having squeezed back through the crowd, saw the cotton candy and began to explain. "This sugar flower originates from the abundant harvest Holy Land in the southeast. They're famous not only for their bountiful crops, but also for their wide variety of sweets and snacks. If you're interested, there are many more to try." Noticing Su Yueli's evident enjoyment, Fatty DeFu led them down a side street. Su Yueli followed without hesitation. Seeing Xia Changming still standing there dumbfounded, she glanced back and gave him a playful, chiding look before returning to take his hand. "What are you waiting for?" Snapping out of his reverie, Xia Changming smiled and grasped her delicate hand, following Fatty DeFu as they explored the sweet treats on offer. True to his reputation, Fatty DeFu knew the city intimately. He could not only navigate the streets with ease, but also provide detailed information about the origin and preparation of every food item. He was the perfect guide. That's a specialty from the abundant harvest Holy Land called rolling glutinous rice. Steamed glutinous rice is rolled into balls and then coated in sugar, hence the name, he explained. "And that one over there?" "Various fruits dipped in sugar syrup. Once the syrup hardens, it's ready to eat, similar to candied hawthorns. And then there's..." Fatty DeFu's enthusiastic commentary continued as Su Yueli's curious eyes darted from stall to stall, sampling and buying a little of everything. Xia Changming trailed behind, his arms laden with bags of sweets and snacks, almost obscuring him from view. He watched Su Yueli with a mixture of amusement and affection. The scene brought back memories of their date at the Heavenly Capital Festival, strolling through a bustling market just like this. Hurry up, Su Yueli called out sweetly. Xia Changming smiled and quickened his pace to catch up. As they passed through the heart of the bustling market, they noticed a single closed and shuttered shop amidst the vibrant stalls. Fatty DeFu glanced at it with a melancholic expression. The surrounding vendors, who seemed to know him, looked at him with sympathy but hesitated to approach. Xia Changming observed this exchange with a thoughtful gaze. Fatty DeFu quickly composed himself, resuming his cheerful demeanor as he led them towards a restaurant. This is Drunken Rest Pavilion, one of the most famous restaurants in the divine capital. You simply must try it. They had barely sat down when a sarcastic voice rang out beside them. Well, if it isn't Fatty DeFu. Chapter 207. Fatty DeFu's Tragic Encounter. A man with a gaunt face, dressed in lavish clothes, walked up to Fatty DeFu, arm around a woman with a full figure and striking beauty. He looked down at Fatty DeFu with an arrogant gaze, as if he were untouchable. Fatty DeFu, why didn't you say hello when you arrived? I could have entertained you. Young Master Du, I just brought my friends to the market to look around, Fatty DeFu said, his face full of frustration. He clutched his teacup tightly and lowered his head. His eyes kept glancing at the woman clinging to Du Bin, filled with sorrow. The woman noticed Fatty DeFu's gaze and, as if she had done something shameful, slowly averted her eyes. Friends? Du Bin turned his gaze to Xia Changming and Su Yueli, who were sitting in front of Fatty DeFu. The moment he saw Su Yueli, his eyes flashed with astonishment and greed. Such an alluring and beautiful woman was the most stunning he had ever seen. She was 1,000 times more exquisite than all the women he had ever been with. Du Bin immediately released his hand from the woman's waist and turned to fawn over Su Yueli. This fairy, I can tell you're not from the capital. You must be visiting for the first time, am I right? My name is Du Bin, from the Du family, the family of the capital's guard commander. I'm very familiar with this area. If it pleases you, could I be your guide? Perhaps, later tonight, we could get to know each other on a deeper level. The greedy and lecherous expression was blatant on Du Bin's face. What was even more infuriating was that this guy hadn't even glanced at Xia Changming once. Xia Changming couldn't help but chuckle with amusement. Was this guy trying to steal his wife right in front of him? Su Yueli's face turned frosty, and she was about to erupt when Xia Changming placed his hand over hers. Wife, this is a time to leave it to your husband, Xia Changming said with a gentle smile, his gaze dismissive as he looked at Du Bin. Du Bin frowned when he heard Xia Changming call Su Yueli his wife, but he quickly relaxed. He had been with married women before. Taking one from someone else was even more interesting. This one here. Du Bin started to speak, but Xia Changming's expression suddenly hardened, and he uttered a single word. Scram. The word was like a sharp sword, piercing Du Bin's eardrums instantly, sending him flying to the ground. All the protective magical artifacts he was wearing shattered to pieces. Du Bin's mind felt as if it had been pierced by a sharp sword. His eyes were filled with shock, and cold sweat soaked his back. Oh, he's not dead. Xia Changming looked at Du Bin, who was sitting on the ground, stunned with surprise. If he had been wearing one or two fewer protective artifacts, he would have been instantly killed by the shockwave of his sword intent. Young Master Du, are you all right? The woman hastily squatted down to express her concern for Du Bin. Du Bin, who had never been humiliated like this in public, finally snapped out of his daze. He angrily pushed the woman away and pointed at Xia Changming, bellowing, You dare to hurt me. Do you know who I am? You just wait. Fatty DeFu, is this the help you found? I'll remember this. Tomorrow, you will surely regret this. Du Bin roared at Fatty DeFu. Young Master Du, it's just a misunderstanding. Fatty DeFu quickly stood up and stepped in front of Xia Changming, apologizing to Du Bin, who was still on the ground. However, Du Bin, who was filled with rage, wouldn't listen. He screamed that he would have Xia Changming and the others killed. Indeed, scum exists in every country. Even in a country revered as a divine kingdom, praised by countless people, there was no shortage of such degenerates. Xia Changming frowned, and his eyes narrowed. Fatty DeFu quickly stepped in front of him, turning his head and urging, Immortal, it is strictly forbidden for cultivators to fight within the capital. Please, don't act impulsively. You will get into trouble if you kill him. Du Bin, seeing Xia Changming's icy gaze, was instantly terrified. He scrambled to his feet, pushing the woman aside and fleeing the restaurant without looking back. The woman, pushed to the ground, showed a flicker of sorrow on her face. Seeing the woman sitting on the ground, Fatty Defu took the initiative to walk up to her, extending his hand sincerely. Xuanhuan, come back? I don't want anything anymore. As long as you leave the capital with me, we can go back to our hometown and start everything from the beginning. Li Xiaohua did not take Fatty Defu's hand. She stood up on her own, her expression firm. I have a better choice now. Young Master Du treats me very well. With that, Li Xiaohua turned without hesitation and left the restaurant to chase after Du Bin. Fatty Defu stood there, silently watching Li Xiaohua's departure, his expression mournful, his arms hanging limply by his side. After returning to his seat, Fatty Defu picked up a jar of wine and began to guzzle it down, as if trying to drown out his sorrows. Moments later, Fatty Defu slammed the empty jar onto the table, his face flushed with drunkenness. Xia Changming, seeing Fatty Defu's hopeless expression, spoke up in consolation. Though it is not my place to say this, that woman is not worth it. I know, but I just can't let her go, Fatty Defu sighed. Deep down, he had been hoping she would turn back. Thank you for your kindness, Immortal, but you should leave the capital as soon as possible, he continued. The Du family is very powerful in the capital, and they are vindictive. If you offend them, they will never let you off. Xia Changming, not taking it to heart, chuckled. You specifically got close to us, didn't you? Isn't that because you need something from me? Have you decided to give up now? From the very beginning after their encounter, Xia Changming had noticed that Fatty Defu was actively trying to get close to and please them, acting as their guide. He had a feeling that he had been planning this all along. Ah, I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Immortal. Seeing that he had been seen through, Fatty Defu didn't try to hide anything. He was honest with Xia Changming. Please forgive me. I did need something from you, but I've thought it through now. I shouldn't drag you into this for my own selfish reasons. Tell me anyway, perhaps I can be of help, Xia Changming said calmly as he took the wine jar and poured himself a glass. Seeing Xia Changming's confidence and the strength he seemed to possess, Fatty Defu hesitated for a moment before telling Xia Changming everything. Fatty Defu and Li Xiaohua had originally run a pastry shop on Food Street. That was the shop that had been closed up. They had lived a happy and fulfilling life, but everything changed after Du Bin passed by and saw Li Xiaohua's beauty. Du Bin pursued Li Xiaohua relentlessly and aggressively. Though she was disturbed, Fatty Defu was confident that his wife, Li Xiaohua, would never betray him. However, Du Bin later used the Du family's power to make trouble for them continuously. No one dared to visit their pastry shop anymore, and they were unable to continue running their business. Later, Li Xiaohua proposed selling the shop and leaving the capital to start over. Fatty Defu agreed after thinking it through. He only realized later that the shop had been sold to Du Bin, and that the two had conspired to steal all of his assets. It was then that Fatty Defu discovered that Li Xiaohua had betrayed him long ago. After hearing Fatty Defu's story, Xia Changming took a sip of wine and then looked at him seriously. So, he asked, what do you want me to do for you? Chapter 208, Fatty Defu's Dessert Talent. I hope that the Immortal will participate in tomorrow's contest on my behalf, Fatty Defu earnestly pleaded. Contest? Xia Changming asked, puzzled. Yes, Fatty Defu replied. All conflict is strictly forbidden within Shindu. If any disputes or conflicts arise, both sides can issue a deathmatch challenge. The contest is to the death, and the two sides must wager something of value. Either they can fight themselves, or they can choose someone else to fight for them. To get back the shop, I've wagered the only house I have left in Shindu. I heard that Du Bin seems to have hired a heavenly venerate realm expert. Tomorrow is the deadline for the contest, but I still haven't found anyone willing to fight for me, Fatty Defu said, dejectedly. He had tried to find many cultivators, but they either didn't dare to accept the challenge because they heard the Du family name, or they were greedy, demanding exorbitant rewards that a mortal like him could never afford. Furthermore, finding another expert of the heavenly venerate realm to help him was simply a pipe dream. He felt that Xia Changming had an extraordinary presence and was approaching him with a might-as-well-try attitude. A heavenly venerate realm? Xia Changming murmured softly. Fatty Defu thought that Xia Changming was apprehensive and quickly said, Immortal, if you're troubled, then forget about it. The contest is to the death, and the Du family will definitely be ruthless. There's no need for you to participate for my sake. Anyway, I've already planned to leave Shindu. They can have that house. Although he wanted to avenge his wife and get his revenge, he didn't want to put anyone else in danger because of his own selfish desires, as he had said earlier. If he wasn't truly desperate, he wouldn't have approached Xia Changming with the what-if attitude. Because of him, Xia Changming had already offended the Du family, and participating in the contest might be very dangerous. However, Xia Changming smiled nonchalantly and said lightly, "It's no problem. I accept." Xia Changming didn't accept entirely for Fatty Defu's sake, but because Du Bin had already provoked him. Really, it's okay? The opponent is a heavenly venerate realm expert. Fatty Defu stood up excitedly, his expression still worried. Su Yueli, who was sitting next to Xia Changming, raised her wine cup and gave a small smile. "Since my husband has agreed to help you, just relax for now." "Oh, okay. Then, I'll be relying on the immortal," Fatty Defu said cautiously. Compared to Xia Changming's refined and easygoing personality, this beautiful woman in front of him exuded a cold aura, and her words carried an undeniable authority. It was as if she only showed her gentle side when she was facing the man beside her. Later that night, Fatty Defu was busy working with various tools in the courtyard. Many eggs, flour, and other ingredients were laid out on the table, and there was a clay oven behind him. He seemed to be busy making desserts. Xia Changming walked into the courtyard, his hands behind his back, and shook his head as he said to the busy Fatty Defu, "There's no need to be so polite." Originally, he and Su Yueli had planned to just find an inn to rest at, but Fatty Defu had enthusiastically invited them, saying that he wanted to repay their kindness, and he insisted that they stay at his home, so he could properly entertain them. When Fatty Defu saw Xia Changming, he didn't stop what he was doing, and replied cheerfully, "How could I? It's rare that the immortal comes to my home. I can't neglect you. I don't have much to offer you, so I can only make some snacks. Please wait a moment, and they'll be done soon." Sure enough, within a short time, the rich aroma of milk wafted through the entire courtyard. Fatty Defu brought a large tray of baked cookies out of the oven and offered them generously. "How about the immortals try some? They're just some ordinary desserts. Please don't look down on them." Xia Changming casually picked up a cookie and put it in his mouth. The cookie was crispy, and when he bit into it, a rich, milky aroma filled his mouth, leaving a slight sweetness lingering on his tongue. The flavor was surprisingly delicious. It was far beyond Xia Changming's expectations. You have to know that this world didn't have the kind of special equipment used for making cookies and cakes. They were all made using old-fashioned ovens. To make something this good was quite remarkable. "They're very delicious," Xia Changming praised generously. Eating the cookie in his hand gave him a feeling of nostalgia, like he was eating snacks from his past life. Fatty Defu scratched his head shyly and said modestly, "Thank you for your praise, immortal. If you like them, please have some more." Xia Changming nodded and called out to the house, "Wife, come out and eat some cookies. You'll definitely like them. Don't make it sound like I'm some kind of glutton." Su Yueli, having been exposed so directly, walked out of the room, blushing as she scolded Xia Changming playfully. Her footsteps, however, obediently took her to his side, and she reluctantly opened her red lips. Xia Changming smiled indulgently and put a cookie in her mouth. Fatty Defu silently watched this sweet and warm scene, and he couldn't help but recall his own similar days. His eyes slowly dimmed, and the cookie in his hand suddenly tasted bland. Not bad." Su Yueli also praised after taking a bite of the cookie. She was actually very picky about food, so the fact that she would praise it was enough to show how skilled Fatty Defu was. Having received continuous praise from both Xia Changming and Su Yueli, Fatty Defu concealed the sadness in his eyes, and his face lit up again as he mysteriously brought out another item. A metal basin was filled with a slightly thick, milky white liquid, which looked very familiar. Fatty Defu introduced it excitedly. "This is a new product that I made with various ingredients from my hometown. For now, it seems like I can only make it like this. I haven't thought of what I could make with it yet." He especially loved making desserts, so he had always tried to innovate and create unique items. This basin of milky white liquid was the result of his experiments with Li Xiaohua, an item they had both worked hard on to create. After Li Xiaohua left, he had continued to improve it on his own, turning it into the slightly thicker liquid it was today. He made the product, but the person he wanted to share it with was no longer around. Xia Changming looked at the milky white liquid in Fatty Defu's hand with surprise and asked curiously, "Can I try some?" "Of course. Please, go ahead, immortal." Fatty Defu had wanted Xia Changming to try it anyway, so naturally, he readily agreed. After Xia Changming dipped a finger in the milky white liquid and put it in his mouth, a rich, creamy flavor burst forth. This was cream. Fatty Defu had even made cream. However, it was just light cream. It still needed some processing. "How is it, immortal?" Fatty Defu asked expectantly. "Excellent. However, if it could be processed a little further, it would be even better. Xia Changming touched the metal basin with his finger, causing a light frost to form on the outside. Then he used his spiritual energy to pour a small amount of white sugar into the basin and started to stir rapidly. Before long, the thick cream, which was firm enough to hold its shape, was officially complete. Fatty Defu, aren't you confused about how to use this? I have an idea. Spread this on a cooked cake, draw a few designs, and then add some strawberries or other fruit for decoration. Xia Changming specifically demonstrated it for Fatty Defu, spreading the whipped cream on a piece of bread, and a simple cake was in his hands. Fatty Defu was deeply inspired. He stared intently at the cake in Xia Changming's hand and asked a little confused, "Will this make it taste better?" "No, but it will make it more expensive." Fatty Defu. Chapter 209. You're being a little loud. The next morning, the Xindu arena was a sea of people. The massive arena seats were crammed with dense crowds. It had been a while since Xindu had seen a grudge match. Many people had come to Xindu for the Immortal Martial Festival. Since the festival had not yet started, they heard that there was a grudge match scheduled for the day, so they naturally came to watch the excitement. It was said that one of the participants was a Heavenly Venerate Realm expert. The chance to see a Heavenly Venerate Realm expert in action naturally had everyone full of anticipation. Xia Changming and Su Yueli stood calmly beneath the arena platform, while Fatty Defu anxiously looked around at the crowded and noisy surroundings. He had thought it would just be a private grudge match, but he had not expected it to attract so many spectators. It had suddenly become a spectacle. Soon, Dubin appeared, arm around Li Xiaohua, and an old man in a cloak followed behind them. Li Xiaohua's face had some bruises and scars, and her expression seemed worn and dejected. Dubin slowly walked up to Fatty Defu, his face full of malice. "I didn't expect you to actually dare to come." "Good. Today everyone will see what happens when you go against me." He had deliberately spread news of this match. He wanted to humiliate Fatty Defu severely in front of everyone in Xindu, to show what the consequences were for opposing him and the Du family. Fatty Defu met Dubin's gaze defiantly, no longer the timid person he once was. He had nothing more to lose anyway. Seeing Fatty Defu's uncharacteristic display of courage, Dubin's face darkened. As if remembering how he would humiliate Fatty Defu, Dubin suddenly showed a sinister smile, leaned closer to Fatty Defu's ear, and whispered, "You know, your woman, she's very moist. And her moans, they're just delightful." "You." Fatty Defu clenched his fists in anger, gritting his teeth, his body shaking with rage. But soon, he relaxed his hands. He had thought about it all night and had come to terms with it. He had already let go of that relationship. Since she had already chosen to leave, there was not much point in trying to hold on. Seeing that Fatty Defu wasn't as angry as he had expected, Dubin was disappointed, his eyes flashing with malicious intent. After today, he'd capture him and play with his woman in front of him. Thinking of this, Dubin's mood improved a lot, and he turned his gaze towards Xia Changming with malice. Before that, he would make sure that the person who injured him would disappear from Xindu. If he hadn't been treated in time, he might have lost his hearing. He would definitely get his revenge, and he would make him wish he was dead. "Old insect immortal, I'm counting on you," Dubin said respectfully to the old man in the cloak behind him. The old man chuckled, emitting a sinister laugh. "You're too kind, young Master Du. The Du family has long been kind to me. There's no need to be so polite for such a small favor. Besides, my little ones are starving. It's time for them to have a feast." The old man, who called himself Old Insect Immortal, jumped onto the platform, threw off his cloak, and revealed a scarred face crawling with centipedes and other insects. The crowd was from all over the 9 provinces and 10 lands, so it didn't take long for someone to recognize the old man, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that the poison insect Heavenly Venerate of the swampland, Insect Sun? This old monster who's been in seclusion for so long, he's not dead yet. I heard that no one has seen him for nearly 100 years since he went into seclusion to try and break through to the Divine Power Realm. Could it be that he has successfully broken through to the Divine Power Realm?" The crowd discussed among themselves, and many guessed that since Insect Sun was still alive, he had probably advanced to the Divine Power Realm. Insect Sun had grown up in the poisonous swamps, surrounded by poisonous insects. All the secret techniques he cultivated were related to poisonous insects. It was said that his methods were extremely cruel, and he could let poisonous insects eat away at an entire body piece by piece, making his opponents wish they were dead. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill seeing him. They were full of sympathy for Fatty Defu. Encountering insect soon was simply misfortune. He should not have provoked the Du family. Fatty Defu's heart sank when he heard the surrounding discussions. He thought that if his opponent was a heavenly venerate realm expert, he might still have a chance, but his opponent was actually at the divine power realm. He was suddenly uncertain. He couldn't let the immortal die tragically in the arena. Immortal. Fatty Defu turned around, intending to tell Xia Changming to give up the match, but he found that the man had already leisurely stepped up the stairs to the platform. Immortal. No. Fatty Defu quickly ran to the bottom of the platform and shouted at Xia Changming. Don't worry, Xia Changming smiled calmly at Fatty Defu. I can handle a mere divine power realm. Then, he went directly to the center of the platform. A mere divine power realm? Fatty Defu stared at Xia Changming's back in shock. Did he just hear that wrong? A mere divine power realm? Then he looked at Su Yueli, who was just standing below, looking bored, and there was not a trace of concern on her face. On the platform, a golden magical barrier rose up, enveloping the entire platform. There were many high-level cultivators in Shandu. If a fight broke out, Shandu would be affected, and many of the mortals in the city would likely be killed or injured. So the rule was established that cultivators could not fight in Shandu. Their conflicts had to be settled through grudge matches. This arena and the magnificent golden barrier were built specifically for this purpose. Insect Sun stood on the platform, a cruel and ugly smile on his face. Knowing my name and still daring to come up here, should I admire your courage or say you are ignorant? Soon, you will become my children's favorite food. Xia Changming didn't even look at Insect Sun. Instead, he looked up in admiration at the golden barrier above his head. The barrier was infused with countless magic runes that flowed across the surface. It was quite fascinating. This golden barrier was strong enough to withstand his sword strike. There was someone in Shandu who could establish such a barrier. Xia Changming had grown more interested in Shandu. Insect Sun, seeing that Xia Changming was completely ignoring him, was furious. From his advancement to the heavenly venerate realm hundreds of years ago, to his advancement to the divine power realm, no one had ever dared to look down on him like that. What right did this brat have? I will turn your body into a pile of pus. Then the insects will gnaw you down to your bones. 10,000 devouring goo insects. Insect Sun opened his robe, and countless dense insects flew out, as dark as a black cloud, humming loudly. It was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. This person is finished. If a poisonous insect bites you, your whole body will rot, and you will experience suffering worse than death. Many people on the platform couldn't bear to watch and covered their eyes. It was as if Insect Sun could already hear Xia Changming's screams of despair, and he grinned wider. He enjoyed this process the most. You're being a little loud. Xia Changming frowned slightly, watching the countless poisonous insects fly towards him, and pointed his finger toward the swarm. Golden arcs of lightning flickered at his fingertip, and the power of the heavens converged at his fingertip. Heavenly thunder. As he chanted the incantation, violent golden thunder shot out. The dazzling golden arc of light filled the entire barrier, crackling and blinding everyone. The insect swarm turned to dust the moment it touched the heavenly thunder. The barrier, which had never had a single problem, began to show cracks. When the heavenly thunder dissipated, almost the entire platform had been reduced to rubble. Insect Sun stood there, stunned, his expression full of shock and disbelief. Huh? Chapter 210. What can Shindu do to me? How was this possible? His insect swarm had been cleared in an instant. And what was that heavenly thunder? He had never seen golden heavenly thunder before. Cold sweat ran down Insect Sun's forehead, his heart filled with dread. There were too many questions, but one thing was certain. The man in front of him, who seemed so weak, was a true expert. Although he couldn't discern his cultivation realm, he was definitely at least a transcendent immortal, and a law venerable at that. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to use heavenly thunder to kill all of his poisonous insects in one move. Senior, Insect Sun stammered. Kneel. Xia Changming's disdainful voice rang out, and Insect Sun immediately felt an immense pressure on his back, making his legs buckle to the ground, embedding deep into the platform, unable to lift his head. His words had power. This was beyond his ability to contend with. Insect Sun was enduring invisible pressure, his whole body soaked with cold sweat, and his eyes were full of terror. The crowd outside the platform was also shocked. Insect Sun, who was at the divine power realm, not only didn't have the power to retaliate, but he even knelt before the young man. No one recognized the young man, and everyone speculated that he was another reclusive old monster who had returned to the world. "What are you doing, old insect immortal?" While everyone was still surprised, Dubin became displeased and yelled at the platform. The plan was for him to make the other side wish he was dead and get revenge for him. But in the end, he had kneeled in front of the other guy and didn't dare to say a word. Tens of thousands of people in Chengdu were watching, and he had completely lost face. This was just humiliating him and making the Du family look like fools. He was starting to think that maybe Insect Immortal wasn't really a divine power expert. The Du family had supported him for 100 years, and the first time he was asked to do something, this was what he accomplished. Insect Sun, who was kneeling on the platform, looked at Du Bin with malice and rage. He really didn't understand the situation, and it was as if he was afraid that he wouldn't die quickly enough. He wished he could throw him to the insects as food. He was told that his opponent was just a mortal with no power or backing, but the person he hired was actually a transcendent immortal. Was this not trying to kill him? Insect Sun was full of regret. He should not have been greedy and agreed to help Du Bin. Now his life was in danger. "Senior, Insect Sun has been very rude. Please forgive me. This is a misunderstanding. Once I go back, I will teach that Du family brat a lesson and help you get revenge." Insect Sun put his hands on the ground, gasping for breath as he begged for mercy. Xia Changming smiled disdainfully and slowly walked in front of him, asking, "What? You're not planning to turn me into a pile of pus and devour me?" "You're joking, Senior," Insect Sun fearfully replied, struggling to raise his head. Xia Changming slowly raised his arm, pointing his finger at Insect Sun's forehead, his expression indifferent and cold. Senior." In that moment, Insect Sun felt the fear of death. He widened his eyes, wanting to beg for mercy, but found his throat was clogged, and he couldn't say anything. "What about your divine power laws? Why don't you use them?" Xia Changming asked. Insect Sun weakly replied, "I only advanced to the divine power realm recently, and I haven't mastered any divine power laws yet." "Is that so? Then you're useless." Xia Changming calmly announced Insect Sun's death sentence. Golden lightning danced at his fingertip, and the immense power of the heavens gathered again. He could have killed Insect Sun with the first bolt of heavenly thunder, but he had deliberately kept him alive to see if he had any divine power laws. But there was not even a trace of divine power energy on him, which greatly disappointed Xia Changming. Naturally, there was no need for him to stay around. Heavenly thunder, like a beam of light, pierced through Insect Sun's forehead. Before he could even make a sound, the electricity engulfed his entire body and instantly turned him into ash. Not even a scream could be heard, and his body and spirit had been annihilated. The arena was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were full of shock. Insect Sun of the divine power realm had been killed like a chicken. Just what was this seemingly very young man? Xia Changming walked off the platform with a disinterested expression, as if he had just swatted a mosquito. Fatty Defu was still in shock, his jaw practically hitting the ground. Only Su Yueli pouted slightly, complaining, "Too slow. If it were me, I would have killed him before he even released his bugs." Yes. How can I be as powerful as my wife?" Xia Changming joked. Su Yueli glared at him triumphantly and lightly took his hand in hers. Looking at the two of them flirting, Du Bin was furious. He had actually lost. He couldn't accept it. Returning the shop to Fatty Defu was nothing, but losing face in public was what he couldn't bear the most. That Insect Sun, who had been bragging about how great he was and how cruel his methods were, was simply a useless piece of trash. The Du family had been feeding and supporting him for so many years, and he was gone in less than 2 minutes. Li Xiaohua was also looking at Fatty Defu with a complicated expression. He had actually managed to hire an immortal with such power. Could it be that she had really underestimated him? Had she really made the wrong decision? "Stop right there. Someone." Dubin walked towards Xia Changming and the others aggressively, raised his arm, and dozens of Chengdu guards wearing golden armor surrounded them, spears in hand. Li Xiaohua quickly stopped the impulsive Du Bin and advised, "Young Master Du, don't be impulsive. The other party is at least a transcendent immortal. Don't be rude." Du Bin slapped Li Xiaohua hard across the face, knocking her to the ground and cursed, "It's all your fault, you slut. You made me lose face in front of so many people." Li Xiaohua covered her bruised and bloody face, her expression sorrowful, tears flowing down her cheeks. Fatty Defu couldn't bear to watch, wanting to reach out to her, but in the end, he chose to retract his arm and said nothing. Dubin looked at Xia Changming with a dark face, yelling, "So what if you're a transcendent immortal?" In Shundu, the Du family rules. Dubin's father was the commander of the Shundu guards, with immense power and influence. He was basically able to do as he pleased in Shindu. Relying on his family's power, Dubin had always been lawless in Shundu. He had never been humiliated like this. Losing face in public had caused Dubin to almost lose his mind, and he had forgotten what being a transcendent immortal meant. Xia Changming looked at Dubin with the eyes of someone watching an idiot. He had lost his patience. A person like this was wasting air by living. He should keep his mouth shut forever. Fatty Defu could see the murderous intent in Xia Changming's eyes, and quickly tried to dissuade him. "Immortal, you can't. Killing him is not a big deal, but it's forbidden to kill someone in Shindu. If you kill him, you will be wanted and hunted down by all of Shindu." Dubin dared to be so brazen and pointed him so crazily because of this very reason. "What? You want to hurt me? Do you dare? If you hurt me, you're making yourself an enemy of all of Shindu, of all of Northernly." The next second, a sound rang out, and Dubin suddenly started to bleed from all of his orifices, falling to his knees, wailing in agony. "Aya!" Xia Changming coldly glanced at Dubin, who was convulsing on the ground, and looked at the gold-armored guards who were holding spears beside him. "Then," he said calmly, "I'd like to see what Shindu can do to me." Chapter 211. You think you deserve my respect? Quickly go and inform Lord Du Go. Dozens of gold-armored guards surrounded Xia Changming and the others, but they did not dare to make any rash moves. A transcendent immortal could kill them in the blink of an eye. They were no match for him. Besides, they were worried that they would anger Xia Changming and that he might harm Dubin, who was beneath his feet. The crowd in the stands also hadn't left, watching the excitement with great interest. It's been a long time since someone dared to cause trouble in Shindu. This is going to be good. He injured Dubin of the Du family. Dugo will definitely not let him get away with it. With this senior's strength as a transcendent immortal, Dugo won't be able to do anything to him. But saying that Shindu can't do anything to him is a little too arrogant. That's right, he definitely hasn't heard of the 7 pillar gods of Shindu. When the lords of the 7 pillar gods arrive, he won't be able to leave. The crowd was talking amongst themselves, whispering. Even Fatty Defu urged Xia Changming. "Immortal, you should leave now. I'll stay behind and explain to the lords of the 7 pillar gods." 7 pillar gods? This was Xia Changming's first time in the Northernly capital, so he knew very little about Northernly. He had indeed never heard of the 7 pillar gods. Judging from their tone, they seemed to be very powerful. Fatty Defu explained, "The 7 pillar gods are the pillars of Northernly, the foundation upon which Northernly is so stable and prosperous. They are 7 people who have been bestowed the title of pillar gods by the divine emperor. It's said that each of them has the strength of a transcendent immortal like you." Fatty Defu, seeing that Xia Changming could kill Insect Sun with a single finger, was certain that he was beyond the divine power realm, but he did not dare to guess that he was an immortal venerable. After all, immortal venerables were extremely rare. They had never even seen a few in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Oh, transcendent immortals? Xia Changming was surprised. It wouldn't be wrong to call it shock. He knew that in this era of scarce spiritual energy, when he was just at the heavenly venerate realm, he was able to go wherever he wanted in Eastern continent, and yet in this Northernly, there were 7 transcendent immortals. What did that mean? It meant that as long as the Northernly Divine Kingdom was willing to go south, even if they only sent 1 person, they could basically sweep the 9 provinces and 10 lands. As expected, there was always someone better than you, and something beyond what you imagined. His knowledge was still too little. Su Yueli, who was beside him, was also surprised by the news. The Northernly Divine Kingdom was so mysterious, and their strength was far beyond that of other places in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Her original plan to annex the 9 provinces and 10 lands seemed like child's play now. "Who dares to hurt my son?" A loud roar rang out, and a middle-aged man with a face like a jackal led thousands of gold-armored guards into the scene. Looking at Dubin, who was writhing in pain under Xia Changming's feet, Dugo clenched his fists in anger, staring straight at Xia Changming. He had already heard the story on the way. His son, Dubin, seemed to have accidentally provoked a transcendent immortal. If possible, he was unwilling to offend a transcendent immortal. After all, they were comparable to the 7 pillar gods of Northernly. It would be best if they could become allies. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Dugo cupped his hands and asked, "Senior, my son has been rude. Please forgive him. Everything is just a misunderstanding. I am Du Go, the commander of the Shun Du Guards. If you would be so kind as to give me face, the Du family would be willing to express our apologies and serve you for generations. Father, save me. Perhaps sensing Du Go's presence, Du Bin stretched out his arm and begged for help while lying on the ground. At this moment, he was finally afraid. Du Go glanced at Du Bin in disgust. This useless thing. He was only good at playing with women, but no matter what, he was the only son he had gained after so much effort, so he had to protect the Du family lineage no matter what. Give you face? You think you deserve it? Xia Changming narrowed his eyes and chuckled disdainfully. He clenched his palm, and a blaze of heavenly fire erupted from Du Bin's body, instantly engulfing him. Aya! Du Bin only had time to let out a scream before he, along with his spirit, turned into ashes in the heavenly fire. Xia Changming had already decided that he wouldn't let him live after he used lewd eyes to stare at Su Yueli in the restaurant. Everyone present, including Du Go, had not expected that Xia Changming would actually kill Du Bin without hesitation. He was so decisive. It even took them a moment to react. You. Seeing Du Bin's spirit annihilated, Du Go was enraged. He grabbed the hilt of his sword at his waist, wanting to immediately draw his sword and attack. However, the last of his rationality made him abandon the impulse. The other party was a transcendent immortal, not someone he could deal with. However, Xia Changming didn't plan to let him off either. A fierce and terrifying sword intent assaulted Du Go. He was planning on eliminating him along with his son. Du Go was shocked and tried to escape, but found that his legs were unable to move. Stop! At the critical moment, a delicate shout rang out, and a woman dressed in bright clothing descended from the sky, standing in front of Du Go with her sword. The young woman wore a high ponytail, her figure was graceful and slender, and her eyebrows showed an impressive spirit. She unleashed a fierce sword intent that clashed with Xia Changming's. However, she had underestimated Xia Changming's sword might. Her figure was forced back several steps by the imposing sword intent. The young woman looked at Xia Changming with shock. Almost no one in Shun Du could surpass her in sword intent. She had never seen such terrifying sword might in Shindu before. Who are you? Why are you killing people in Shindu? The young woman asked, frowning. Before Xia Changming could answer, Du Go hurriedly spoke, falsely accusing Xia Changming first. Sword God, Your Excellency, you've finally come. You must do justice for me. This outsider, from who knows where, has disregarded the rules set by the Divine Emperor and killed my son, Du Bin, in public. Du Go cried his heart out next to Feng Yu, condemning Xia Changming's actions. With the Sword God, one of the 7 pillar gods, by his side, Du Go was emboldened. Everyone who saw Feng Yu respectfully called her, Sword God, Your Excellency. The Sword God has arrived. He won't be able to escape now. I'm not so sure. I feel his cultivation is above the Sword God's. Himph, I don't believe it. The Sword God is always the most beautiful and powerful in my heart. Feng Yu ignored the surrounding discussions and looked at the scorch marks left by the heavenly fire under Xia Changming's feet, deeply frowning her beautiful eyebrows. The proof was there. It was a fact that the man in front of her had killed someone in Shindu. As one of the 7 pillar gods, it was her duty to protect the peace of Shindu. According to the rules of Shindu, she would arrest and interrogate him. Feng Yu held her wind chime immortal sword. The sound of the clear bell rang out, and her sword intent continued to rise with spiritual power, soaring into the sky. Unrelated personnel, please move away. The onlookers could no longer sit still, and they all quickly moved far away. A battle between transcendent immortals could easily affect them, and it wouldn't be something to joke about. Fatty Defu and Su Yueli, however, did not leave Xia Changming's side. Fatty Defu wanted to try to explain to Feng Yu, and Su Yueli was naturally going to stay by Xia Changming's side. And Feng Yu could not possibly threaten her. Xia Changming could see Feng Yu's battle intent, but he did not have much interest in fighting. If they really did fight, it would not be troublesome. He could resolve it in a moment. But if he attacked the 7 pillar gods, then he would no longer be able to stay in Shindu and participate in the immortal martial festival that his master requested. Seeing that Xia Changming did not move, and there was no spiritual power emanating from him, Feng Yu was puzzled. At this moment, Xia Changming remembered the northernly divine token his master had given him. He said that he could use it if necessary, but he wasn't sure if it would work on the 7 pillar gods. Chapter 212. The Power of the Divine Token. Regret too late. Are you planning to surrender obediently? Seeing that Xia Changming didn't seem to want to fight, Feng Yu pointed her immortal sword at Xia Changming and asked. Fatty Defu quickly stood in front of Xia Changming and explained, Sword God, Your Excellency, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Isn't it he who killed Du Bin? Feng Yu asked, frowning. Fatty Defu was speechless. Because it was true that Xia Changming had killed Du Bin, seeing that Fatty Defu had nothing to say, Feng Yu lost her patience. Move aside. Regardless of the facts, I will investigate the matter myself. When Fatty Defu was about to say something, Xia Changming had already walked past him, holding up the golden token and asking Feng Yu, Do you recognize this? Feng Yu took a closer look, and her face instantly paled. A divine token? How did he have the Divine Emperor's divine token? Could it be that he was from the Divine Emperor's side, a special envoy? Feng Yu immediately sheathed her immortal sword, placed a hand on her chest, and knelt on one knee. Greetings, Divine Envoy, Your Excellency. The surrounding thousands of gold-armored guards followed Feng Yu and knelt on the ground, shouting in unison, Greetings, Divine Envoy, Your Excellency. The sudden change of events once again shocked the onlookers, who had been preparing to watch the show. This transcendent immortal was actually a divine envoy of Northern Li. He held the divine token that was unique to the Divine Emperor. Seeing the divine token was like seeing the Divine Emperor in person. This time, it wasn't him who was in trouble, but the Du family. When Du Go saw the divine token in Xia Changming's hand, his face instantly turned pale, his expression blank, and he muttered to himself, This is impossible. This is impossible. How could he be a divine envoy? It must be fake. Men, arrest him. Du Go shouted at the surrounding gold-armored guards, who were kneeling on the ground. However, everyone remained motionless. Not a single one of them obeyed his orders. Even without Feng Yu, one of the 7 pillar gods, just having the divine token in his hand meant they couldn't obey Du Go's orders. His position as commander of Shindu was not as important as the Divine Emperor himself. Feng Yu frowned, her expression displeased, and ordered, Take Commander Du into custody. Several gold-armored guards swarmed forward and pinned Du Go to the ground. Sword God, Your Excellency, you should be arresting him, not me. He must be fake. Du Go dared not resist, shouting with indignation. Feng Yu gave him a cold look, which scared him into shutting his mouth and not dare shout again. His heart was already cold with despair. The Du family's century-long foundation was over. Being disrespectful to the divine envoy was the same as being disrespectful to the Divine Emperor. This was something that would not be tolerated in Northern Li. Xia Changming was also quite surprised. He did not expect that the divine token in his hand would have such authority in Northern Li, that even the 7 pillar gods would have to kneel respectfully. He didn't know where his master had found it. Not knowing that the divine envoy, Your Excellency, was arriving, Feng Yu was discourteous. Please punish me, Feng Yu said, requesting punishment. She felt very guilty and remorseful for her behavior of offending the divine envoy. It's fine. Xia Changming waved his hand, not taking it to heart. He hadn't revealed the divine token, so Feng Yu was doing her job by carrying out her duties. But Feng Yu did not think so. As one of the 7 pillar gods, she had offended the divine envoy, offended the Divine Emperor. She must be punished. Feng Yu drew her immortal sword and slashed a bloody gash across her slender arm. Fresh blood flowed down her arm, dripping to the ground. Xia Changming was speechless. He had already said it was okay. Why was this girl so stubborn? May Feng Yu asked Divine Envoy, Your Excellency, why you had to kill Du Bin? Feng Yu raised her eyes and asked Xia Changming. She had punished herself for her offense against the Divine Envoy, and now she had to fulfill her duty. Even a Divine Envoy shouldn't kill people at will in Shandu. The Du family relied on its power to bully others and oppress men and women. Don't they deserve to be killed? Xia Changming asked, his gaze stern. Feng Yu's sharp gaze turned to Du Go. Du Go quietly lowered his head, not daring to say a word in rebuttal. He knew about Du Bin's actions. Because he was the only son he gained after so much effort, he was especially indulgent. Seeing that Du Go did not answer, Feng Yu already knew the truth. Such a thing had happened in her jurisdiction, and she knew nothing about it. It was her dereliction of duty. Feng Yu understands. Feng Yu will definitely investigate everything herself. I will severely punish them in accordance with the divine rules, without any delays. Xia Changming nodded, turned and left, leaving behind a final statement, I'll leave the rest to you. After you have investigated, I want the Du family to disappear from Shandu. Xia Changming's words were very casual. There was no trace of anger in his voice, but it made everyone present shiver, their hearts trembling. One sentence decided the fate of an entire family. Feng Yu did not hesitate and agreed decisively. Yes. Dugo lay on the ground, his face like a pool of stagnant water, unable to even beg for mercy. Just a few minutes ago, he was the high and mighty commander of the Shandu guards. In the next second, the Du family was about to disappear from Shandu. What kind of person had his son, Du Bin, provoked? Fatty Defu stood there, stunned, not recovering for a long time. The person he had met and struck up a conversation with was actually the legendary divine envoy of Northern Li, and he had tricked him into believing he was visiting Shandu for the first time. He was putting on a good act. It turned out that all of this was planned by the divine envoy. He must have discovered the Du family's arrogance a long time ago, and was just using him to punish the Du family. No wonder the divine envoy had such a high level of cultivation, and yet had pretended to meet him by chance outside the city gate. Fatty Defu was filled with reverence for Xia Changming. It felt like everything that had happened since he met Xia Changming finally made sense. Xia Changming walked past Fatty Defu, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. What are you thinking about? Go and get what is rightfully yours. Oh, I'm immort. No, divine envoy, your excellency. Divine envoy, your excellency, is wise and powerful. Xia Changming smiled calmly at Fatty Defu's flattery. Ha, let's go. It's time for the first cake shop to be born. I think your cake shop will be very popular. Xia Changming took Su Yueli's hand and walked out of the arena. Thank you for your good words, divine envoy, your excellency. Fatty Defu beamed and hurriedly followed Xia Changming. He stopped beside Li Xiaohua, wanting to say something, with a hesitant expression, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He didn't even look at Li Xiaohua, who was sitting on the ground, and just followed Xia Changming's footsteps and gradually disappeared. Li Xiaohua stared blankly at Fatty Defu, who was walking away. She suddenly felt like she had lost something. She reached her arm out towards Fatty Defu, but she couldn't say anything. She looked down at the imprint on the ground where Du Bin had been burned to ashes, and tears kept falling down her cheeks. She couldn't hold it in anymore, and she crouched down and covered her mouth, letting out silent cries of pain. It seemed like she had nothing left. Feng Yu watched Xia Changming leave, her expression thoughtful. She couldn't help but glance at Su Yueli, who was beside him, whose figure and beauty were so flawless. A woman's intuition told her that this woman's cultivation was no less than her own. When did two more experts above the transcendent immortal realm appear in Shandu? No, just to be safe, she had to personally visit the Divine Emperor. Chapter 213. The Mysterious Divine Emperor. The Divine Capital, atop the Divine Palace. Golden and magnificent palace buildings hung in the sky, jade steps stretching directly towards the heavens. On either side, golden armored guards stood in rigid formation, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Feng Yu hurried up the jade steps, rushing towards the main hall of the Divine Palace. Oh, Feng Yu, where are you rushing off to? A handsome man with long, wavy hair draped behind him leaned against a pillar, teasing Feng Yu. Seeing the wound on Feng Yu's arm, the man's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, "You're injured?" In the Divine Capital, aside from the other 7 pillar gods, who else could possibly injure Feng Yu? A member of the 7 pillar gods? It's just a minor injury, it's nothing. I must see the Divine Emperor. Feng Yu glanced at the man indifferently, not breaking her stride as she continued towards the main hall of the Divine Palace. Reaching the entrance of the main hall, Feng Yu respectfully knelt on one knee, addressing the hall. Feng Yu, a member of the 7 pillar gods, requests an audience with the Divine Emperor. Enter. A languid, cool voice echoed from within the hall. Feng Yu pushed open the heavy doors of the hall and slowly stepped inside the Divine Palace. The interior of the Divine Palace was vast and boundless, illuminated by the celestial flames of phoenixes, making the entire hall incredibly bright and warm. Dozens of delicate phoenixes perched on the beams, their round, beady eyes observing Feng Yu. Feng Yu walked to the bottom of the palace steps, respectfully bowing her head and prostrating herself on the ground. A graceful woman with vibrant, fiery red hair stepped out from the platform with bare feet and looked at Feng Yu and spoke. Tell me, what is your business with the Divine Emperor? Divine Phoenix Adult. Feng Yu has urgent matters to report to the Divine Emperor. Feng Yu replied respectfully, head bowed. The woman before her was one of the two great protectors of the northernly divine kingdom, second only to the divine emperor. Her status was far above the seven pillar gods, and her strength was even more unreachable. She was at the immortal venerable level. The divine emperor is not here. Just tell me what's on your mind, the red-haired woman said casually. Feng Yu seemed to have anticipated this and was not surprised. The divine emperor of the northernly divine kingdom was extremely mysterious, never having made a public appearance and frequently not even within the divine capital. For centuries, almost no one had ever seen the divine emperor's true face, not even the seven pillar gods. The affairs of the northernly divine kingdom were basically handled by this divine phoenix, who relayed the divine emperor's will. But even though they had never seen the divine emperor's true face, they had unwavering faith in his existence. They were deeply loyal, because it was the divine emperor who had bestowed upon them the secret immortal techniques that allowed them to achieve their current levels of cultivation. All the reforms and innovations within the divine capital, as well as the series of measures implemented, were all proposed by the divine emperor. It could be said that the prosperity and renown the northernly divine kingdom enjoyed today were all due to the divine emperor's creation. Divine Phoenix Adult, a divine emissary holding the divine token, has appeared within the divine capital. That person's cultivation is remarkable. I fear I'm no match for him. He's also accompanied by a woman whose cultivation is equally powerful and who doesn't seem to be of the human race. Feng Yu reported to the woman named Divine Phoenix one by one. Before she could finish, she was interrupted. I already know about this matter. They are indeed the divine emissaries appointed by the divine emperor. Let them do as they wish. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu was stunned. So that person really was a divine emissary. Moreover, when Divine Phoenix mentioned him, her tone of voice became much more helpless and gentle. It was probably just her imagination. Then, the divine emissary said that he wanted to erase the Du family from the divine capital. Feng Yu cautiously inquired about Divine Phoenix's opinion. Divine Phoenix's eyes narrowed, her tone becoming harsh, and she coldly retorted. The divine emissary's words are equivalent to the divine emperor's words. Have you forgotten that? Or are you questioning the divine emperor's words? Feng Yu wouldn't dare. Feng Yu suddenly felt a chill run through her, regretting having asked that question. She immediately replied, Feng Yu will take her leave. Wait a moment. As Feng Yu was about to leave the divine palace, Divine Phoenix suddenly called out to her. The Immortal Martial Festival is in 2 days. This Immortal Martial Festival is of great significance. Go and inform the other 7 pillar gods to attend. Tell them it is the divine emperor's order. And if you encounter the divine emissary on the field, do not hold back. Give it your all. Yes, Feng Yu replied, despite being puzzled. She then turned and left the divine palace. After Feng Yu left, Divine Phoenix's lips curled into a slight smile as she muttered, with a mix of annoyance and fondness, that brat is causing me trouble the moment he returns. East Garden Market. The East Garden Market was even more lively and bustling than usual today, filled with a celebratory atmosphere. The overbearing and reckless Du family had finally fallen from grace. Many people in the divine capital, from small vendors to ordinary citizens, had been oppressed by the Du family. Because of the Du family's powerful influence, no one dared to report them. Even if someone did, the matter would be ignored, and they would face even greater retaliation. The people had long suffered under the Du family's reign, so to see them fall was even more joyous than the Immortal Martial Festival. The once closed shop in the gourmet food district had also reopened today. Crowds of people were packed outside the shop, forming a long line that stretched to the end of the district, demonstrating just how popular Fatty DeFu's cooking skills were. Fatty DeFu and a newly hired female apprentice were extremely busy inside the shop, but their faces were filled with hard-earned joy. Xia Changming and Su Yueli sat in the shop, enjoying tea and free snacks. Su Yueli ate with gusto, her identity as a Demon Empress showing in her elegant eating habits, but her mouth never stopped. Divine Emissary, I apologize for the wait. Fatty DeFu placed a cake coated in cream and decorated with beautiful patterns in front of Xia Changming. Not only was the cake decorated with intricate and beautiful patterns, but it also had cookies shaped like the faces of Xia Changming and Su Yueli inserted into it, with strawberries and other fruits arranged around them. Following the Divine Emissary's suggestion, I tried to make one. I don't have anything else to repay the Divine Emissary, so I thought you should be the first to try this cake. It's not done very well. I hope you can forgive me. Fatty DeFu scratched his head, embarrassed. Xia Changming was already full of praise that Fatty DeFu could create such a decent cake with cream so quickly. This was the first cake in the world. You did a very good job. It far exceeded my expectations. Hee, the divine emissary is too kind. How does it taste? Fatty DeFu asked eagerly. Su Yueli stared intently at the cake on the table, her eyes filled with curiosity and a bright light. That night, she had seen Xia Changming and Fatty DeFu working on something. She was very curious about the milky white thing that was exuding a rich milky aroma. Looking at Su Yueli's eager expression, Xia Changming laughed. Wife, want to try it? It would be best to let his sweet loving wife sample it. Su Yueli tried to reach out and grab the cake, but found that the white cream seemed to make her hands dirty, so she simply took a bite directly from the cake. Her delicate nose and the corners of her mouth were covered in cream. Not bad. Su Yueli praised. To get a not bad evaluation from her meant that she was very satisfied with it. I am happy that you like it. Fatty DeFu was very happy to get that kind of feedback. Xia Changming lovingly took out a handkerchief and wiped the cream from Su Yueli's mouth and nose. Su Yueli leaned forward, letting Xia Changming wipe her face filled with enjoyment and smiles. If her tail was visible, it would definitely be happily swaying back and forth. At that moment, Fatty DeFu suddenly felt that he was a bit redundant standing there. Chapter 2:14. Registering for the Immortal Martial Festival, meeting an old friend. Divine Emissary, you're leaving already? Time flew by, and 2 more days had passed. There were only a few days left before the official start of the Immortal Martial Festival, and the official registration to participate had begun. After inquiring about the Immortal Martial Festival with Fatty DeFu, Xia Changming was also prepared to say goodbye. Fatty DeFu stood reluctantly at his doorstep to see them off. Sorry to have troubled you during this time, goodbye. Xia Changming, accompanied by Su Yueli, turned to walk into the crowd. Fatty DeFu knew that cultivators of Xia Changming's strength and status as a divine emissary of the Northernly were certainly entrusted with important tasks, so he didn't say anything to persuade him to stay. He deeply bowed towards the departing Xia Changming and shouted, Immortal Master, you are welcome to come back anytime. The snacks and cakes here will always be free for you. Haha, next time for sure. Xia Changming waved his hand and disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye, vanishing from Fatty DeFu's sight. After saying goodbye to Fatty DeFu, Xia Changming and Su Yueli arrived at a towering and luxurious building. The entrance of the building was packed with crowds of people. A golden, dazzling plaque hung high, and on it were engraved 4 familiar characters for Xia Changming. Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. That's right. This lavish and extravagant building was the branch of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion in the Divine Capital. Even though it was said to be a branch, the majestic sight of the building towering into the sky was far more luxurious than the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion in the Celestial Capital. It was the largest and most extravagant Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion that Xia Changming had ever seen. Without exception, the people lining up outside were all cultivators who were there specifically to register for the Immortal Martial Festival. Xia Changming had felt quite odd when Fatty DeFu mentioned it. The Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion, which never interfered in any faction's affairs, had surprisingly become the place where the Northernly Divine Capital held registration for the Immortal Martial Festival. It was said that they had reached some sort of agreement with the Northernly Divine Kingdom to become a sponsor of the Immortal Martial Festival. As long as someone participated in the Immortal Martial Festival of Northernly, regardless of their ranking, the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion would provide generous rewards and prizes. This had attracted countless cultivators who came to participate. The cultivators in the crowd were of a very mixed background. From the body refinement realm to the divine power realm, every realm was represented. Many people came with a participation is the key attitude, because the Immortal Martial Festival did not allow any fatal injuries. Even if they lost, they would still get prizes, so why not give it a try? When Xia Changming and Su Yueli entered, the interior of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion was already bustling with crowds of people. A pretty maid with a smile on her face walked up to the 2 of them and asked softly, May I ask if the 2 of you have come to register for the Immortal Martial Festival? That's right, Xia Changming replied. The maid immediately turned sideways, extended her arm, and said, Then please follow me. It must be said that the service of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion was as impeccable as always. Almost every group of people was accompanied by a maid who carefully guided them, treating everyone equally regardless of their status. Xia Changming led Su Yueli and followed the maid forward. Suddenly, a commotion and loud cursing came from a group of people on the other side. What is the meaning of this? Are you blind in the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion? This seat is the peerless heavenly king of the heavenly king's palace. Is this how the heaven and earth treasure pavilion is receiving this seat? What kind of rabble are those people? How can they be worthy of being in the same place as this seat? The crowd in the hall turned to look, and they saw an arrogant man scolding a maid from the heaven and earth treasure pavilion angrily. Judging by his realm of cultivation, he was only in the early stages of the celestial realm. It was unclear from which backwoods he had become accustomed to acting as a king, to not know who he was. He even dared to provoke the heaven and earth treasure pavilion. The maid who stood in front of him maintained her smile, unperturbed. A mere mortal maid dared to look down on him. The man instantly felt insulted, and in a rage, he stretched out his palm to attack the maid. A thick hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm tightly. With a slight exertion of force, the man immediately cried out in pain. Ouch! 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 Let go! Let go of me! You dare call yourself I in front of me? Chen Lianxiong picked the man up like he was a small chicken. He brought his coarse, scarred face closer to the man's face, glaring at him with his misaligned eyes. Who gave you the guts to make trouble in the heaven and earth treasure pavilion? Feeling Chen Lianxiong's powerful aura and the hostile look in his eyes, the man's fierce attitude instantly disappeared. Big bro, I was just joking. Please don't mind it. Just joking. Chen Lianxiong smacked his face, making papa sounds. The man did not dare to show any temper and smiled ingratiatingly. Yes, I was just making a joke with her. Oh, then I'll just make a joke with you too. Don't you mind? Before the man could answer, Chen Lianxiong took a big step forward and grabbed him by the neck. He threw him straight out of the heaven and earth treasure pavilion, embedding him into a wall. Afterwards, Chen Lianxiong clicked his tongue and shook his head in disdain. What kind of trash dares to make trouble in the heaven and earth treasure pavilion? The onlookers were used to this. There would always be some self-righteous mountain kings who did not know where they came from. They thought that the maids in the hall were mere mortals, and that the heaven and earth treasure pavilion was easy to bully, not taking them seriously. To be thrown out like this was already considered lucky. Usually, the offenders would have their third leg broken. With no one creating trouble, the heaven and earth treasure pavilion once again returned to its noisy and bustling state, as if nothing had happened. Chen Lianxiong snorted, and was about to leave when someone behind him suddenly stopped him. Chen Lianxiong? Chen Lianxiong frowned at that. Since he had advanced to the heaven venerable realm and became the manager of a continent in the heaven and earth treasure pavilion, it had been a long time since anyone dared to call him by his name directly. Who was this blind person? Chen Lianxiong turned around angrily, but when he saw the person standing behind him, his face turned into a shocked expression, followed by a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. Patriarch Xia, why did you come to the divine capital? You didn't tell me you were coming. I could have hosted you properly. Just passing by. Xia Changming replied, smiling. Chen Lianxiong's speed in switching his moods and his intimate behavior caught Xia Changming a bit off guard. He was just looking at Chen Lianxiong from afar and felt that he looked familiar, so he came over and said hello. He didn't expect it to actually be him. After 20 years, Xia Changming's temperament had changed drastically, but his appearance had not changed much. He was as handsome as ever. Chen Lianxiong had recognized him almost immediately. Almost everyone around them was looking at Xia Changming curiously. This person was actually able to make the manager Chen of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion act this enthusiastically. His attitude was completely different from before. This was something that no one had ever seen, not even when the renowned 7 pillar gods of the divine capital came. The Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion had never been so obsequious to them. For a time, everyone was filled with curiosity about Xia Changming's identity. Manager Chen, aren't you in charge of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion in the celestial capital? Why did you come back to the divine capital? Xia Changming asked curiously. It was rare to meet an old friend. He might as well catch up. Chen Lianxiong laughed as he replied, I told you, you can just call me Little Chen. As for why I came here, well, that's a long story. Chapter 215. They can't compare to you. Since you left the celestial capital 20 years ago, I received an important assignment to come to the divine capital and serve as the chief refinement manager of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. Currently, thousands of refinement masters have gathered in the divine capital, tasked with urgently crafting a batch of important magical artifacts. Chen Lianxiong said with a mysterious smile. Magical artifacts? Xia Changming asked, curious. What kind of magical artifacts would require thousands of refinement masters to spend nearly 20 years to craft? Chen Lianxiong did not answer, only saying, Hee hee. Next time I'll take you to see them, and you'll know. I guarantee it'll shock you. Hearing Chen Lianxiong's words, Xia Changming became even more curious. Thousands of refinement masters. That basically included all the refinement masters from the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Was the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion making a big move? Do you need anything from the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion? Chen Lianxiong asked with a beaming smile. I heard about the Northernly Immortal Martial Festival and came to check out the excitement, Xia Changming replied, smiling. You want to participate in the Immortal Martial Festival? Then this way, please. Chen Lianxiong stepped aside, taking the initiative to lead the way for Xia Changming. The maid next to him was very surprised. She had never seen Manager Chen act so obsequiously to anyone. Everyone else around them was equally shocked and curious about Xia Changming's identity. They had never seen anyone receive such polite treatment from the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. Some people in the crowd recognized Xia Changming as the powerful figure who had defeated the insect Sun that day. The person whom the sword god Fengyu, one of the 7 pillar gods, had respectfully addressed as divine emissary. Rumors about Xia Changming quickly spread throughout the crowd. Don't underestimate that person. He's an old monster at the Transcendent Immortal Realm. Transcendent Immortal Realm? Doesn't that mean he's comparable to the 7 pillar gods? More than that, he seems to be the legendary divine emissary who holds the divine token. I saw the sword god kneel down and call him that with my own eyes. The crowd whispered amongst themselves. The more it was spread, the more outlandish it became. Some said that Xia Changming was following the Divine Emperor's orders, holding a divine token to inspect the divine capital. Some said he might be the Divine Emperor's child, the Divine Emperor's son. Others even claimed that he was the Divine Emperor. Xia Changming was both amused and annoyed. This was his first time in the divine capital. He had never even seen the so-called Divine Emperor. How did all these rumors even start? Shaking his head, he ignored the crowd's speculations. Under Chen Lianxiong's lead, they arrived at the counter. May I ask if only Patriarch Xia will be participating? Chen Lianxiong asked, smiling at Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Even though he had heard all the discussion surrounding Xia Changming, Chen Lianxiong's face showed no reaction as if he had already known everything. Yes, Xia Changming replied. Unexpectedly, Su Yueli interrupted him. This empress will participate as well. Su Yueli glared at him with a bright and eager expression. Xia Changming shook his head, laughing helplessly, but he did not object. He would let his wife join in the fun, but it was very likely that they would end up facing each other in the Immortal Martial Festival. Maybe she was doing it on purpose, and the final match would be between him and her. These are the 2 identity tokens for the Immortal Martial Festival. You can enter the competition with them. Because there are too many participants, there will be several preliminary matches tomorrow. The Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion will post the venue and time later. But this will definitely not be a problem for Patriarch Xia and Madame Xia. Chen Lianxiong chuckled as he handed 2 wooden tokens engraved with Xia Changming's and Su Yueli's names to them. The identity tokens for the Divine Capital's Immortal Martial Festival would be kept by the contestants. They were both a memento and a symbol of honor. With each round that they passed, their identity tokens would be upgraded. Initially, everyone started with the same wooden token. Xia Changming and Su Yueli took the wooden tokens. As they were about to leave, cheers and loud noises erupted behind them. Look, it's the 7 pillar gods. Why did they all come to the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion? Are they here to participate in the Immortal Martial Festival? Ah, with the 7 of them participating, isn't this Immortal Martial Festival a foregone conclusion? The Northernly Divine Emissary and the 7 pillar gods are all participating in the Immortal Martial Festival. This year is so exciting. Amidst the crowd's cheers and surprised gazes, 7 figures who were like wind and fire entered the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. The people in the hall consciously cleared a path. It was an unprecedented moment for the 7 pillar gods to appear at the same time. They were 7 transcendent, immortal realm experts. The invisible pressure and aura emanating from each of them were enough to intimidate everyone present. Feng Yu's figure was also among them, walking at the forefront of the group. The 7 walked to another counter. Feng Yu spoke to the maid behind the counter. Please process our registration for the Immortal Martial Festival. Oh, okay. Please wait a moment. Although the maid at the counter had received special training, she was still a little nervous and uneasy, facing the invisible pressure from 7 transcendent immortal experts. Manager Chen, are you not going to greet them? Xia Changming asked Chen Lianxiong, who stood next to him. Logically, given the reputation of the 7 pillar gods of the divine capital, and their transcendent immortal realm cultivation, the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion, should receive them with the highest courtesy. Yet, in reality, the seven pillar gods were very polite to the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion, and Chun Lianxiong did not seem to have any intention of going to greet them. In response, Chun Lianxiong just smiled mysteriously and said, "Those seven adults are certainly of high status, but they can't compare to you." Xia Changming was slightly puzzled. He was hiding his immortal, venerable cultivation, and Chun Lianxiong should not have known that he had already achieved that level. What did he mean by saying that? A small Xia family wasn't worthy of such treatment from the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. After Feng Yu and the other six each received their identity tokens, they turned around and happened to see Xia Changming's figure. Feng Yu immediately took the initiative to walk towards him, stood in front of him, and bowed deeply, greeting him, "Divine Emissary." The surrounding crowd was astonished. They no longer doubted Xia Changming's identity as the Divine Emissary with the Divine Token. To be treated so respectfully by the sword god Feng Yu, one of the seven pillar gods, was certainly undeniable. The other six pillar gods behind Feng Yu were also shocked as they stared at Xia Changming. They had all heard about the matter. A divine emissary holding a divine token had appeared in the divine capital. The divine emperor had ordered all seven pillar gods to participate in the immortal martial festival and instructed them to go all out against the divine emissary if they encountered him. They had just not expected that the legendary divine emissary would be a young man who looked like he was still a teenager. A man with a sword at his waist and eyebrows as sharp as sword blades frowned, obviously expressing his doubts about Xia Changming's identity as a divine emissary. Looking at the sword wound on Feng Yu's arm, the man's expression became even more displeased. He could not help but walk up to Feng Yu, his eyes fixed on Xia Changming, and asked coldly, "You are the so-called divine emissary?" With that, the man unleashed a massive, sharp spiritual pressure at Xia Changming. Feng Yu was shocked and quickly reprimanded, "Lu Feng, do not be disrespectful to the divine emissary." Xia Changming narrowed his eyes. An invisible, sharp sword intent erupted and instantly shattered Lu Feng's spiritual pressure, piercing into his mind. Lu Feng was shocked. His eyes were filled with terror, and his feet unintentionally took a step back. In that instant, he felt an invisible sword pierce his brow. He had experienced a brush with death. Divine emissary. "I apologize on behalf of Lu Feng." Feng Yu quickly pressed Lu Feng's head down to apologize. Xia Changming didn't care and walked past Lu Feng, coldly leaving behind the words, "There will be no next time." Chapter 216. The Strange Old Man Predicting Love Fortunes. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Xia Changming left the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion with Su Yueli. It would still be a few hours before the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion posted the notice for tomorrow's Immortal Martial Festival preliminaries. With nothing to do during this time, Xia Changming decided to explore the Divine Capital with Su Yueli. Even though they had been in the Divine Capital for a few days, they had only explored a small corner of it. There were many places worth exploring in the huge Divine Capital. At this moment, the two of them strolled hand in hand on a street filled with jewelry and ornaments. The carpets on both sides of the street were filled with dazzling ornaments and jewels, which were a feast for the eyes. The whole street was basically filled with young couples. Su Yueli occasionally glanced at the dazzling jewelry on the ground with an appreciative gaze. When they passed a plain-looking stall, Su Yueli suddenly stopped, her eyes fixed on two jade-green round beads on the stall. They were just a pair of very ordinary spiritual artifacts. They were called twin beads, with the symbolism of twins, dragon, and phoenix symbolizing good luck. The so-called symbolism was actually just a fabrication that people made up to get more people to buy. She had seen this pair of spiritual artifacts at the Celestial Capital Festival, also like this with Xia Changming. She remembered that she had crushed the pair of beads into powder back then. Thinking back to the past, a beautiful smile formed on Su Yueli's lips. Seeing Su Yueli staring at the stall, Xia Changming thought she had taken a fancy to something again. So he asked, "Wife, did you see something you liked? Your husband will buy it for you." "Humph." Su Yueli chuckled and did not reply. She pulled Xia Changming away from the stall. As Xia Changming was feeling confused, she turned her head and smiled. She lightly touched the pair of wooden fox hairpins on her head and said, "This empress already has the best. I do not need anything else." Xia Changming smiled and walked closer to Su Yueli. The two walked hand in hand, their fingers interlaced. They seemed like a divine couple, making everyone else envious. However, this beautiful and romantic atmosphere did not last long before it was interrupted by a shout in the distance. "Damn it, you liar. How dare you say that my wife doesn't love me? And that the child isn't mine? That she will swindle me out of my money in the future? Bah! I will smash your crappy stall today." The loud, angry shouts immediately attracted the attention of the people around the street, and they all gathered to watch the scene. When they saw a person who looked like a woman and wore a completely black robe that covered her face sitting in front of a simple stall, the crowd instantly understood, appearing as if they had already seen something similar. "It's that old woman again. How many times is this already? That old woman is really not afraid of getting beaten to death." Listening to the discussions of the people around them, Xia Changming became interested and asked the person closest to him, "May I ask what has happened?" "You don't know. That black-clothed old woman set up a fortune-telling stall here. She doesn't calculate anything but the future of couples. This was originally a good thing, but this old woman always says that the couple is either going to have a fight or break up soon, or that one of them will murder the other for money in a few days. Tell me, when these married or dating couples hear that, can they not get angry?" The man explained to Xia Changming helplessly. This strange old woman had set up a stall here for a while. Things like this happened every day, and they were used to it. Another person chimed in, "That's so true. Couples are out enjoying a stroll, and they're there to have fun. This old woman is good. Not only does she not say anything nice, but she also says such harsh things. If she just pretended to say 2 good words, people would be willing to give her money. If the rules didn't forbid fights in the divine capital, this old woman would have been beaten to death long ago." Listening to the words of the people around him, Xia Changming shook his head, laughing. He wasn't mocking that strange old woman, but he was mocking everyone else around him. In front of them was a powerhouse whose cultivation he could not even see through. The aura on her body was concealed very well. It was because it was so well concealed that it was even stranger. Ordinary mortals had some weak spiritual energy, but she had nothing at all. An unknown powerhouse was setting up a stall in the divine capital to predict people's love fortunes and their future. The divine capital was truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The man who had been getting his fortune read pointed at the baby in the woman's arms and yelled at the black-robed woman, "Open your dog eyes and take a good look. What part of this child does not look like me?" The crowd had wanted to speak up for the man, because to say that someone's child was not their own was really too much. But when they saw the bronze skin of the baby in the woman's arms and compared it to the man's yellow-brown skin, they quietly held back their words. "This child has bronze skin and strong tendons, possessing the bloodline of a barbarian. How could it be your child?" the black-robed woman replied in an old, raspy voice. However, the man, who was beside himself with anger, did not listen. He flipped over her stall with one hand. "Bullshit. My wife loves me so much. How could she betray me? This child's skin is dark from being out in the sun. Right, wife?" the man asked loudly to the woman next to him. The woman's expression was flustered, and her eyes darted around. She pretended to be calm and said, "Why, yes. The child's skin is darker from the sun. Did you hear that?" After receiving the woman's confirmation, the man turned around and grabbed the black-robed woman's collar, looking menacing. The black-robed woman did not answer him, because she knew that if a person chose to immerse themselves in a world they wished to believe in, you would never be able to wake them up. She had said all that she was going to say. Seeing that the black-robed woman did not speak, the man thought she was feeling guilty. Angrily, he raised his fist to punch her. At this moment, a palm suddenly grabbed his arm. The man turned around angrily. When he saw Xia Changming's imposing figure, most of his anger dissipated. He asked weakly, "Immortal Master, do you know her?" "I do not." Then why did you help her?" "I'm saving you." "Now, scram," Xia Changming said bluntly. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the man was instantly terrified. After regaining his senses, he immediately ran away from the crowd with his wife. Seeing that the situation was over, the rest of the crowd also dispersed in disappointment. The black-robed woman silently picked up the table and gathered the scattered objects. She packed her things as if she was planning to leave. "Are you going to leave?" Xia Changming asked. The black-robed woman sighed. "I have seen 100 people, but not one pair will be together for long. The world is going downhill. There is no love left in this world. There's no point in this old one staying here any longer." With that, the black-robed woman began to leave. Xia Changming suddenly called out from behind her, "Then, may I ask if you would tell the fortunes of my wife and I?" Chapter 217. A Future of Eternal Union. "Oh, you also want this old one to predict your future with your wife?" Are you not afraid that this old one will ruin your relationship? The black-robed woman stopped, observing Xia Changming with interest. Su Yueli looked a little worried, nervously tightening her grip on Xia Changming's hand. She could also see that the black-robed woman had an extraordinary cultivation base and should have some real abilities. She was confident that her relationship with Xia Changming would never change. What she was worried about was the possibility of a non-existent future appearing. Feeling the nervousness in his beloved's hand, Xia Changming stroked the back of Su Yueli's hand and gave her a reassuring look. Interesting. This old one is seeing such a combination for the first time. Truly interesting. This old one has changed my mind. Today, I must calculate your fortunes. The black-robed woman repeatedly scrutinized Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Her keen eyes, hidden beneath her black robe, had already seen through Su Yueli's identity as a demon. A human-demon couple. This was the first time she had seen it in thousands of years. How interesting. No matter what, she had to give them a reading. The black-robed woman eagerly moved the table in front of Xia Changming, then sat down. She spread out a tablecloth, arranged some strange ornaments on the table, and after completing the preparations, she patted the table and said, "Sit." The ritualistic feeling was very strong. Xia Changming led Su Yueli, and they sat down together at the table. Before they began, the black-robed woman said beforehand, "This old one will say this first. No matter what the result, this old one will not hide anything. Don't blame this old one for being blunt." "It's all right, please, senior, proceed," Xia Changming replied, smiling. Su Yueli also placed her jade-like arm on the table. The black-robed woman said no more and placed her hands on each of their palms. "Oh, a celestial physique. There's actually someone else in this world like that fella? This old one personally doesn't like people with celestial physiques." Xia Changming looked slightly surprised. Aside from him, it seemed that only his master had a celestial physique. Did this old woman in front of him know his master? And this one is... Oh, a nine-tailed demon fox. Also someone who reincarnated from a divine fetus. Interesting, so interesting. The moment the black-robed woman placed her hand in Xia Changming's and Su Yueli's palms, she immediately saw through their celestial true forms. She seemed very happy and excited, and her tone sounded very pleasant. Being able to easily see through their true forms, this old woman was clearly extraordinary. This old one will begin. The black-robed woman muttered complex ancient words. Her palms emitted waves of dark green spiritual energy. The aura of the spiritual energy was very unique. It drew out two different types of spiritual energy from Xia Changming and Su Yueli, gathering them together in front of her along her arms. An invisible, transparent spiritual energy intertwined with a vibrant, purple spiritual energy. They fused with each other, like a knitted ball formed by two different colored threads. The ancient witches. From the spiritual energy emanating from the black-robed woman and the strange ancient language that she spoke, Xia Changming finally confirmed the true identity of the black-robed woman before him. She was actually an ancient witch who had disappeared for thousands of years. It was rumored that the witches had long become extinct from the world. He didn't expect that there would still be survivors. If she was not a descendant of the witches, then she must have at least lived for thousands of years. This is... The heavenly Tao is obstructing it. It cannot be seen. The black-robed woman exclaimed in shock. Spiritual energy connected to heaven and earth, and also to the spiritual sea of consciousness, leading to the origin of all things. She could use the secret arts of the witches to draw out and intertwine spiritual energies, allowing her to see into their future. But from the interwoven spiritual energies of Xia Changming and Su Yueli, she could see nothing. It was all a vast expanse of white. It was as if the heavenly Tao was obstructing them. She could see nothing. When the black-robed woman tried to peer through the hazy mist, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. The heavenly Tao has turned against me. The black-robed woman's eyes widened in horror. If the heavenly Tao was obstructing her, it meant that at least one of the two in front of her would do something in the future that would affect the heavenly Tao. They were the chosen ones. Senior, are you all right? Xia Changming, seeing the black-robed woman suddenly spit out blood, couldn't help but feel worried. Peering into the future went against the heavenly Tao. He just didn't expect the backlash to be so severe. Why don't you forget about it? No. If the heavenly Tao won't let this old one see, this old one will see. The black-robed woman grabbed Xia Changming's arm that was trying to pull away. Xia Changming was at a loss for words and worried. She was defying the heavenly Tao just to see the future. Was she not afraid of being obliterated by the heavenly Tao? Mystical power, ancient divine sight. The black-robed woman let out a soft cry. A vast aura of mystical power and law spread out from her body. A dark black pupil opened on her forehead. The pupil looked at Xia Changming and Su Yueli, drawing out strands of spiritual energy from between their eyebrows before focusing on the ball of intertwined spiritual energy between them. After a long time, the black-robed woman released Xia Changming and Su Yueli's hands and fell silent. May I ask, Senior, what is it? Su Yueli asked, unable to wait any longer. She felt a hint of tension within her. Seeing the nervousness and unease in Su Yueli's eyes, the black-robed woman smiled and said, "Don't worry. The blending of your spiritual energies is inseparable, like the intertwining of your future. This old one has seen the most sincere and deepest connection. Your future has already been decided. You two are destined to be together forever. Thank you, Senior." Hearing the black-robed woman's words, the nervousness in Su Yueli's heart finally dissipated and joy appeared on her delicate face. She looked at Xia Changming with a gentle and proud expression. From her face, Xia Changming seemed to read the words, "It's your honor to be with this empress." "Thank you, Senior. This is a small gift, it's not much." Xia Changming smiled indulgently and gave the black-robed woman almost all the spirit stones in his ring. However, the black-robed woman did not accept it. She just smiled and said, "This old one has already received the most valuable reward. No need for formalities." Xia Changming didn't insist and got up to say goodbye. These spirit stones were indeed useless to an immortal venerable. Watching Xia Changming and Su Yueli walk away, the black-robed woman whispered softly, "They both have the determination to die for each other. How can a love this deep be separated? But how will they stay together forever? Let this old one witness it with my own eyes." The black-robed woman covered her face with her black robe, rocking her body back and forth in excitement. "This is too interesting. I'm even a little envious." After leaving the black-robed woman, Xia Changming and Su Yueli continued to walk hand in hand along the street. The atmosphere was peaceful. Suddenly, Su Yueli seemed to have remembered something and said to Xia Changming beside her, "This empress seems to have left something behind. Wait here for a bit." With that, Su Yueli ran back and did not forget to tell him, "Don't follow me." It didn't seem like she had left something there. He didn't know what she was up to again. Xia Changming had no choice but to stay in place and wait. When Su Yueli returned to the black-robed woman's stall and saw that she was still there, she was relieved. She was worried that the woman would have already left. The black-robed woman seemed unsurprised to see her. As if she had expected her to return, she asked, "Are you here to ask this old one about children?" Chapter 218. The Secret Potion of the Witches. "Why you? How did you know?" Su Yueli asked in alarm, her delicate face flushing with a slight blush. The black-robed woman had deliberately waited here without leaving. She probably predicted that Su Yueli would return to ask about the issue of children. The black-robed woman stared at Su Yueli and smiled. "Your eyes hold a deep worry, and this old one's eyes cannot be fooled. Then, may I ask you, Senior, can humans and demons give birth to children?" Since she had been seen through, Su Yueli stopped hiding and sat down in front of the black-robed woman, asking seriously. She had never worried that Xia Changming would leave her one day. What she worried about was not being able to bear him children. She had been married to Xia Changming for a long time and had experienced marital intimacy with him several times. Yet there were still no signs. This made her deeply worried. "Have you been worried because of the ancient rumor that humans and demons cannot give birth to children?" The black-robed woman asked, smiling. Su Yueli nodded. "Ha ha ha. That is just a rumor after all. Since ancient times, humans and demons have never married, and it's even more unheard of for them to fall in love with each other. If they never loved each other, then how can they talk about having children?" The black-robed woman explained. In her opinion, the so-called inability of humans and demons to give birth to children was purely absurd. It was just a grudge that had accumulated between the warring human and demon races. That was why they spread such rumors. Su Yueli understood the black-robed woman's words, and her eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed again. "Senior's meaning is clear to me, but it is said that some humans did those things to demon women, and indeed, none of the demon women bore any children. This was a rumor that was widely circulated throughout the 9 provinces and 10 lands. It was also an important reason why many people firmly believed that humans and demons could not have children, because many predecessors had already tried it several times. In response, the black-robed woman said with great disdain and anger, This old one personally witnessed the experiment about humans and demons being unable to produce children. It was all because that fellow wasn't capable enough. He only claimed to the world that humans and demons cannot have children for the sake of saving his face. And because of this, the world has misunderstood it for a very long time. I see, Xuanhuan said, surprised and very happy at the same time. It turned out that the nearly 1,000-year-old divide between humans and demons was just a misunderstanding. Then, it meant that she could actually bear him children. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, Senior. Xuanhuan stood up and respectfully bowed to the black-robed woman, her gratitude showing. The worry that had always been deep in her heart had now dissipated. The black-robed woman casually waved her hand, saying, "You don't have to be so polite. You and him share the same heart, your love for each other is deep, and you have a bond of blood. When the opportunity arrives, having children is only a matter of time." Yueli understands, Xuanhuan said, her face slightly flushed. She thought she was clear on what the so-called opportunity referred to. The black-robed woman pondered for a moment and slowly took out an ancient bottle containing dark black medicine from her sleeve and placed it in front of Xuanhuan. "Senior, this is?" Xuanhuan asked, looking at the ancient bottle with confusion. The black-robed woman coughed twice before explaining. "This is an ancient secret potion of the witches. If a man takes it, it can help the woman conceive a child sooner." "Really?" Xuanhuan widened her beautiful eyes, gazing at the dark black potion on the table in surprise. Although she now knew that humans and demons could have children, it probably wouldn't be that easy to conceive a divine fetus with both Xia Changming and her at the immortal venerable level. If this ancient potion really had this miraculous effect, then it would truly be a rare medicine in the world. It would be enough to attract countless powerful cultivators to compete for it. It only has a bit of a miraculous effect, but this medicine also has some considerable side effects. It must be used with caution. The black-robed woman seriously cautioned. Xuanhuan couldn't help but furrow her brows, and her expression became solemn. "What are the side effects?" It might make you unable to move for 3 days? Unable to move for 3 days? That doesn't matter. Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, being unable to move for 3 days was not a big deal. She could still accept that, but something was strange in her heart. Why would she be the one who suffered the side effects if the man took it? The black-robed woman? Seeing Xuanhuan's serious expression, the black-robed woman did not know how to answer her for a moment. Clearly, this young girl did not understand what she meant. How could this 9-tailed demon fox be so pure? "Senior, can you sell me this medicine?" Yueli is willing to pay a high price to get it. Xuanhuan didn't overthink it and asked, pointing to the secret potion on the table. This is the last bottle I have left. Seeing that you are destined to have it, this old one will give it to you." The black-robed woman pushed the secret potion on the table in front of Xuanhuan. "How can I do that?" When Xuanhuan heard that it was the last bottle of secret medicine left and how valuable it must be, she immediately waved her hand and said. However, the black-robed woman was determined to give her the secret potion for free and said unequivocally, "If you don't want it, just throw it away." With the black-robed woman having said that, Xuanhuan had no choice but to accept the secret potion, saying her gratitude once again. "Thank you very much, Senior. There's no need for formalities." The black-robed woman chuckled. In fact, she was very much looking forward to the moment when a child was born between the human and demon races. That would definitely be a historic moment in the 9 provinces and 10 lands, a testament to the love between humans and demons. She definitely wanted to witness it with her own eyes. That was why she especially wanted to give this secret potion to Xuanhuan. After Xuanhuan accepted the secret potion and left, the black-robed woman happily packed up her stall, getting ready to leave. She suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to tell her something important. The medicine was very potent. She only needed to drop 1 or 2 drops into the water to take it. She probably wouldn't pour it all in at once, would she? The black-robed woman worriedly thought. She was considering whether to go find Xuanhuan to tell her about it when she suddenly felt an ominous premonition. She dropped her stall and flashed away. No good. She has come for her. After the black-robed woman left, a woman in white celestial robes with a pure and beautiful face suddenly walked out from a small alleyway at the side. The woman moved her jade-like feet and also disappeared from the spot in an instant. Tens of thousands of miles away from the divine capital, in a dense forest, the black-robed woman stopped and looked around warily. After confirming that no one was there, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had shaken her off. Immortal Venerable Gu Yu. A soft voice suddenly sounded from behind her. The black-robed woman instantly tensed up and slowly turned her head to look at the woman who had chased after her. Wu Mingzi. She had been hiding from her for hundreds of years, but she had found her again. When she used her mystical power to predict the future for Xia Changming and Su Yueli, she had a premonition that Wu Mingzi might sense her. She just didn't expect that she was so close to the divine capital. How did she find her so quickly? If she had not stayed behind to wait for Su Yueli to return to her, she would have run a long time ago. She would not have been cornered here. Immortal Venerable Gu Yu. How have you been? Wu Mingzi asked with her hands behind her back as she looked at the black-robed woman. Thanks to you, I've been living a life of hiding, the black-robed woman said unhappily. Her tone was no longer the old and raspy voice, but a bell-like sound similar to that of a young girl. There was no one around. The black-robed woman stretched out her hands and slowly took off her black robe. Chapter 219. Wu Mingzi, destined for a lonely life. As the black robe was removed, a bewitching face, full of exotic charm, was revealed to the world. The young woman's cheeks were adorned with ancient witch clan markings. They were not unpleasant to look at. Instead, they accentuated her beauty. Silver moon earrings hung from her earlobes. Between her eyebrows, two curved silver moons intersected. She had thin lips and bright eyes. Her dark pupils were as deep as an abyss, and the depths of her eyes resembled a bright moon. Her seductive appearance made her seem like nothing more than a beautiful girl of 17 or 18 years old. After removing her black robe, Gu Yu didn't continue to pretend. She said helplessly, "You caught me after all. Let's make this clear beforehand. Your plan to resist the demon race has nothing to do with me. I will never participate." Gu Yu's natural voice was like a silver bell. Her spoiled tone of voice was also mixed with a playful and cute style. Compared to her old and raspy voice from under her black robe, it was hard to imagine that they came from the same person. The supreme demon god has returned to the 9 provinces and 10 lands. The demon race will definitely make a comeback. When that happens, stop, stop, stop. I've heard those words from you countless times for the last 1,000 years. I can recite them from memory. This is a matter between you humans and the demon race. It has nothing to do with me. I will not participate. Gu Yu covered her ears, shook her head, and acted like she wouldn't listen, all while acting spoiled. The witches are also a branch of the ancient human race. Wu Mingzi said softly. Gu Yu raised her slender arm, which was covered in witch markings, and said solemnly, "I hereby announce that the witches are officially removed from the human race." Wu Mingzi looked at Gu Yu helplessly. She was clearly a person who had lived for more than 1,000 years like her, yet she still acted like a child. She really didn't know how to deal with her. She could fight her, but that would not gain Gu Yu's cooperation. What she wanted was Gu Yu's wholehearted help, not temporary compromises. If she could obtain Gu Yu's help, she would have a higher chance of victory when facing the returning demon race. However, Gu Yu was only interested in the trivial things of the mundane world. "You should go back. I have already found something that I truly want to do. I will not interfere with your plans," Gu Yu said resolutely, waving her hand. "The so-called thing that you truly want to do, is it to predict the future of others' relationships?" Wu Mingzi asked. As soon as Gu Yu heard that, she frowned immediately, displeased. "This is a very meaningful thing. Do you know how many men's and women's love stories this can save? Although it doesn't seem like it's worked out that well so far. But I have successfully found a very interesting love story. I want to witness them getting together in the end." Gu Yu clenched her fist and spoke with great passion and righteousness. It was as if she had found her life goal and was doing something amazing. Wu Mingzi sighed softly. It was indeed like this again. She had tried to persuade this stubborn and strange witch immortal venerable many times, but she could never convince her. Every time she ran away, it was hard to find her again. But this time, she did not plan to force her. Wu Mingzi slowly turned her back. Before she left, she said to Gu Yu, "I hope immortal venerable Gu Yu will reconsider and work together to protect all living things instead of immersing yourself in observing the love stories of others." Okay, I'll consider it," Gu Yu said, tilting her head, her tone extremely perfunctory. Then, as if she had thought of something, she pouted her lips. She turned the topic and said, smiling, "Rather than that so-called plan to resist the demon race and save the world, I'm more interested in you." "Me?" Wu Mingzi stopped and turned her head, looking at Gu Yu with confusion. Gu Yu's eyes gleamed as she scrutinized Wu Mingzi's slender and immaculate body like a beast looking at its prey. She was very curious. Very curious. What kind of romantic future would someone like Wamingzi, who had no desires, have? She really wanted to see it. Guyu rubbed her hands together, showing a flattering and sly smile. She said affectionately, "Little Wu-Wu, how about I also check your love fortune?" Wamingzi frowned lightly. She was a little uncomfortable with Guyu's name for her, but she did not say anything. She just sighed and said calmly, "Immortal Venerable Guyu, peering into the future goes against the will of the heavenly Tao. If you continue like this, you will be punished by the heavenly Tao sooner or later. Don't be so willful." "Humph. I'm only looking into the romantic fortune, which doesn't count as going against the will of the heavenly Tao. If I cannot observe the romantic fortune of others, what's the point of my life? Besides, I have already endured the heavenly Tao's lightning, and I've received the backlash from the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao can't do anything to me." Guyu snorted coldly, her expression stubborn and proud. Seeing that she could not be persuaded, Wamingzi shook her head and was about to turn around and leave. Guyu became anxious and quickly flashed in front of Wamingzi, asking, "Wait, you haven't let me check for you yet." "There's no need," Wamingzi said calmly, and walked right past Guyu. "Aren't you curious about which man you will form a Tao partnership with in the future?" Guyu asked, refusing to give up, as she followed behind Wamingzi. "I'm not curious," Wamingzi replied calmly. "Aren't you curious whether you will have children in the future?" "I'm not curious." "Aren't you curious about how you will be in the future?" Faced with this question, Wamingzi stopped and looked thoughtful. She had already given up any hope for her future, but she had deep hope for others, for how the 9 provinces and 10 lands would be in the future, and for the future of the human race. Seeing Wamingzi's thoughtful expression, Guyu was delighted, thinking she had finally persuaded her. But it only lasted for a moment. Wamingzi continued to reply, "I'm not curious. Everything is destined by fate. What use is it for me to be curious? It's nothing more than peering into the heavenly Tao to know it a little earlier. That would only affect my Tao heart. It's better to leave it a mystery and look forward to it." You're going to anger me to death." Unable to persuade Wamingzi, Guyu pouted angrily and turned to leave. Even without checking, she could probably guess. With Wamingzi's wooden head, and her mind only focused on caring for the world and resisting the demon race, she had no thoughts on this subject at all. Even if thousands of years passed, she would not have the slightest change in her romantic fortune. She was destined for a lonely life. How boring. Before Guyu left, she turned her head and asked curiously, "By the way, why did you find me so quickly?" Even if she had used her mystical power and Wamingzi had sensed her energy signature, it shouldn't have been so easy to find her. According to her plan, she would have had plenty of time to escape after Su Yueli had left. Wamingzi had a faint smile on her face as she said to Guyu, "Welcome to the divine capital." With that, Wamingzi disappeared from the spot in an instant. Guyu was confused. She frowned and looked at the direction where Wamingzi had disappeared. She sighed deeply. Clearly, she had said that everything was destined by fate, but in the end, she was doing everything she could to achieve the future that she was looking forward to. If fate was destined, and the demon race would surely return, then aren't you also going against the will of the heavenly Tao? You are truly. Chapter 220, The Refined and Charming Man. On the other side, after Su Yueli left, Xia Changming stood alone on the street, waiting. The bustling crowds and various beasts pulling carts moved like a river, constantly passing by him. Suddenly, a stall selling birds and beasts behind him emitted a series of noisy chirping sounds. Xia Changming turned around and saw a few azure birds with feathers as pure and white as snow. Their figures faintly radiated a glow. They were chirping non-stop, fluttering their wings, and hitting the cage. Their expressions were terrified and anxious, as if they sensed something terrifying. Many people had also gathered around the stall after hearing the noise, curiously staring at the inexplicably agitated spirit birds. Why have the spirit birds suddenly become like this? They were fine just now? Did they eat something bad? It seems like they are startled by something. The stall owner tried to comfort the startled spirit birds, but he was almost attacked, which frightened him, and he took a few steps back. Before long, all the spirit birds had all died inexplicably in the cage. How did they all die? The stall owner looked at the spirit birds in the cage with a shocked expression, his heart filled with heartache. Each spirit bird was very expensive. He had spent a lot of money to buy them from the Holy Land, and they had all died as soon as they arrived in the divine capital. He was cursing in his heart. Xia Changming's expression was puzzled. Spirit birds came from the Holy Land. They were beautiful in appearance and were known for being gentle. They were the most beloved pet birds. Although they did not have very high cultivation, spirit birds were unusually sensitive to spiritual energy and were very demanding on their environment. They generally needed to live in places where the spiritual energy was pure and abundant. Could it be that the environment was too poor, causing all of these spirit birds to die? But based on the spiritual aura of the divine capital, it could be considered to be one of the best in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. It should not have caused all of these spirit birds to die at the same time. Rather than saying that the spirit birds were killed by colliding with things or by being harmed by the environment, it seemed like they had been frightened to death by something. At this time, a figure suddenly walked up to Xia Changming from behind. Their footsteps were light and soundless. Even he hadn't noticed them. Life is truly both fragile and beautiful, isn't it? The man said, gazing at the dead spirit birds with a sigh. Indeed, that is why life is rare and precious, Xia Changming said calmly, his gaze carefully observing the man before him. Normally, he would not pay attention to a man this much, but he couldn't help but look at the man in front of him a few more times. His face was as clean as fine jade. His eyebrows were like ink paintings. His long and straight ink-black hair was tied behind him. His handsome face possessed a rare feminine softness. He wore a long, luxurious black robe, revealing a slender figure as black as ink. He had a refined figure and face, but it also revealed a hint of a bewitching aura. Xia Changming's first reaction was that the man in front of him was unusual. Yet, he could not sense any spiritual energy from him, as if he was just a handsome-looking mortal. The man had a modest and refined smile on his face. His clear, ink-black eyes were also observing Xia Changming. Is there something wrong with my face? Xia Changming asked. He remained vigilant against the man in his heart. The man slowly shook his head, smiling softly. There's nothing wrong. I just think that you look a lot like an old friend that I haven't seen for a long time. Your aura is somewhat similar to hers. But she's a woman, so I was mistaken. I apologize. The man's apology sounded very sincere, and coupled with his gentle and refined face, it was indeed difficult to not be fond of him. But Xia Changming, on the contrary, remained guarded against the man. May I ask what your friend's name is? Perhaps I might know them. I could help you find them. Thank you, but there is no need to trouble you. I don't want to see her at this time, the man said, politely declining. Since the other party didn't want to say it, Xia Changming didn't force it. He was just trying to probe the other party's words and guess their identity. Perhaps there was some kind of entanglement between them and they didn't want to see each other. The man looked at the dense crowds and the surrounding bustling stalls. His lips curved upwards slightly and a smile appeared on his face. He said something inexplicable to Xia Changming. It's truly lively here. It's wonderful. I hope that this view can last a little longer. Xia Changming didn't answer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and stared at him. He felt like his words did not seem like a prayer or yearning for the view in front of him. This is my first time here, so I'm not familiar with the area. May I ask if there's anything worth visiting here? The man was unbothered by Xia Changming's narrowed gaze. He pointed his delicate fingers at the ground and asked him, did he mean that this was his first time in the divine capital? Xia Changming thought for a moment and pointed to the East Garden Market on the other side, saying, there's an East Garden Market there. They sell all kinds of things. And the food there is also good. Oh, food. I happen to be a little hungry. Thank you. The man seemed to be very interested upon hearing that. I feel that I'm destined to have a connection with you. We will surely meet again in the future. After leaving those words for Xia Changming, the man gave a soft smile and turned away, disappearing into the crowd. Xia Changming stood in place, staring intently at the man's departure, his expression thoughtful. Even when Su Yueli stood behind him, he didn't notice it. Husband, what are you looking at? What are you looking at so intently? Su Yueli stood next to Xia Changming and looked in the direction he was gazing, but could only see the moving crowds. The man had long since vanished into the crowd. For some reason, Xia Changming also had this feeling in his heart. He would definitely meet this man again in the future. It's nothing, Xia Changming said with a smile, turning his head to look at Su Yueli. Did you find what you left behind, wife? Yes, I found it. A trace of panic flashed in Su Yueli's eyes. She quietly hid the witch clan's secret medicine in her hand. She didn't know whether this thing was actually effective. She would find a chance to make him drink it next time. The list for the Immortal Martial Festival preliminaries has been posted. Someone in the distance shouted excitedly. The street suddenly became even more lively, and everyone rushed towards the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion to see it. Xia Changming and Su Yueli also returned to the towering and magnificent building of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. They looked up at the list that was posted in midair with a large red banner. The red banner was densely covered with the names of those participating in the Immortal Martial Festival, estimated to be in the tens of thousands. There, Xia Changming quickly found his name on the red banner. Coincidentally, Su Yueli's name was also on the same group of preliminary matches as him. Su Yueli craned her neck and looked at him with her beautiful eyes, her small mouth curving into a smile as she was full of anticipation. Chapter 221. Silver Dragon Spear God, Zhao Xian. The next morning, the Immortal Martial Festival arrived as scheduled. Outside the divine capital, in a wide, lush, and intricate valley, hundreds of figures stood suspended in midair, each eyeing the others with suspicion and vigilance. Today was the preliminary round of the Immortal Martial Festival. Spectators thronged the skies above the valley, some maneuvering strange and exotic magical artifacts, others perched on flying beasts, and ordinary mortals were riding countless floating celestial vessels. The valley below was the arena for the preliminary round. Tens of thousands of participating cultivators would be randomly divided into groups of 5,000 and thrust into the valley for a chaotic, battle royale-style competition. The only rule was that no one was to be killed. Everything else was fair game. Only the last 10 remaining cultivators from each group would qualify for the next stage of the main competition. After the battles of the previous groups, it was finally the last group's turn, the one Xia Changming was in. Because the groupings were entirely random, there were significant discrepancies in the cultivation levels of the participants in each group, causing the preliminary rounds to end surprisingly quickly. Xia Changming's gaze swept towards Su Yueli, who was hovering in the air on the other side. She had deliberately acted as if she didn't know him, standing on the opposite side. Looks like this little girl is playing for real. Catching Xia Changming's gaze, Su Yueli smiled mischievously, lifted her chin slightly, and gave him a provocative look. Everyone, please descend into the forest. Once the signal is given, the competition will officially begin. The referee, who was overseeing the competition, flew in front of the crowd and instructed them. Having already seen the previous group's preliminaries, everyone was familiar with the rules. They descended into the forest, each seeking the most advantageous terrain. Seeing that Su Yueli had gone to the west side, Xia Changming landed in the forest on the east. Bang! A streak of spiritual light shot across the sky, exploding like fireworks. The competition had officially begun. The entire valley was filled with the sounds of intense fighting. Spells and martial arts techniques clashed, and dazzling rays of spiritual light flashed through the sky. Figures moved with lightning speed, darting between trees. In just a few moments, many were eliminated from the competition. The fighting on the west side of the forest was particularly brutal, with constant screams of terror and pain. Xia Changming strolled through the trees, looking towards the several towering foxtails in the western forest. The foxtails swept through the area, flattening large swathes of forest. Countless cultivators were forced out of the competition. Every strike made the entire valley tremble. It's the nine-tailed fox. Run! The others scrambled, fleeing desperately from the devastating force of the foxtails. Xia Changming shook his head. At this rate, my wife is going to flatten the whole valley. Just then, he heard unmasked footsteps behind him. The sound of the footsteps on the fallen leaves was clear and crisp. Xia Changming turned around to see a long-haired man in light, close-fitting clothing, with a lively expression, walking toward him. The man had a carefree look about him. A silver spear was resting on the back of his neck, his hands hooked over the spear shaft. He walked with a relaxed and fluid stride. Divine Envoy, we meet again. Last time was too rushed. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself. I am Zhao Xian, one of the 7 pillars, the spear god. I heard from Fengyu that you are very strong, and I especially wanted to test the Divine Envoy's abilities. The man lightly tapped the spear shaft. With a flourish, the silver spear rotated in front of him. He grabbed it firmly, the spear point aimed directly at Xia Changming. The silver spear was pristine and dazzling. Silver spiritual energy swirled around its shaft, radiating an aura of piercing sharpness. Xia Changming thought for a moment and remembered him. He was one of the 7 pillars who was standing behind Fengyu when he signed up for the competition at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. He had come straight for him. It feels like he's targeting me specifically, Xia Changming thought, but he wasn't bothered. He also wanted to see how much his strength had changed since becoming an immortal venerable. Up to this point, he hadn't met an opponent who could make him take things seriously. Come on. Xia Changming beckoned to Zhao Xian with a smile on his face. Zhao Xian frowned slightly upon seeing this, then his lips curved into a smile. I like this kind of confidence. Silver light star flash. Zhao Xian forcefully threw the silver spear. It transformed into a streak of silver light, flying with incredible speed. In Xia Changming's vision, it was like a silver meteor hurtling towards him. Without panicking, Xia Changming tilted his head. The silver spear flew past the side of his face. Zhao Xian followed closely behind the spear, using the spear to block his line of sight. He was already right in front of him. He grabbed the shaft of the speeding spear. With a swing, he spun the spear and slammed it towards Xia Changming. Xia Changming simply raised a palm, blocking the incoming silver spear. The spear flows like a dragon. Zhao Xian retrieved the silver spear. In his hands, it was a blur of motion, attacking Xia Changming continuously. Each thrust was as powerful as a silver dragon lunging to bite. Xia Changming nimbly dodged and weaved, his eyes narrowing slightly. An immense, invisible pressure descended on Zhao Xian. With a flick of his sleeve, a powerful gust of wind blasted him away several miles. Even the huge rocks and trees were uprooted along with him. Zhao Xian thrust the silver spear into the ground in midair, sliding along the surface for several miles before finally stopping. As soon as he steadied himself, he looked up to see countless huge rocks hurtling toward him. Zhao Xian swung his silver spear, quickly rotating it around his body. The high-speed rotation turned the spear into an indistinct silver blur, surrounding him. He shattered the incoming rocks, one by one. Xia Changming stood with his hands behind his back, watching Zhao Xian, who was fending off the bombardment of rocks. Zhao Xian was filled with surprise. He'd heard from Fengyu that the divine envoy was a sword cultivator whose sword intent was far beyond hers. He hadn't expected that he was also an immortal sage with formidable magic. The aura of his divine power was incredibly dense, yet he hadn't seen him use any hand seals or chants to cast such powerful magic. This kind of power he had never seen before. Even Fa Ming, the god of law, another member of the Seven Pillars who was well known to him, had never achieved this feat. And more terrifyingly, Xia Changming hadn't even moved an inch, nor had he drawn his sword. Boom! While Zhao Xian was still in shock, a sharp, pointed boulder suddenly erupted from the ground beneath him. Zhao Xian stepped away, jumping into the air to avoid the sharp boulder. Two huge rock hands then emerged from either side of him, clapping together forcefully. The spectators were dumbfounded. The two hands, as big as mountains, suddenly slammed onto Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, a member of the Seven Pillars, was utterly suppressed and powerless. Divine power, silver dragon spear soul. Crack. Huge cracks appeared on the two rock hands. A burst of silver light exploded outwards. Zhao Xian stood in midair, holding his silver spear. His eyebrows and hair had turned silver white. A silver dragon spirit was coiled around the spear, its head resting on the spear point, its body wrapped around his body. He looked majestic, as if he were clad in a silver dragon. The spectators cheered and roared at this sight. Spear god mighty. Spear god so cool. Let him witness the true power of the silver dragon spear god. Xia Changming smiled slightly, looking at the silver dragon Zhao Xian in the sky. He had been waiting for Zhao Xian to use his divine power. That was the only way it would be a bit more interesting. Chapter 222, Six-Armed Azure of Might. Aren't you going to draw your sword yet? Zhao Xian stood in midair, looking down at Xia Changming. He had more or less guessed that the magic Xia Changming had used was a divine power that manipulated the forces of heaven and earth. He was confident that as long as he got close, he could defeat Xia Changming. But he also wanted to see his true strength. What was it that made him worthy of receiving the Divine Emperor's decree? Was the Divine Emperor ordering them to go all out against the Divine Envoy to test him, or was he testing them? Xia Changming still had his hands behind his back, showing no intention of drawing his sword, and he smiled at Zhao Xian. You might not need me to draw my sword yet. Hearing this, Zhao Xian frowned deeply. Arrogant. He was usually quite arrogant himself. He had never thought that he would encounter someone even more arrogant than him. Within the Divine Capital, he had never acknowledged anyone, save for the Divine Phoenix and Divine Dragon. Zhao Xian said nothing more, his entire body bursting with silver spiritual power. The silver spear in his hand flashed brilliantly, like a silver meteor descending from the sky. Silver dragon descends. Roar. The silver spear pointed directly at Xia Changming, accompanied by the silver dragon, whose massive body of several dozen meters spiraled in the sky. The dragon's head let out a series of earth-shattering roars. The dragon's roars reverberated throughout the sky, shaking and shattering the surrounding mountains. If it were not for the powerful protective barrier, its power would have blown away all the spectators. The spectators felt fear and hurriedly activated their magical artifacts to move further away, fearing that they would be affected by the silver dragon's divine power. Is this the power of an immortal? Moving mountains and splitting the sky, truly terrifying. He is worthy of being one of the 7 pillars of our northern Li, the silver dragon spear god. How is the divine envoy going to respond? Everyone turned to look at Xia Changming, only to find that he was still standing firmly in place, facing the descending silver dragon. Zhao Xian's brows furrowed tightly. He was debating whether or not to hold back. However, remembering that the divine emperor had ordered them to go all out, Zhao Xian chose to continue with his full power and let the silver dragon descend. If he is so confident, he shouldn't disappoint me, right? Just as Xia Changming was about to be engulfed by the silver light, as the raging silver dragon opened its maw to swallow him, 2 transparent, ethereal arms, clad in spiritual armor, suddenly reached out from behind Xia Changming and grabbed the silver spear right before it reached him. Zhao Xian was taken aback. Before he could understand what these arms were, a half-bodied divine figure several meters tall appeared from behind Xia Changming. Its body was covered in spiritual armor, its eyes shone with divine light, its 6 arms radiating light. Divine power, ethereal guardian god. Xia Changming whispered softly. During his seclusion, while trying to reach the immortal venerable realm, he had been studying the divine power laws of Xiafeng and Xiaolan. Drawing on his understanding of the everlasting spirit arts, he could now unleash divine power laws similar to those of Xiafeng and Xiaolan. Two divine powers? Zhao Xian widened his eyes in shock. Not only could the person in front of him use magic-related divine powers, he could also use a second divine power. The radiant, divine light from the divine figure made Zhao Xian feel immensely oppressed. Silver dragon devouring roar. His silver spear was firmly held, unable to move. Zhao Xian quickly separated the silver dragon spirit that was attached to the spear. The silver dragon spirit left the spear, and its several dozen meter-long body coiled around Xia Changming, before opening its maw wide and biting down from above. The 6-armed Azura lifted its other 2 arms high and used both hands to clamp down on the upper and lower jaws of the silver dragon, before forcefully slamming it into the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. The silver dragon was smashed into the ground, roaring in agony. Zhao Xian was anxious and shouted, "Return soul!" The silver dragon instantly turned into a wisp of spirit and returned into the silver spear. And then, the divine figure's huge hand grabbed him by the head and lifted him high into the air, before forcefully slamming him into the ground. Boom! The ground cracked and caved in, creating a deafening noise. Puff! Zhao Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. When the arm was about to strike down again, he quickly flipped away, jumping several miles, clutching his chest, and looking at Xia Changming in shock. He didn't even need to do anything himself. He couldn't even defeat the 6-armed divine figure behind him. Under Zhao Xian's gaze, the 6-armed Azura began conjuring different divine weapons in each hand. Upon seeing this, Zhao Xian could not help but smile helplessly. It turned out that Xia Changming had been holding back the entire time. If he had summoned the divine weapons of that divine figure earlier, his silver dragon spirit and he himself would have long been defeated. Divine Envoy, you are indeed extraordinary. I admit defeat. Zhao Xian dropped his silver spear decisively. There was no need to continue the battle. He also couldn't bear to see his silver dragon spirit get hurt anymore. The surrounding crowd looked at one another, dumbfounded. The silver dragon spear god just conceded like that? The spear god of the 7 pillars was defeated in the preliminary round. This is unbelievable. What kind of divine power was that 6-armed divine figure? As expected of the divine envoy of our northern Li, the crowd turned their disdainful gazes toward the person who had said the last sentence. Last time, you weren't saying that. Xia Changming was also surprised to see how quickly Zhao Xian surrendered. He was just testing his divine powers on Zhao Xian. There were still many he hadn't tried. He had just gotten started, and he was already giving up? Had he gone too far? How about I put away this divine figure and we fight again? Xia Changming tried to negotiate with Zhao Xian. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian shook his head vigorously. Joking aside, he already felt like he had sustained internal injuries. There was no way he would dare to continue fighting Xia Changming. Furthermore, Xia Changming hadn't drawn his sword or even moved an inch this whole time. There was absolutely no need to keep fighting. Zhao Xian got up and saluted, before slinging his silver spear over his shoulder and leaving gracefully. He didn't show any signs of discouragement or resentment from the loss. In this battle, he admitted defeat wholeheartedly. Xia Changming watched Zhao Xian leave, disappointed. If only I had held back a little. After the battle with Zhao Xian, the entire valley was in ruins, save for the forest on the west side. However, seeing how the ground was still constantly shaking, and hearing the cries of pain and suffering, it was probably only a matter of time before his wife finished demolishing it. There was no one there who could stop her. To be accurate, aside from him, no one in this group could stop her. Among the crowd of spectators in the sky, a man with a handsome but sinister face was also watching Xia Changming's figure from afar and muttered, "Everlasting spirit arts. The Xia family. Her disciple. Heh, things are starting to get interesting." The man's lips curved into a smile, and then he turned and disappeared into the crowd. The divine capital, Eastern Garden Market. Several teams of golden-armored guards surrounded an alley, blocking anyone from entering or getting close. The people outside were chattering amongst themselves. What's going on? Why are there so many guards here? Don't you know? I heard someone died inside. No way. It's the Immortal Martial Festival. Who would dare to kill someone in the divine capital? Inside the alley, Feng Yu furrowed her brow, squatting down to examine several charcoal-black corpses on the ground. The spiritual power of every corpse had completely vanished, replaced by a foul, corrupted energy that permeated their entire bodies, making even their faces difficult to distinguish. Their bodies emitted an ominous black aura. Demons. Demons had entered the divine capital. Feng Yu immediately identified what had caused the corpse's state. Only demons would possess such corrupted spiritual power. Burn these corpses, lest they turn into demons. Send an order to the whole city, no, the whole region, to go on high alert. I need to report this to Divine Phoenix. Chapter 223. 8 Tails Steal the Husband. After Xia Changming's battle with Zhao Xian, virtually no one dared to approach him. Anyone who saw him avoided him like the plague, running as far away as possible. Bored, Xia Changming strolled through the forest. The Western Valley had also quieted down considerably. The secluded valley was eerily silent. The 5,000 participants in the valley selection had dwindled to almost nothing. Those who remained were either quite capable or incredibly lucky. Xia Changming extended his divine sense, his one-world divine ability covering the entire valley, preparing to expel the remaining participants. Strangely, he suddenly sensed 9 familiar auras. The 9 auras were scattered throughout the valley, and one was rapidly approaching him. Xia Changming stared intently at the bushes ahead. Moments later, a breathtakingly beautiful figure emerged. Upon seeing Xia Changming, she threw herself into his arms. My wife? Xia Changming looked at the beauty in his arms, a puzzled expression on his face. He couldn't mistake the figure in his embrace. It was indeed his wife, Su Yueli. But something felt very different. Su Yueli was nestled contentedly in his arms, nuzzling her cheek against him. Although he and his wife shared a deep affection, he didn't recall her being so openly affectionate, especially given her shy and proud nature, let alone in public. The onlookers were equally bewildered. Isn't the competition still ongoing? Why are they embracing? It seems like the 9-tailed fox and the man know each other. More than just knowing each other, I remember that 9-tailed fox has always been by the divine envoy side. Could they be husband and wife? No way, that's a human-demon relationship. Su Yueli, nestled in Xia Changming's arms, rubbed her cheek against him like a spoiled child, her fox tail swaying back and forth. She even stood on tiptoe, extending her delicate pink tongue to lick Xia Changming's face like a kitten, leaving him flustered. The aura and soft body were indeed his wife's, but her personality seemed drastically different. How dare you sneak a snack? Just then, another figure emerged from the forest, pointing at Su Yueli in Xia Changming's arms and scolding her. Xia Changming stared in astonishment as another Su Yueli appeared before him. Suddenly, something clicked. He'd seen a similar scene in the Abyssal Illusion realm. The divine ability to divide one's soul into 9 bodies. 9 tails, 9 forms. His wife had awakened her former divine ability law, separating herself into 9 celestial fox incarnations. The fox incarnations shared one soul and body. Any sensation experienced by one was shared by all. Therefore, each incarnation could perceive the others. The onlookers, unaware of Su Yueli's divine ability, were utterly confused by the appearance of a second identical Su Yueli. Is this a soul-splitting technique? Or perhaps a cultivated external avatar? No, an external avatar is just a shell. It wouldn't have such vivid expressions. The crowd excitedly exchanged their opinions and observations. Many people from the 9 continents and 10 lands had come to the Immortal Martial Festival, bringing with them a plethora of strange and wondrous immortal techniques and secret manuals. This was one of the festival's main attractions. The second Su Yueli pouted, her expression displeased. She marched up to Xia Changming and tugged at the Su Yueli in his arms. Get out of there. No. I want to hug my husband. Su Yueli clung tightly to Xia Changming's waist, refusing to let go, much to the other's chagrin. I haven't even had a hug. Xia Changming couldn't help but laugh. He kept his right arm around the Su Yueli in his embrace and extended his left hand to the other with a smile. Compared to the childishly clingy one in his arms, the other seemed more like a shy maiden. After a moment of hesitation, she timidly nestled into his embrace. The crowd? We came to watch fights, not to watch this lovey-dovey display. Damn it, Refund. Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion. Northernly, aren't you going to do something about this? Is there no humanity left? Many voiced their outrage, vehemently condemning the organizers. However, when a third Su Yueli descended from the sky, the crowd fell silent in shock. Another one? This Su Yueli's breathtaking beauty was masked by a frosty demeanor, making her seem unapproachable. The icy Su Yueli slowly descended before Xia Changming, her delicate brows furrowed as she looked at the two in his embrace. In a cold voice, she said, I didn't call you here for this. Perhaps due to her colder aura, the two Su Yueli in Xia Changming's arms reluctantly released him, pouting. The icy Su Yueli stepped closer to Xia Changming. Their eyes met, and she maintained her frosty expression. Xia Changming smiled gently and asked, My wife, what did you come to find me for? I said, we were supposed to come and deal with you. Looking at Xia Changming's warm, gentle smile, Su Yueli's frosty expression seemed to melt away. She stammered, her lips pursed. Oh, then why aren't you doing anything? Upon hearing that they had specifically used a divine ability to come and deal with him, Xia Changming found it both amusing and baffling. He continued to ask with genuine interest. Su Yueli paused for a moment, then silently leaned against Xia Changming's chest, closing her eyes. Hey! So sly. That's our spot. The other two immediately protested. She had tricked them into coming out only to monopolize their husband. They tugged at the icy Su Yueli's arms, one on each side. Please don't make things difficult for our husband. A gentle voice, like flowing water, came from behind the three women. Xia Changming looked up to see another Su Yueli approaching, her face incredibly gentle, her eyes filled with tenderness. The fourth one. It seemed the other incarnations had sensed something amiss and had come over. Husband, is there something on my face? Su Yueli teased as she walked up to Xia Changming. Xia Changming couldn't help but stare. Despite sharing the same face and figure, this Su Yueli exuded the air of a mature woman. Every gesture was graceful, her eyes filled with endless tenderness, like a loving wife greeting her husband. Xia Changming felt his heart skip a beat, struck by something he couldn't quite explain. He. Is it time to fight over our husband now? I'm quite looking forward to it. Another Su Yueli emerged from the side, her face flushed and her expression infatuated. She covered her face with her hand, her gaze fixed on Xia Changming, her red lips exhaling enticing warmth. This empress has no interest in fighting over a husband, not at all. Another Su Yueli appeared from behind, arms crossed, pouting with a haughty air. Another one stood silently with a sullen expression, her head lowered. Her intention was clear. She wouldn't give up the fight either. The last Su Yueli timidly stepped forward, fidgeting with her fingers. She asked weakly, Husband belongs to all of us. Can we please not fight? 8 Su Yueli gathered together. Everyone except Xia Changming was stunned. Just how many are there? Chapter 224. Public Display of Affection. If you don't want to, then back out, the infatuated Su Yueli said to the timid one. The timid Su Yueli immediately blushed and retorted, And no, I wanted to. None of the 8 yielded, and the air crackled with tension. Even though all 8 were the same soul in different bodies. Quick, go buy 2 buckets of popcorn. And grab some melon seeds. We've got a show. The spectators in the sky became excited, maneuvering their artifacts to the front row to watch the drama unfold. Such a scene was rare. Even across the 9 continents and 10 lands, 8 soul incarnations fighting over their husband. It was simply explosive. Xia Changming had seen his share of unusual situations, but this was truly a first. They were all the same person, yet it felt like a scene from a romantic tragedy. If these 8 nine-tailed celestial fox incarnations actually fought, it wouldn't just be the valley that would be overturned, but possibly the entire northernly region. Xia Changming could only offer a helpless yet amused plea. My wives, let's talk things out, don't fight. It wouldn't be good if any of you got hurt. They shared the same soul. Any injury to one would ultimately harm Su Yueli's main body. Therefore, Xia Changming couldn't let them fight under any circumstances. The infatuated Su Yueli asked dreamily, then, husband, which one of us will you choose to hug? As soon as she spoke, all 8 gazes fixed on Xia Changming. Xia Changming never expected to face such a life-or-death question. They were the same person. Why were they jealous of themselves? He couldn't help but complain inwardly. What are you doing? Finally, Su Yueli, the original, arrived. She had sensed something strange from afar. A sudden warmth, like leaning against someone's embrace, had alerted her that something was amiss. She rushed over and witnessed the scene of her 8 incarnations vying for attention. Su Yueli stared at her other selves with a deadpan expression. She had intended to use her divine ability to have her soul incarnations work together to deal with Xia Changming. Instead, none of them had lifted a finger against him. They were almost fighting amongst themselves over his affections. This filled Su Yueli with both anger and embarrassment. The 9 soul incarnations, separated by the 9 tails, 9 forms, each awakened with a consciousness representing a hidden aspect of her personality, hence their distinct characters. However, they were essentially one with her, sharing the same feelings and experiences. Their actions and behaviors reflected her inner thoughts. The fact that they were all vying for Xia Changming spoke volumes. Su Yueli's face flushed crimson with shame. She glared at her other selves. They had no restraint. She had called them to deal with him, and yet none of them could bear to do so, instead choosing to fight over his embrace. So useless. Seeing the original arrive, the other Su Yueli fell silent, no longer daring to argue, but not admitting any wrongdoing. They represented the original's inner desires. She did indeed crave her husband's embrace, and they were merely expressing those desires. I told you to deal with him, and this is how you do it? Su Yueli questioned her other selves. Isn't this exactly what you want? The infatuated Su Yueli sauntered over to Xia Changming, pulling his arm into her soft embrace and smiling at the original. You are me, and I am you. Don't I understand what you're thinking? It's okay to be a little bolder sometimes. You. Su Yueli felt the other's body pressed against Xia Changming's arm, the sensation transmitting to her chest, and she gritted her teeth in shame and anger. This empress would never do such a thing. The haughty Su Yueli chimed in, yes, pressing my body against him is something I've never considered. Shut up. I don't see anything wrong with this, the gentle Su Yueli said, taking Xia Changming's other arm. As his wife, it's only natural to hold my husband's arm. This empress. Su Yueli was speechless, unable to refute them. What they were doing was indeed what she desired. But being advised by her own soul incarnations felt incredibly strange. Seeing the two occupying Xia Changming's arms, the other Su Yueli disregarded the original's presence and threw themselves at him, clinging tightly. 8 of them scrambled for advantageous positions, and one even hung around Xia Changming's neck. Xia Changming was utterly bewildered. The onlookers, initially anticipating a fierce battle between the women, were instead met with a scene of 8 women doting on one man. It was too much. Their popcorn and melon seeds suddenly lost their appeal. This was the most awkward immortal martial festival they had ever witnessed. Watching her soul incarnations clinging to and even trying to kiss Xia Changming, Su Yueli finally snapped. He was hers. 9 tails, 9 forms, converge. Su Yueli raised 2 fingers, chanting the incantation. The 8 incarnations transformed into wisps of soul energy and returned to her body, the 9 tails were forming behind her. With her souls reunited, Xia Changming felt a sense of relief. The lingering warmth and sensation of the soft bodies pressed against him remained in his mind. In a sense, it was also quite a torment. Su Yueli pouted, arms crossed, her face filled with resentment and anger. Looking at her resentful expression, Xia Changming couldn't help but find it amusing. This little girl was jealous of herself. He slowly walked up to Su Yueli, opened his arms, and looked at her with a smile. Su Yueli pursed her lips and looked away, seemingly resistant. But moments later, she took a step forward and leaned into his embrace. The original, with the essence of all 8 souls, was the most appealing to Xia Changming. Sometimes haughty, sometimes stubborn, sometimes gentle, all in one. Xia Changming tightened his embrace around the warm jade in his arms, gently stroking her smooth silver hair. This intimate scene resembled a pair of celestial lovers, but it greatly displeased the onlookers. Referee, aren't you going to do anything? Public display of affection. Is this fight still going on or not? Even for a divine envoy, this is too much. We strongly protest this behavior. Despite the indignant uproar around them, Xia Changming and Su Yueli remained oblivious, lost in their embrace. The Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion staff in charge didn't dare to interrupt. He had been notified beforehand that the man was the Northernly Divine Envoy and a valued guest of the pavilion, someone who must not be offended. Moreover, the man possessed cultivation far exceeding the 7 pillar gods, so he dared not approach. When the referee looked around the valley, he realized that only Xia Changming and Su Yueli remained. The competition had long ended. Initially, with Su Yueli's 9 incarnations and Xia Changming, there had been 10 people, but in reality, only 2 had entered the preliminary round for this group. The Immortal Martial Festival preliminary round has concluded. Winners, please come forward to collect your bronze medals. The referee raised his flag, announcing the end of the preliminary round, drawing sighs from the crowd. Everyone steered their artifacts away, grumbling. If anyone were to ask about this year's Immortal Martial Festival preliminaries, they would unanimously reply, this was the worst Immortal Martial Festival ever. Chapter 225. An unsurprising contest. Following the preliminary selection, the official first round of the Celestial Martial Festival began the next day. The first round was divided into 4 venues, each named after one of the 4 sacred beasts: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. These 4 venues were located in the arenas distributed across the 4 cardinal directions of the Divine Capital. Each arena was protected by a specialized barrier, allowing everyone in the Divine Capital, including ordinary citizens, to freely choose which match to watch. Fortunately, Xia Changming was not placed in the same group as Su Yueli. He was assigned to the Azure Dragon group, while Su Yueli was in the Vermilion Bird group. There shouldn't be any domestic violence happening. Well, if it did happen, it wouldn't be until after the semifinals. Xia Changming's opponent was a Grandmaster Realm man who had somehow managed to scrape through the preliminary selection. As soon as the man stepped into the arena, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his hands were shaking so badly he couldn't even draw his sword. Xia Changming looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If he was so scared, why insist on fighting? Xia Changming worried that a single breath from him could send the guy flying. How about this? I'll give you 5,000 spirit stones, and you go down by yourself, Xia Changming suggested. The man's face lit up with joy. Really? You'll give me the money, bro? Yes, Xia Changming said speechlessly, tossing a bag of spirit stones to the man. The sooner this ended, the sooner he could go find his wife. Okay, bro, I'm out of here. The man received the spirit stones, his face beaming. He didn't even know why he was suddenly launched from beneath a pile of rocks and had then inexplicably advanced. Hearing that his opponent was very strong, getting free spirit stones for leaving was a great deal. True to his word, after taking the spirit stones, the man laid down on the stage and rolled off, shouting along the way. Ah, such powerful invisible magic. I'm falling. The audience. Xia Changming. The Divine Capital was indeed a place of hidden talents. If only his acting was a little more convincing and less like a monotone reading. Vermilion Bird Arena. On the stage, Su Yueli's stunning figure was especially eye-catching. Her opponent was a middle-aged man with a rugged build, clad in animal hides and adorned with beast bones. Seemingly ordinary, he actually possessed the strength of a celestial venerable. He was from the beast-taming sect, the largest sect in the desolate lands. Little girl, the middle-aged man said politely to Su Yueli, you're young and beautiful, so if you don't want to get hurt, you should just surrender. With his mighty celestial venerable strength, he worried he might accidentally injure her. Su Yueli chuckled dismissively, her expression arrogant, saying, "Use whatever moves you have before this Empress acts. You won't have another chance." The middle-aged man frowned deeply. Many people had come from all over the 9 provinces and 10 lands, including those from remote areas who called themselves venerables or emperors, yet were merely arrogant fools lacking even a celestial venerable's power. He'd seen enough of that in the divine capital. Yet here was a seemingly delicate young woman who dared to be so arrogant. Fine. He'd show her the true power of a celestial venerable. The middle-aged man took a treasure pouch from his waist and tossed it into the air. The pouch opened, and several ferocious, bloodthirsty, crimson-colored beasts, resembling tigers and leopards, leaped out. That is the beast-taming sect's unique method, the beast-taming pouch. Those beasts are the notorious ferox wolves from the desolate lands. It's said that each one possesses the strength of a peak heavenly being. While the crowd worried for Su Yueli, those who were fortunate enough to have seen her power yesterday couldn't help but sneer. These few ferox wolves might be considered terrifying beasts in other places, but against a 9-tailed fox with power at least at the transcendent immortal level, they were nothing. As everyone suspected, the ferox wolves were terrified upon seeing Su Yueli. They trembled, their bodies shaking, tails drooping low, and they simply laid down on the stage. "What are you doing? Go on. Attack her. Didn't I feed you just today?" Seeing his prized ferox wolves refuse to move, the middle-aged man angrily circulated his beast-taming techniques to force the ferox wolves to attack, but discovered an unprecedented resistance. No matter how much he tried, they refused to move an inch. Su Yueli, losing her interest, glared at the ferox wolves. Startled, they forcibly broke free from their beast-taming restraints and scattered in all directions. The beast-taming techniques imprinted in the ferox wolves' minds shattered, causing the middle-aged man to suffer the backlash, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man clutched his chest, looking utterly shocked. This was the first time he had been countered by his own tamed beasts. Those ferox wolves were willing to risk death to break free of his control. The middle-aged man warily looked at Su Yueli, who hadn't moved since the beginning. He guessed that she must have done something to his ferox wolves. It seemed that she really did have some true abilities. "It seems I underestimated you." The middle-aged man grew serious. He immediately stopped holding back and took out another, even more ornate, treasure pouch. "Senior, I must trouble you again." The pouch's drawstring was untied, and a several dozen foot-long azure-scaled dragon snaked out, soaring in the sky before lowering its head. The dragon opened its jaws and spoke in human tongue. "Speak. Why have you called on me this time?" "I've encountered a strong foe, so I have to ask for your help," the middle-aged man requested. This azure dragon was one he had met by chance in a river during his travels. He had not succeeded in taming the azure dragon, but instead, they had reached an agreement where he would provide offerings to the azure dragon in return for its help in times of need. Their relationship was one of employment. "All right, I'll leave it to me then." The azure dragon agreed without hesitation. As it looked up at Su Yueli, its eyes widened in disbelief and it blinked. Then, its eyes filled with terror. From the woman before it, the azure dragon could clearly sense the unique bloodline suppression of the demon race. Others may not have been able to see it, but as a member of the demon race, it could faintly feel the aura of a demon hidden deep within her. Within the terrifying aura was the feeling of being stared at by a pair of bloodthirsty red eyes of a 9-tailed fox. Just sensing a little bit of the aura was enough to cause its entire body to tremble, its scales tingling. It was too terrifying. How could there be such terrifying demon energy in the world? Su Yueli glanced at the azure dragon with amusement. Azure dragons were exceedingly rare among demons these days. She hadn't expected to see one here. "Girl, with Senior Azure Dragon here, won't you surrender yet?" Senior Azure Dragon's dragon form is complete, and he has yet to meet an opponent. The middle-aged man boasted confidently, now that the peak celestial venerable Azure Dragon was there. With the combined power of 2 celestial venerables, they could roam freely across the 9 provinces and 10 lands. However, the Azure Dragon was terrified by the middle-aged man's words. Its eyes widened, and it quickly used a huge dragon claw to cover the man, shaking its head frantically. "Please, stop talking. Who is she? You dare call her a girl? I wouldn't dare. Are you trying to get me killed?" The middle-aged man was very confused, seeing the Azure Dragon behaving so unusually. The The normally high and mighty Azure Dragon was acting strangely today. Never met an opponent? Su Yueli's eyes narrowed, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. A foxtail shot out from behind her, instantly binding the Azure Dragon's body. With a gentle squeeze, the dragon was nearly twisted into a pretzel. Senior, spare me. The Azure Dragon cried out for mercy. It was only then that the middle-aged man realized that Su Yueli's true form was that of a nine-tailed fox. No wonder his demon beasts were so terrified. Those who had seen Su Yueli fight for the first time were shocked. The peak celestial venerable Azure Dragon was powerless against a single tail. Since you are a member of the demon race, I will spare your life. Su Yueli released her tail and tossed the Azure Dragon's body straight at the middle-aged man. Had the Azure Dragon not been a rare demon species, she would have already twisted him into a pretzel. The middle-aged man was shocked as the Azure Dragon came crashing towards him. He quickly activated his magical artifacts to defend himself. Both the dragon and the man were sent crashing off the stage. Without suspense, the outcome was determined right from the start. Having concluded her match, Su Yueli elegantly walked off the stage, her eyes settling on Xia Changming, who had been waiting for her. A beautiful smile appeared on her face as she quickened her pace. Your match sure ended quickly. Yeah, it's hard to explain, Xia Changming replied with a wry smile. His match had ended the moment it had started. Chapter 226, A Sword as a Reward. Inside the Divine Palace, Phoenix songs echoed as starlight illuminated the entire palace, the lingering melody reverberating. A woman named Divine Phoenix, cradling a fire phoenix in her arms, gracefully walked to the center of the platform. Feng Yu and the other 7 pillar gods stood in the center of the hall, respectfully bowing as they called out, "Greetings, Divine Phoenix." Divine Phoenix responded faintly, looking solemnly at the 7 people before her. Speak. Why have you all come to me at once? What is the matter? Normally, the 7 pillar gods each oversaw their own respective regions. Even if there was a matter to discuss, only one of them would come to visit. It was unheard of for all 7 of them to arrive at the Divine Palace at once. For all 7 of them to come at the same time meant that something important must have happened in Northley. Feng Yu stepped forward, his expression solemn, as he respectfully reported. Divine Phoenix. A death has occurred within the Divine Capital. Divine Phoenix frowned slightly. Since the founding of the Divine Capital, fighting within the city had been strictly forbidden, and the punishments for offenders were exceptionally harsh. It had been a long time since anyone had been killed in the Divine Capital, and it had happened now, during the most crucial time of the Celestial Martial Festival. Who was responsible? Divine Phoenix asked coldly. Everyone knew the rules of the Divine Capital. To violate them knowingly was equivalent to provocation against the Divine Capital, against the entirety of Northley. It was the demonic race. Feng Yu replied with a stern expression. The presence of the demonic race within the Divine Capital was an extremely dangerous sign. The demonic race was constantly trying to disrupt the peace of the 9 provinces and 10 lands in order to incite conflict. Many regions had been secretly taken over by the demonic race, using them as puppets to launch wars against neighboring lands. 20 years ago, they had even annihilated the entire northern ice wilderness overnight, leaving no survivors. If it hadn't been for the Divine Dragon's actions in patrolling the 9 provinces and 10 lands and putting an end to wars and disputes, the 9 provinces and 10 lands would have already been engulfed in flames, thanks to the demonic race's schemes. The demonic race? Upon hearing this, Divine Phoenix's eyes turned icy cold. The dazzling heavenly fire beneath her bare feet blazed with intensity. The heat, intense enough to melt anything, spread across the entire hall. The magnificent golden platform beneath her feet visibly began to melt, turning into a thick golden fluid. The towering pillars began to drip, slowly melting away. The 7 pillar gods knelt on the ground, their foreheads drenched with sweat. Whether it was sweat or the heat of the palace, no one could tell. Fortunately, Divine Phoenix retracted the heavenly fire from beneath her feet after a short while, her expression returning to her usual calm demeanor. However, her tone remained cold as she commanded. Find them. Find every member of the demonic race hiding within the Divine Capital. Leave none alive. Alert the entire Northley and maintain the highest level of vigilance. Yes. The 7 pillar gods responded in unison. They had never encountered the demonic race, but they had often heard Divine Phoenix and Divine Dragon repeatedly emphasizing their danger. The demonic race was inherently evil, cruel, and bloodthirsty. They sought to turn the 9 provinces and 10 lands into a living hell for demons. Upon hearing that the demonic race had made an appearance in the divine capital for the first time, they dared not show even the slightest bit of negligence. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw and patrol the lands of Northly, Divine Phoenix said faintly. At this moment, a man with long, curly hair kneeled down and asked, Divine Phoenix, may I ask a question? Speak. The Divine Envoy has passed the preliminary selection and the first round of the Celestial Martial Festival. His Majesty the Divine Emperor has asked us to go all out. Is that really acceptable? Fa Ming's expression was slightly worried. The Divine Envoy was of unknown origin and might be related to the Divine Emperor somehow. He was worried that they would be punished if they accidentally injured him. Divine Phoenix's lips curled into a faint smile. You are worried about injuring him? Fa Ming nodded carefully. Divine Phoenix did not answer him, but instead asked Zhao Xian, who had been eliminated from the Celestial Martial Festival. Zhao Xian, what do you think? Zhao Xian offered a wry smile. The Divine Envoy's power is divine. We are no match for him. There was not even the slightest hint of flattery in Zhao Xian's words, only sincere admiration. He could sense that Xia Changming hadn't been trying to fight him at all. His unknown realm and power may even be the same as Divine Phoenix and Divine Dragon, at the level of a Celestial Supreme. Among the 7 people here, none of them would be his match. Not even the strongest of them, the Sword God, Feng Yu. Upon hearing this, everyone except Feng Yu and Lu Feng looked surprised. This was the first time that they had heard Zhao Xian praising someone so generously. They were all regretful that they hadn't been able to witness the duel between Zhao Xian and the Divine Envoy. Listen to me, since His Majesty the Divine Emperor has said that you may go all out, you are to do exactly that. Don't worry about injuring him. In fact, if anyone can injure him, I have a reward for you. Divine Phoenix finally declared after Zhao Xian had finished speaking. Her words were filled with confidence in the Divine Envoy. Upon hearing that they could receive a reward from Divine Phoenix, many of them were already eager to try. Feng Yu's eyes glimmered with anticipation. In her heart, she had always regarded Divine Phoenix as her goal and looked up to her with great respect. Fa Ming was even more curious and asked, May I ask, Divine Phoenix, what is the reward? Divine Phoenix smiled slightly. A sword. Everyone's expressions instantly turned rigid. That would be a death sentence. Divine Phoenix. Look how nervous you all are, and you are supposed to be the 7 pillar gods of Northly. I was just joking, Divine Phoenix said calmly, with a relaxed tone. Upon hearing this, the others wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. That joke was not funny at all. It was deadly. Then Divine Phoenix, we will take our leave. No one dared to ask about the reward again. They got up to leave. Just as they were leaving, Divine Phoenix suddenly called out to them. Wait, do you have any other instructions, Divine Phoenix? The others asked, stopping in their tracks. According to the Divine Emperor's order, he should have already returned. But he has not returned to the Divine Palace. Keep an eye out for him. If you see him, report it to me. Divine Phoenix said coldly, her eyes narrowing with an intent to kill. Everyone understood that the she was talking about was the Divine Dragon, who had disappeared for over 20 years and was responsible for patrolling the 9 provinces and 10 lands. For some reason, Divine Phoenix seemed to harbor a grudge towards Divine Dragon. It was said that the one who was supposed to patrol the 9 provinces and 10 lands was actually supposed to be Divine Phoenix. However, Divine Dragon had simply run off, which was the reason why Divine Phoenix had come to the Divine Palace. Yes. Feeling the sharp gaze of Divine Phoenix, everyone trembled and responded immediately. After they had left, Divine Phoenix calmed down, her expression shifting to one of contemplation. To move unnoticed within the range of her divine sense, which of the 7 great demon gods had come. Regardless, she had to quickly find the member of the demonic race. Go. Divine Phoenix released the Fire Phoenix from her arms, and the Fire Phoenix spread its wings and soared into the divine capital from the windows of the palace. The other Fire Phoenixes in the hall followed and circled above the divine capital. After doing all of this, Divine Phoenix finally noticed the palace, half melted. She sighed. Ah, I melted the divine palace again. Chapter 227. You better be looking at a man. After the matches concluded, Xia Changming and Su Yueli strolled hand in hand through the streets aimlessly. The roads were filled with all sorts of cultivators wearing unique and peculiar attire. Apart from those who had already settled in the divine capital, The vast majority had come for the unprecedentedly grand celestial martial festival. Within the divine capital, anything and everything could be found. There was nothing you could imagine that you couldn't find. Even if they failed to achieve any rank in the celestial martial festival, they could still acquire many magical artifacts and elixirs in the divine capital. They could also observe battles between other cultivators, and fellow practitioners could exchange their insights. If they gained any enlightenment, it could be considered a bountiful harvest, making the trip worthwhile. Therefore, after the official commencement of the celestial martial festival, the divine capital appeared even more prosperous and bustling than the previous days. The sky above the city was filled with the figures of cultivators flying everywhere, and streaks of dazzling light streaked through the air, a true spectacle of the divine capital. At this time, many cultivators in the sky were hurrying towards the White Tiger Arena. It seemed as if something important had happened there. From dozens of miles away, Xia Changming could already sense two very strong auras of divine power and laws. It must be two powerful cultivators at the divine power realm in combat. People were not just going to watch the excitement, but to witness the battle between divine power experts at close range, which would greatly benefit their future understanding of divine laws. Since they had nothing else to do, Xia Changming pulled Su Yueli along to the White Tiger Arena. Inside the White Tiger Arena, two figures stood on the stage. One of them wore a mask, making it impossible to see his face. His strong muscles were exposed, his skin covered with golden fur. He had the imposing manner of a tiger, the power of a dragon, and a remarkable aura. The other was a mature and alluring woman, her face bursting with charm and grace. The low-cut dress revealed a generous expanse of her plump, snow-white flesh, the deep cleavage especially captivating. In the seating area, many people stared in shock, completely forgetting themselves. Yes, they were all here to see the divine power. That woman is quite something. Just catching a whiff of her would probably prolong one's life. I advise you not to have any ideas about her. She is Yin Yun, the demonic woman from the Joyful Union sect of the southern frontier. Just taking a whiff? One wrong move, and she'll suck you dry without you even knowing it. I remember she's at least a few hundred years old, yet she's still so sexy. Tiske. That's right. It's said that she continuously extends her life through the Joyful Union method of cultivating the male essence, and that's how she never ages. The crowd chattered, but they only dared to whisper, not daring to offend Yin Yun. Although she was scantily dressed and rumored to be libertine, she was still a powerful expert at the divine power realm, not someone anyone could provoke. Throughout the entire celestial martial festival, there were very few people who had reached the divine power realm. Su Yueli sat in the audience seats, her brows furrowing as she gazed at the unobstructed, heaving mountains of Yin Yun's chest on the stage. She turned her eyes to Xia Changming, her gaze burning. What are you looking at? Wife, if I were to say I was looking at that man, would you believe me? Xia Changming said, feeling the pressure as he pointed to the masked man on the stage. He hadn't known that there would be a scantily clad woman here. He had only come to join the fun. Why was his wife looking at him with such suspicion? Su Yueli narrowed her eyes, her beautiful face drawing close to Xia Changming's, her gaze scrutinizing. You better be looking at a man. Xia Changming. On the stage, Yin Yun, with her slender finger to her cheek, looked flirtatious as she said to the masked man, her voice sweet and seductive. Little brother, I really like your muscles. How about you and I fight in another place? Let's fight on my bed. I'll show you my real skills. As expected of an old demonic woman of the Joyful Union sect. With just a few words, she caused many in the audience to be restless and aroused. Damn it! Why hasn't this old demon woman targeted me? Come at me if you dare. A burly man sitting in the audience said resentfully, his envy overflowing. However, the masked man standing on the stage remained unmoved. He clenched his fists, and an immense divine power and aura surged from his body. Divine power, Dragon Tiger's howl. As he used his divine power, the golden fur on half of his body became even more luxurious and resplendent. His hands transformed into tiger claws. The other half of his body was covered in golden scales, like shining gold leaves. His hands became dragon claws. Behind him, a golden tiger seemed to stand to his left, and a golden dragon coiled to his right, giving an aura of roaring tiger and dragon howls. The power of two demonic beast bloodlines fused into one body. Xia Changming and Su Yueli looked at the masked man on the stage with great surprise. They could clearly sense that he was human. Yet he had fused the bloodlines of two demonic beasts into his body. Demonic beast bloodlines contained the ferocity of beasts and were extremely domineering. Fusing one bloodline with their human body ran a high risk of a bloodline backlash, causing incompatibility and ultimately resulting in explosive death. Even among the demon race, no one would try to fuse another clan's bloodline. Besides the emphasis on pure bloodlines, another reason was that the bloodlines would generate a huge conflict and be almost impossible to reconcile. But the masked man before them had fused two demonic beast bloodlines into his body, one of which was from a golden dragon. Looking at the golden tiger soul behind the masked man, Xia Changming felt that his aura was very familiar. He felt like he had seen this man before. Moreover, the golden dragon bloodline in him undoubtedly belonged to his master's 9 young true dragon, 9th brother Jiao Zun's bloodline. However, Xia Changming was absolutely sure that this could not be Juzun. Because this man was too weak, he was only at the divine power realm. Yin Yun's heart sank as she saw the dual demonic souls appearing behind the masked man. She felt an unprecedented pressure. Without the slightest hesitation, her slender fingers performed a series of hand seals. Divine power, joyful hell. As she completed the hand seals, a thick, pink mist poured out beneath Yin Yun's feet, enveloping the entire stage and surrounding the two of them. The masked man standing inside the pink mist did not move, warily looking around. Inside the pink mist, smooth, slender arms reached out. One by one, women with graceful figures and naked bodies emerged from the mist, dancing around him. This divine power is extraordinary. Let me get closer to see. Don't look, it's all an illusion. Then why are you still watching? Everyone in the audience leaned forward, afraid of missing any details, watching without even blinking. Some even took out magical artifacts that could zoom in for a closer look. As for Xia Changming, he couldn't see anything, nor did he dare to see anything. Su Yueli's fluffy foxtail had completely covered his eyes. He could still hear Su Yueli's seductive whispers in his ears. "Husband, if you dare to take a single glance, I'll make sure you can never see again." Xia Changming. In the pink mist, the masked man tried to move his feet but discovered that his legs were tightly embraced by several women, their naked bodies climbing up his legs, slowly undoing his clothes. After being touched by these naked women, the masked man could clearly feel his spiritual power rapidly draining away. The pink mist could quickly absorb his spiritual power and vital yang essence. Hee, little brother. I asked you to play in my room earlier, but you refused. Now, you don't have a chance. Although the Celestial Martial Festival doesn't allow for fatalities, it doesn't say that you can't drain someone's spiritual power. Let this older sister suck you dry. Yin Yun seemed like a phantom as she circled the masked man, her slender fingers resting on his chest as she whispered seductively, her face close to his. Chapter 228. An Encounter with an Old Friend. Hee, ha. All kinds of unrestrained, wanton sounds of pleasure rang in the masked man's ears as naked bodies danced around him. The seductive moans, like demonic sounds, echoed in his mind, filled with the temptation of lust. The masked man tried many times to break through the women with his fists, but it felt like he was punching mist. The women who had been scattered quickly reformed in the pink mist and sweetly teased. "Why would you bear to hit me? I'm so sad." Feeling the constant loss of spiritual power in his body, the masked man guarded his mind. He remained unmoved. His golden eyes suddenly flashed, and his pupils transformed into golden vertical slits. A phantom golden dragon coiled around his body, and a loud dragon's roar resounded throughout the heavens. Roar! The pink mist was instantly dispersed by the sound of the dragon's roar. The divine power was instantly broken. The 9 young true dragon protected him. No ghosts or devils could intrude. Yin Yun's beautiful face paled. The pink mist disappeared, revealing her true form. She was staggered back several steps by the roar before she could react. A dragon claw was already gripping her neck. Yin Yun was lifted high into the air and could only make muffled noises. No matter how much she frantically hit the masked man's dragon arm, she could not move him in the slightest. Perhaps worried about accidentally killing Yin Yun with his claws, the masked man slightly loosened his grip. Taking advantage of the opportunity to catch her breath, Yin Yun quickly begged for mercy. Little brother. Sister was wrong. Please, let me go." The masked man fell silent, saying nothing for a long time. Yin Yun thought that the masked man was hesitating and hurriedly continued to seduce him. As long as you, little brother, can spare me, I'll let you do whatever you want. Humph! The masked man snorted and said coldly, Do you know that my former fiancée was a woman just like you? Then we are truly fated. How about I just follow you? How about becoming husband and wife? Yin Yun acted as if she hadn't heard the masked man's cold tone, believing that he was nostalgic. Seeing her had reminded him of his former fiancée, and her words became more seductive and teasing. You and I are indeed fated. I have been waiting for this moment for a very long time, the masked man said coldly. Yin Yun's face lit up with joy. Before she could open her mouth to speak, she was thrown into the air. Huh? Looking completely shocked, the masked man appeared in front of her, and a fierce tiger fist slammed into her face. The power of the fist shattered the air, accompanied by the roar of a tiger and golden light. Yin Yun's entire face was almost completely deformed and twisted, her face showing an expression of disbelief. Tiger devours the heavens fist. The masked man's fists moved as fast as lightning, his hands leaving after images as he hammered on Yin Yun's face and body. Under the pounding of the tiger fists, Yin Yun's face was already unrecognizable, her face covered in blood. Her consciousness was becoming blurry. Dragon roar shatters. With the last fist, the masked man's right arm seemed to transform into a giant golden dragon, opening its bloody maw, roaring, and swallowing Yin Yun whole. Yin Yun was powerless to resist. She flew off the stage like a shooting star, embedding herself deep within the wall. The thing I hate most in my life are women like you. The masked man glanced at Yin Yun pasted to the wall disdainfully, and then, under the gaze of the crowd, he turned and walked away handsomely. The crowd stared blankly at the masked man as he jumped off the stage and left. Although cultivators didn't show much compassion in battles, this man had been a little too harsh. Yin Yun's whole face was nearly swollen. It would probably take a long time for her to recover. It was such a waste of talent. Many male cultivators expressed their intense condemnation. After the masked man left, the figures of Xia Changming and Su Yueli in the audience also disappeared. On a narrow ancient alleyway, the masked man walked quickly along the blue stone steps. Suddenly, his footsteps froze. He turned around and said coldly, You've been following me for so long, come out. Xia Changming and Su Yueli emerged from the side alley. Because he had become increasingly familiar with the masked man and curious about the dual demonic souls and bloodline power he possessed, Xia Changming had followed him all the way here. They had never intended to hide themselves from the beginning and had not concealed their auras. It was not unexpected that he would find them. The masked man's eyes flashed with shock when he saw Xia Changming and Su Yueli. It's you. You know me? Xia Changming asked curiously. Judging by the masked man's reaction, he must know him. But he couldn't remember ever meeting anyone who possessed the dual demonic souls and bloodline powers of a true dragon and a golden tiger. The only thing remotely similar was the Wang family of the heavenly capital who had awakened the bloodline powers of the dragon and tiger demonic beasts. However, the Wang family had been destroyed 20 years ago. Could it be him? Xia Changming seemed to have thought of something as he looked at the masked man with surprise. The masked man slowly removed his mask, revealing his true face. With brown tiger eyes and a cold and stern face, it was Wang Tian after they parted ways in the heavenly Zhou's secret realm. Compared to 20 years ago, Wang Tian's temperament had undergone a complete transformation. A claw mark was on his cold and stern face, and his expression was much more mature. He also possessed a fierce tiger aura and a hint of the true dragon's power. It seemed that many things had happened in the past 20 years. To have gone from the heavenly being realm to the divine power realm in just 20 years, while also understanding the divine laws, he must have had no shortage of opportunities. It seemed that there were both gains and losses. It's been a while, Master Xia, Lady Xia. Wang Tian greeted Xia Changming and Su Yueli. He didn't expect to meet old friends in North Li's divine capital. Looking at Xia Changming's handsome face and figure, which had hardly changed, Wang Tian secretly sighed in his heart. He had thought that after 20 years of bitter cultivation, coupled with receiving the inheritance of the true dragon, and stepping into the divine power realm, he should be able to compete with Xia Changming. But after really seeing him, he realized that it had all been his arrogance. Even as an expert in the divine power realm, he could not see through Xia Changming and Su Yueli's cultivation levels. It's been a while. Xia Changming walked forward to greet him. He was very happy to have encountered an old friend again. Although he didn't know if he could really call them friends, their relationship was complex. After all, are you also here in Northley for the Celestial Martial Festival? Wang Tian asked. Xia Changming nodded. We happened to be nearby, so my wife and I came to join the fun. Did you also come to Northley specifically for the Celestial Martial Festival? Why were you deliberately covering up your face? My master said that he wanted to return to the divine capital of Northley, so I came along. I also wanted to test my skills against cultivators from all over the 9 provinces and 10 lands, so I joined the Celestial Martial Festival. Wang Tian explained, then picked up the mask in his hand. As for this mask, it was my master's request. He said that if I were to participate in the Celestial Martial Festival, I should wear a mask so that no one would recognize him and cause him to lose face. Towards the end, Wang Tian gave a helpless wry smile. He was also at the Divine Power Realm, but his master's words were very damaging to his confidence. For this reason, he secretly vowed to obtain a good ranking in the Celestial Martial Festival to prove himself. Master? Hearing the word master from Wang Tian, Xia Changming was very interested. Wang Tian didn't mind and said, Please come with me. I will introduce my master to you. Chapter 229. Juyang True Dragon, Juzun. The Divine Capital, outside a secluded courtyard. Compared to the other streets in the Divine Capital, this place was exceptionally peaceful and serene, undisturbed by worldly affairs. Xia Changming and Su Yueli followed Wang Tian to the front of the courtyard. Before they even entered the courtyard, they could smell a strong aroma of alcohol. This could not help but remind Xia Changming of someone. Combining it with the True Dragon inheritance on Wang Tian, Xia Changming already had a good idea. Master, I'm back, Wang Tian called out as he pushed open the courtyard door. An even stronger smell of alcohol wafted out. The aroma was intoxicating, and just a few whiffs seemed to make one feel drunk. Dragon's breath fragrance? Smelling the familiar aroma of wine, Xia Changming was even more certain of the identity of Wang Tian's master. I apologize, my master is usually very fond of drinking. It is a bit messy, please don't mind it. Wang Tian looked at the chaotic courtyard, which was filled with large and small wine jars. There was not even a place to put one's feet down, and he couldn't help but feel awkward. He had cleaned it up just this morning, but it had only been a short while and the courtyard was littered with wine jars again. With a wave of his sleeve, he stored all the wine jars in the courtyard into his spirit ring. Come with me. Wang Tian led Xia Changming and Su Yueli into the house. There, they saw a man wearing a luxurious golden and white robe, with a striking golden hair, leisurely reclining on a long chair. The man's face was as flawless as jade, his features refined as if they were carved, his gaze sharp, and he was charming and handsome. However, his expression conveyed a sense of laziness and intoxication. Master, I'm back, Wang Tian said respectfully to the man. The man responded, raising the wine jar high and pouring the remaining few drops of wine into his mouth. He then smacked his lips and looked regretfully. Such a fine vintage of 100 years, it is finished already. Wang Tian speechlessly looked at his master, who besides drinking, didn't seem to be interested in anything else. Master, I've brought a few friends over. Friends? You have friends? The man dropped the wine jar in his hand and looked behind Wang Tian, his eyes instantly widening with surprise. Ninth brother Juzun. Xia Changming walked forward with a smile, greeting him. The man before him was his master, Nameless Childs, Fish from the Immortal Mountain. Juyang True Dragon, Juzun. Why are you here, kid? Could it be that you are back from the Void Abyss Illusion Realm? Juzun was overjoyed to see Xia Changming, and he quickly jumped up from the long chair. He ran up to him, looking him up and down, praising him. Not bad, not bad. You are much stronger than before. I wonder if your alcohol tolerance has improved. Ha ha ha. Come, let's drink until we pass out. Juzun enthusiastically pulled Xia Changming to the table. He took out a treasured millennium vintage that he had always been reluctant to drink. Xia Changming couldn't help but laugh. I returned from the Void Abyss Illusion Realm a while ago. Then I followed my master's instructions and came to participate in this Celestial Martial Festival to join the fun. But what about you, Ninth Brother Juzun? Why are you here? Didn't my master say that you went on a tour of the 9 provinces and 10 lands? That's right, but a few days ago, my mistress ordered me to rush back to the Divine Capital, and ordered you to come to the Divine Capital to participate in the Celestial Martial Festival. I understand. At the end, Juzun seemed to have realized something. His expression was slightly stunned, then he burst into laughter. Haha, so that's how it is. It's about time. What do you mean by it's about time? Xia Changming asked, confused. Juzun and Nameless Child had both told him that it was about time. What did they mean? Juzun didn't reply. He just smiled mysteriously. Since the mistress hasn't told you, I can't either. You'll understand when you win the Celestial Martial Festival. They were all so mysterious. Xia Changming had thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out what his master had left for him in the divine capital. At this time, Wang Tian, who had been standing aside, finally chimed in, asking in surprise. Master, you know Master Xia? Ha ha ha, it's not just knowing him. This kid, I watched him grow up. I even know what size of pants he wears. Juzun pressed down on Xia Changming's head, laughing heartily. There was no distance between the two of them, as if they were a family. Wang Tian looked at Xia Changming in shock. He didn't expect him to know his master. His master was an avatar of the true dragon, a celestial supreme. He suddenly felt that the Wang family seemed like they lost fairly. And who is this? After his hearty laughter, Juzun asked, noticing Su Yueli standing elegantly behind Xia Changming. He had long noticed the extraordinary demon energy and the remarkable aura about her. It had been a long time since he had seen a demon venerable with such strength and power. She was truly rare. Xia Changming took Su Yueli's hand and introduced her to Juzun. Ninth brother Juzun, this is my wife, the demon race's empress, Su Yueli. Yueli greets senior, Su Yueli said, stepping forward, bowing politely. Juzun, who had been patrolling the 9 provinces and 10 lands, was meeting Su Yueli for the first time. He couldn't help staring at her with curiosity. He blinked and his dark eyes instantly turned into brilliant golden dragon pupils. She truly is a 9-tailed fox. Not bad, not bad. Through Juzun's golden eyes, he could see the phantoms of the 9 tails behind Su Yueli, the terrifying demon power inside her body, and a dazzling fire lotus hidden deep within her spiritual sea. The vermilion bird's heavenly fire heart lotus. He then remembered that he hadn't looked for her after returning to the divine capital. Forget it. He shouldn't look for her. She should be resentful now. It wasn't the right time. Juzun shook his head, thinking to himself, since Vermilion Bird gave you the heavenly fire heart lotus, then I should offer my sincerity as well. You won't be calling me senior for nothing. Juzun spat out a round bead, which was scorched by the 9 yang divine fire, and was completely made of glazed gold. A dragon pearl, a treasure that could only be condensed by a cultivator who had reached the celestial supreme realm and cultivated for 1,000 years. The dragon pearl of the 9 yang true dragon was an immortal treasure that countless people sought. Juzun held up the dragon pearl and handed it to Su Yueli, saying, after swallowing this pearl, it can guard your spiritual sea and mind, ensuring you will not be invaded by demon power. It can give you the 9 yang dragon chi, protecting you from all evils, and it will not affect your pure 9-tailed bloodline. Senior, this item is too precious. Yueli cannot accept it. Su Yueli looked at the shimmering dragon pearl in Juzun's hand and declined. Spitting out his natal dragon pearl would definitely have an effect on Juzun. Xia Changming also persuaded him. Ninth brother Juzun, we appreciate your kindness. Please take the dragon pearl back. Juzun frowned slightly, looking displeased. Is one dragon pearl not enough? Then, I'll spit out another. Xia Changming, Su Yueli, Wang Tian. Xia Changming hurriedly covered Juzun, who was about to spit out another dragon pearl, and reluctantly took the dragon pearl from his hand and put it in Su Yueli's. Since it had come to this, Su Yueli could no longer refuse. Thank you, senior. You're welcome. Let me treat it as a gift for your safe pregnancy. You have delayed refining that heavenly fire heart lotus, and you're doing that to warm your unborn child, right? Juzun said to Su Yueli, smiling. Having her thoughts seen through and being spoken so frankly, Su Yueli's beautiful face flushed slightly, and she bowed her head shyly. Juzun gave a thumbs up to both Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Don't worry, my dragon pearl is also effective for safe pregnancies. Feel free to give birth. Xia Changming, Su Yueli. Chapter 230. The young people are great. They can fall asleep as soon as they lie down. Ha ha ha, today is a day to celebrate. Come, let's all have a drink. After a round of pleasantries, Juzun enthusiastically poured a cup of his treasured dragon's breath fragrance for Xia Changming and Su Yueli. When he poured a drink for Wang Tian quickly waved his hand, refusing. Thank you, master, but I have quit drinking. Are you sure you don't want to drink? This is my treasured vintage. Ordinary people can't even dream of tasting it. Jizun asked. Wang Tian still chose to shake his head and refuse. Don't take things so seriously. A good drink can wash away your worries. Seeing this, Jizun didn't insist. He raised his wine jar and drank by himself. Smelling the rich aroma of the wine, Su Yueli twitched her nose. She couldn't help but raise her glass, taking a small sip. Her beautiful face became flushed and rosy. A mellow and sweet aftertaste lingered, and a warm young current spread throughout every cell in her body. Her head was slightly dizzy, her eyes dreamy and hazy. She was actually a little drunk. She was, after all, a cultivator at the celestial supreme realm. This dragon's breath fragrance actually made her feel intoxicated. Su Yueli widened her beautiful eyes. She took another small sip, not wanting to stop. Haha, this wine is brewed with my dragon young energy over thousands of years. The wine isn't strong, but it's easy to get drunk. If you like it, I'll send you a few jars later. Seeing that Su Yueli seemed to like it, Jizun said generously. He normally counted every cup of this treasured millennium-old dragon's breath fragrance that he drank. He had never given it to anyone. Today was a special occasion, and he had taken it out for celebration. Xia Changming knew this millennium dragon's breath fragrance best. When he was young and reckless, he had once drank 1 cup and slept in the small wooden house for almost a month. He was deeply aware of the power of the dragon's breath fragrance. An ordinary person who just took a sip would probably sleep for the rest of their life. Seeing that Su Yueli kept sipping the dragon's breath fragrance, he advised, "Wife, don't be greedy. Humph. You underestimate this empress. Just a few cups of wine. I have drunk 1,000 cups without getting drunk." Su Yueli raised her eyebrows, seemingly unconvinced, and raised the entire jar of wine and drank it all at once. She placed the empty jar on the table and glared at Xia Changming triumphantly, as if to say, "See, this empress is fine." Xia Changming shook his head with a helpless smile. It was fine if he hadn't said anything. Now that he had said something, he had only stimulated the little girl's rebellious spirit. She was definitely going to regret it. Haha, good. A great drinking capacity. Jizun couldn't help but laugh and praise Su Yueli. Few could remain calm after drinking a few cups of his millennium-old dragon's breath fragrance. This was the first time he had seen someone who could drink straight from the jar with him. The next second, Su Yueli's body tilted slightly to the side, and with a thump, she fell onto Xia Changming's lap. Upon seeing this, Jizun was slightly stunned before laughing loudly. His laughter was bold and hearty, and he was truly amused. "Please forgive me for showing you this embarrassing side of her, ninth brother Jizun." Looking at Su Yueli's flushed face and intoxicated expression, Xia Changming smiled helplessly, caressing a few strands of silver hair on her face. She had just made a boast, and had already fallen down. She just had to show off. It's fine, it's fine." Jizun waved his hand and raised a wine jar to drink. To this day, Xia Changming had never seen him drunk. "Ninth brother Jizun, how did you get to know Brother Wang? And how did you become his master?" Xia Changming asked, after taking a small sip of wine. "Well, that was when I was wandering around outside. I just happened to find him by the side of the road." Jizun made it sound simple, as if he had just accidentally found a stray cat by the roadside and took it in. Wang Tian was speechless. But Jizun's words were actually true. Let me tell the story. After leaving the heavenly Zhou, I traveled around to cultivate. I went to many places, and one time, I offended a certain celestial venerable expert and was severely injured. When I was about to die, I was rescued by Master. I was fortunate enough to be favored by my master, and that's how I became who I am today. Wang Tian recalled with a faint smile on his face. He felt like he was unlucky, because his family had been destroyed, but it was their own fault, and he didn't know what to do. He wandered aimlessly through the 9 provinces and 10 lands, trying desperately to cultivate and to forget everything. But he was also fortunate. When he was on the verge of death, when he was prepared to die peacefully, he met his master, who helped him. He also took him in as his disciple, giving him his essence and imparting the inheritance of the 9 young true dragon's bloodline. Otherwise, with his talent, it would have been impossible for him to reach the great perfection of the divine power realm in just 20 years. I took the kid in because I found it very interesting that he had a golden tiger bloodline hidden in his body. I didn't expect that he would really be able to integrate my essence. I thought he was going to explode and die. Ha ha ha. Jizun chuckled as he pressed on Wang Tian's head. Wang Tian stared at him in shock. So you mean I was going to explode and die when I was integrating your essence? You never told me that, master. Didn't I say it? Then I must have forgotten, haha. Jiuzun said with an embarrassed smile. Wang Tian. Xia Changming was also speechless. Ninth brother Jiuzun was so carefree. At this time, Su Yueli, who had been sleeping soundly on Xia Changming's lap, suddenly woke up. She climbed out of his arms in a daze and called out in a charming voice. This empress can still drink. She reached out and was about to pick up the wine glass on the table again. Seeing this, Xia Changming quickly took the wine glass away from her. Su Yueli frowned, pouted her small mouth, and looked at Xia Changming with a resentful expression. This husband will pour you some wine. Xia Changming explained with a smile. He took out a pot of spiritual spring and poured it into her cup and handed it back to her. Delicious. Su Yueli finished it in one gulp, not realizing that it wasn't wine. Her beautiful eyes, dreamy and intoxicated, gazed at Xia Changming. She reached out her arms, hugging his neck, and whispered softly in his ear. Husband, I'm here. He had never seen Su Yueli so coquettish. Xia Changming let her be, and lovingly hugged her in his arms. Su Yueli smiled, nestling peacefully in his arms. Ninth brother Jiuzun, I apologize. My wife seems to be drunk. I have to take her back first. Xia Changming said apologetically to Jiuzun, holding Su Yueli in his arms. Jiuzun didn't mind, and waved his hand with a smile, saying, Go, so that we don't disturb you two lovebirds, ha ha ha. Xia Changming. Brother Wang, farewell. After saying goodbye to Wang Tian, Xia Changming left the courtyard, carrying Su Yueli. Wang Tian watched Xia Changming's departing figure. He asked Jiuzun beside him, Master, if another 20 years pass, will I have a chance to win against Brother Xia? Upon hearing these words, Jiuzun spat out the wine he had just drank. He looked at Wang Tian in shock and said, Kid, you haven't been drinking. What are you dreaming about? Wang Tian. Even now, I'm not a match for that kid. Jiuzun said faintly. Wang Tian was shocked, his eyes wide open. He knew the strength of his master better than anyone. There were few who could be his opponent in the world. Xia Changming had actually reached such a level. He had even held some hope in his heart. The gap between them had never changed, like an insurmountable chasm. Wang Tian couldn't help but wear a bitter smile. Master, can I have a drink? Oh, you've changed your mind? Go ahead. Jiuzun poured Wang Tian a small cup of wine. Wang Tian raised the cup and finished it in one gulp. The moment he put the cup down, his head thumped on the table, and he fell into a slumber like a baby. Jiuzun couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. The young people are just great. They can fall asleep as soon as they lie down. Chapter 231. Eating People. In a dark and narrow alleyway within the divine capital, Yin Yun, supporting herself against the wall, dragged her heavily injured body forward. Her expression was malicious, and she continuously cursed under her breath. That damned masked bastard. He actually dared to strike me so brutally. Just wait until I get the chance. I'll drain him dry and leave him a desiccated corpse. It had always been her who toyed with others. Never had she suffered such humiliation and beatings. Yin Yun's heart was filled with resentment. To avoid drawing attention and being ridiculed, she had deliberately chosen to walk down the rarely frequented side streets. These kinds of lanes often yielded delicious prey. She was severely injured and desperately needed to absorb yang essence to recover. This was the perfect hunting ground for her. There were always lustful men, or those who were simply unaware of the danger, lingering in these alleys. Finding food within the divine capital wasn't easy. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single soul to be found in the lane. After wandering around for a while, she finally spotted her prey. Ahead, a handsome young man with a refined and cultured air was strolling through the alley with his hands behind his back, walking directly toward her. His elegant appearance caused Yin Yun's heart to skip a beat. Greedily, she licked her lips. She'd hit the jackpot. Such an exquisite man would be too much of a waste to drain in one go. If she kept him as a furnace for daily consumption, that would be ideal. The cultured man walked past Yin Yun without even glancing at her. Yin Yun quickly turned around, pulling down her neckline to reveal her snowy white breasts. With a seductive look in her eyes, she called out in a soft voice, "My lord, please hold on. This humble girl has twisted her ankle and is having trouble moving. Would my lord be willing to lend a hand?" The man stopped, turning to look at Yin Yun with a calm gaze. He smiled and said, "But I've already eaten my fill." Huh. Eaten his fill? What did he mean? Yin Yun stood there, dumbfounded with confusion. However, as a professional, she quickly understood the man's words. Eating, huh? She knew the game. So he was one of them too. Yin Yun smiled seductively, swaying her hips as she slowly approached the man. Her breasts, almost bursting out of her dress, pressed against his chest. My lord can try a taste of me as well. My flavor is different from the others. Oh. The man narrowed his eyes, a charming smile appearing on his face. Then I must give you a try. She had him hooked. A glint of cunning flashed in Yin Yun's eyes, and the corners of her lips curled upward. Indeed, as long as she showed her true colors, no man could resist her. She didn't even need to use her supernatural powers. Just by opening her mouth slightly, countless men would be willing to fall at her feet. My lord, please, come with me. Yin Yun hooked her arm around his, pressing herself tightly against him, and led him into the dark alley. The man simply chuckled, allowing her to lead the way. At an intersection where the man and Yin Yun had passed, several corpses, faces frozen in terror and tainted by dark spirits, lay still. Inside a room at the Drunken Slumber Inn, Xia Changming carried Su Yueli back to their room in the inn and gently laid her on the soft couch. As soon as he set her down, Su Yueli groggily woke up again. Her beautiful eyes were glazed over with a gentle, watery tenderness. She stretched out her arms and said in a tone that bordered on a spoiled plea, "Husband." Looking at Su Yueli's expression that was pleading for a hug, Xia Changming smiled helplessly. Well, what could he do? This was his wife, after all. He'd just have to spoil her. He leaned over and embraced her soft, boneless body, intending to pick her up again, but she clung tightly to the back of his neck instead, causing him to fall onto her soft bosom. The more Xia Changming tried to pull away, the tighter Su Yueli hugged him, with no intention of letting go. Her soft warmth pressed against his cheek, and a subtle fragrance permeated the air, intoxicating him with a lingering sense of comfort. Wife, you're holding on too tight, Xia Changming said softly. Himph. Su Yueli snorted playfully, still refusing to let go. She said, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Don't you like it when I hold you close like this, husband? When did I ever say I liked it? Xia Changming asked, puzzled. Though, truthfully, he didn't dislike it either. But he never remembered saying he liked being nestled in her softness. Su Yueli cupped Xia Changming's face, her scarlet eyes, like rubies, staring intently at him. She pouted and said, but this empress saw you at the banquet, staring intently at that woman. Xia Changming. So she was still thinking about that. He was clearly looking at Wang Tian. He had only glanced at Yin Yun a few times. Really? There are so many women around you. That little imp in Ning is trying to steal you away from this empress. And that Xuanhuan seems to be interested in you too. And Sister Xuanhuan is always so nice to you. And your master is so beautiful. And you guys look so close. Listening to Su Yueli list each woman he had interacted with, her tone was full of resentment. Xia Changming couldn't help but chuckle. So this little girl had been keeping all these thoughts bottled up inside. Seeing her adorable, jealous display under the influence of alcohol, Xia Changming's heart stirred. He pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her waist, and lowered his head to kiss her. MMM, MMM, MMM? Su Yueli murmured, not resisting in the slightest. Her arms naturally wrapped around Xia Changming's back as her tongue eagerly met his. Having drunk dragon essence wine, Su Yueli's fragrant lips and tongue were infused with an enchanting aroma of wine, unconsciously causing them to lose themselves in the moment. After a long time, their lips slowly separated. Su Yueli's eyes were glazed over with a hazy intoxication, her face flushed, and her breath came in soft, inviting gasps. Wife, but I love only you, Xia Changming said, gazing at Su Yueli with affection. Su Yueli huffed, turning her head away, her cheeks now even more flushed. Wife, you're drunk. I'll brew you some hangover medicine. Xia Changming stroked her cheek lovingly and rose to prepare the medicine. However, Su Yueli used her foxtail to tightly wrap around his waist. This empress isn't drunk. This empress doesn't want any medicine. This empress wants to eat something. Su Yueli stated, her voice a gentle, pouty demand. It sounded more like a spoiled plea. Xia Changming could only give in, asking with a loving tone, all right, what does my wife want to eat? I'll go get it for you. Su Yueli smiled mischievously, leaning close to Xia Changming's ear and whispering seductively, this empress wants to eat people. Xia Changming froze, his heart skipping a beat. When did his wife become so playful? Even saying words like that. No, wait. Ever since the first time they met, his wife had been quite playful. Just as Xia Changming was still reeling from shock and excitement, Su Yueli suddenly bared her sharp little fangs and bit down on Xia Changming's shoulder. Xia Changming. All right. It was all a misunderstanding. His wife's version of eating people was more literal. What a letdown. This had to be the umpteenth time she'd bitten him. When Su Yueli finally released him, Xia Changming realized that she had already fallen into a deep sleep, a beautiful, contented smile on her face. Chapter 232, Peeping to Witness History. The next morning, Su Yueli slowly opened her eyes and realized she was nestled in a firm and warm embrace. She didn't have much recollection of what had happened after drinking an entire jar of dragon essence wine the previous day. She only knew that she seemed to have slept very soundly and sweetly. Lifting her eyes, she gazed at Xia Changming's peaceful and handsome sleeping face. Su Yueli's heart fluttered. As if guided by some divine force, she quietly raised her head and left a butterfly kiss on Xia Changming's forehead. Wife, what are you doing? Xia Changming's voice suddenly sounded, startling Su Yueli. She immediately retreated, her face flushed, and said with a charming pout, You were already awake. That annoying fellow. He was awake, and he didn't even say anything. It made her feel embarrassed that she had been caught when she had finally mustered the courage to do that. I woke up early, but I didn't want to disturb my wife, so I stayed quiet, Xia Changming said with a smile. He really hadn't expected this little rascal to kiss him while his eyes were closed. Humph. Su Yueli huffed playfully, her face blushing, as she prepared to get up and leave. How could Xia Changming give her the chance? She had kissed him, and then just wanted to run off? No way. Did she think she could just get away with it? And what about her biting him last night? That still needed to be settled. Xia Changming grabbed Su Yueli's slender waist and pulled her back into his embrace. He blocked her soft, red lips with his own, and his hands slipped under her robes, gently caressing her smooth and delicate skin. Husband. Wait a moment. The competition is about to start soon. Su Yueli's face grew even more flushed, her eyes gradually becoming hazy. But she still tried her best to suppress the throbbing in her heart. With her nine-tailed fox constitution, once she started to feel aroused, her sweat and breath would turn into natural aphrodisiacs, and then she wouldn't be able to stop. Although she really wanted to have Xia Changming take that secret potion from the witch tribe, she had to temporarily give up on that idea, thinking about the side effect that would render him immobile for 3 days. These days were the Celestial Martial Festival, not a suitable time for that. If he used it now, she wouldn't be able to participate in the festival. Dozens of miles away from the Drunken Slumber Inn, Guyu sat on the edge of a pavilion roof, swinging her smooth and slender legs. She used her powers, activating the third ancient god's eye on her forehead to watch Xia Changming and Su Yueli in their room at the inn. Her seductive face was slightly flushed, but she mostly looked excited. This wasn't her first time secretly watching a live event, but it was definitely the most exciting one. A human and a demon. It was a human and a demon, for crying out loud. Ever since she had left, she had been secretly watching Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Even though they had set up a barrier in the inn, she could still secretly observe them using the ancient god's eye. Finally, she was able to see what she wanted. Last night, it was almost going to happen, but Su Yueli had passed out. This had frustrated Guyu greatly. Her heart was itchy. Because of it, she had stayed up all night, waiting to see if Xia Changming would do anything to her in the middle of the night. But she had waited until dawn. That guy had just held her and slept like a good boy all night. He hadn't done anything. Was he even a man? He was holding such a seductive beauty in his arms, and she was even his wife. Yet he hadn't done anything. Guyu had been so frustrated, she had almost gone to the room last night to blow in some mist. But when she remembered that Guy's cultivation level seemed to be no lower than hers, she had held back. Luckily, her efforts had not been in vain. She finally got to see it. Xia Changming and Su Yueli kissed passionately, their bodies pressed tightly together, his hands caressing every inch of her smooth, jade-like skin. Su Yueli couldn't help but let out a few captivating moans. Guyu became even more excited, swaying back and forth on the edge of the roof with a silly grin. Hee. Wasn't it a little inappropriate for her to be spying on a married couple like this? Suddenly, Guyu's conscience kicked in. This felt like she was some kind of peeping Tom, a pervert, but it only took her a moment to convince herself otherwise. How could this be called peeping? She was witnessing great history, a human-demon love. Perhaps from this very moment, a human and a demon would be conceiving their first child in this world. After successfully convincing herself, Guyu quickly took out a pen and paper and started writing furiously. She needed to record this historic moment. No details could be overlooked. No, don't cover yourself with the blanket. Now she can't see. Right, the potion. Where's the potion she gave you? Why don't you use it? While spying, Guyu wrote as furiously as she could, even more nervous than Su Yueli and Xia Changming. She couldn't wait to rush in and feed Xia Changming the potion for Su Yueli. Huh. What? Why did they stop? Is it over so soon? No, wait. Was she discovered? Guyu stared wide-eyed in shock. At this moment, Xia Changming, who had been in the midst of action, suddenly stopped. He turned his head and stared intensely toward the direction where she was. Run. In an instant, Guyu transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished into thin air. Husband. Inside the room, on the soft couch, Su Yueli's face was flushed, her eyes seductive and soft. It was clear she was aroused. Her arms wrapped around Xia Changming's neck, her face upturned as if she was begging for a kiss. Xia Changming placed his hand on her cheek, forcefully pushing her back and signaling for her to be quiet. Shoo. Su Yueli. Xia Changming cautiously glanced toward a particular direction outside the window. Although the aura was very weak, and even Su Yueli hadn't sensed it, he had felt a trace of supernatural power. It seemed someone was spying on him. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to peep at him silently through his barrier. Could it be his imagination? Xia Changming wasn't sure. But when he looked down at Su Yueli below him, he found her with a cold face, glaring at him with resentment. Huh. What's wrong, wife? Without another word, Su Yueli pounced and bit him with her fangs. She had been aroused, but he pushed her back onto the couch. She was furious. Wife, why are you biting me again? You can't bite my neck. You can't bite there either. The two of them engaged in a playful tussle on the couch. Hundreds of miles away, on another pavilion, a wisp of black mist quietly gathered. The black mist dissipated, and Guyu's figure appeared without a sound. Guyu gazed into the distance at the direction of Xia Changming and Su Yueli, and she sighed softly. Well, I didn't expect that guy to be so vigilant. It seems I underestimated him. I guess I have to be more careful when I spy next time. She had been too excited just now, and she must have accidentally revealed her supernatural power. Such a rare opportunity, and it was ruined by her own fault. Guyu felt regret. Such opportunities were rare, and she didn't know when the next one would be. She sighed softly and transformed into a wisp of black mist once again, disappearing. Chapter 233. The Mighty Berserker God, Qinxiu. Inside the Azure Dragon Arena, the seating area was packed with people, their voices creating a deafening roar. Not a single seat was empty. The reason for the excitement was today's highly anticipated match. The legendary envoy of Northern Li was going head-to-head with the mighty Berserker God, one of the 7 pillars. During the preliminary rounds, the envoy had already displayed astonishing power, defeating the Silver Dragon Spear God, Zhao Xian. Could he also defeat the mighty Berserker God, Qinxiu, another one of the 7 pillars? Everyone waited with bated breath. On the Azure Dragon Jade platform, a lean and ordinary-looking man slowly walked onto the arena. Xia Changming, standing on the jade platform, looked at the skinny man with a slightly surprised expression. He had heard that the mighty Berserker God was capable of moving mountains and overturning seas, so he had expected someone who was tall and burly. It seemed he had misunderstood. Chen Xiu stared at Xia Changming, his expression serious, and said in a thin, low voice, "Envoy, please forgive me." The next moment, Chen Xiu's body was engulfed by a violent and rampant red spiritual power. His eyes were burning with fiery intensity, like raging flames. Divine power, mighty Berserker God. A vast aura of divine power surged from Chen Xiu's body. Having heard of Zhao Xian's defeat, Chen Xiu was going to go all out right from the start. His lean body instantly expanded several times in size. His clothes were ripped apart, leaving only a pair of inexplicably intact shorts. A body of rugged muscles, as hard as rock, was revealed before the audience. His thin face and muscular body looked oddly incongruous, like a muscular Barbie doll. The skill with which he ripped apart his clothes left Xia Changming speechless. Okay, he hadn't misunderstood. The reason his body wasn't burly was because he hadn't activated his divine power yet. From the seats, the crowd cheered with wild enthusiasm. It's here. The mighty Berserker God's divine power of ripping his clothes. Anyone who's made the Berserker God rip his clothes off hasn't lasted more than a few rounds. He's using his divine power right from the start. It seems the Berserker God takes this envoy very seriously. The other 7 pillars were also sitting in the stands, watching Xia Changming and Qin Xiu on the arena with full attention. Having missed Zhao Xian's match, they were all extremely interested in this envoy who was so highly regarded by the Divine Phoenix. Who do you think will win? Is there even a question? It's definitely the envoy. It's said that Zhao Xian was defeated without even making him move a step. Is this envoy really that powerful? Or is it that you, Zhao Xian, have become weak? Facing everyone's playful teasing, Zhao Xian wasn't bothered. He simply held his silver spear and said with a faint smile, "When you meet him, you'll understand." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent and turned their gaze toward Xia Changming on the arena. Among them, the most serious one was the blade god, Lu Feng, who had almost offended Xia Changming at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. He still remembered the sense of impending doom he felt that day when the blade pointed at his brow. He also knew deep down that none of the 7 pillars could be a match for Xia Changming. Luckily, he was assigned to the Black Tortoise Arena and wouldn't have to face the envoy. On the arena, Qin Xiu, having unleashed his full power, stared intently at Xia Changming. With a loud roar, he shot forward, and his fist, engulfed in rampant spiritual power, hurtled towards Xia Changming. Berserker God Ground Shatterer. Xia Changming's eyes narrowed. He stepped lightly and gracefully dodged. Qin Xiu's ferocious fist slammed into the jade platform. The platform trembled, the tremors spreading throughout the entire Azure Dragon arena. A massive barrier formation appeared on the platform's surface, so large that it covered the entire arena. The formation was magnificent and dazzling, with its patterns flowing like rivers. It withstood the full force of Qin Xiu's attack as a transcendent immortal realm cultivator. Aside from some slight trembling, it remained unscathed. Those participating in the Celestial Martial Festival included many experts from the Celestial Venerable and Divine Power realms. This sturdy barrier was specifically designed to allow cultivators to fight without holding back. Each arena had the same barrier formation. "Your formations are really amazing, Fang Yan," said Fa Ming, a man with long curly hair, as he gracefully complimented a pretty, cold-faced girl sitting next to him. And this little girl was none other than the barrier god, one of the 7 pillars, responsible for the barriers in all of Northernly, including city walls and arenas. Fang Yan didn't seem to react to Fa Ming's praise and silently stared at the jade platform. Everyone was used to Fang Yan's quiet nature. They continued to focus their attention on the arena. After dodging Qin Xiu's attack, Xia Changming roughly understood what his mighty Berserker God power was. It was a powerful divine ability that mobilized spiritual power within the body and drove it into a berserk state, instantly boosting all of the body's capabilities by tens of times. Although powerful and overbearing, its flaws were quite obvious. Besides reaching the extreme limits of physical capabilities, it was quite one-dimensional. The body's spiritual power was rapidly consumed by the rampant burning of spiritual power within it. This was similar to his phaseless puppet. He hadn't released it since becoming a celestial venerable, and after going through the Golden Lightning Tribulation, it was also time to see what the phaseless puppet, which had advanced into the transcendent immortal realm, was like after being refined by the Golden Lightning. Using Qin Xiu, who possessed both hardness and strength, as an opponent for his phaseless puppet was a perfect match. Seeing Xia Changming easily dodge his attack, Qin Xiu quickly transformed into a red streak of light. He dashed forward again while Xia Changming was still in midair, and once again swung his fist. Berserker God Hammer. With the punch swung out, the violent red spiritual power was like a giant red hammer that was smashed down on Xia Changming. Boom! The hammer didn't hit Xia Changming but collided with another slender hand, as fair as jade. A tremendous shockwave erupted in mid-air. The air around them cracked open, as if a fist had been smashed through a mirror. This was the first time someone was able to face him head-on. Qin Xiu looked up in surprise, but what he saw next shocked him even more. The person who was fighting him head-on was a faceless individual. There were no facial features on its face, not even a single hair. How could this be possible? Was this even a human? Qin Xiu was startled and quickly distanced himself. The crowd was also shocked as they stared at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of Xia Changming. Why does this person not have any facial features? And it can actually go toe-to-toe with the Berserker God? It must be at least a transcendent immortal realm expert. No outsiders are allowed to interfere in the competition, right? Is this a violation of the rules? Look closely. It doesn't seem like a person. At someone's reminder, the crowd looked even more closely at the faceless figure. Their expressions became more and more shocked. They could not feel any sign of life from its body. It was a puppet. Looking at the puppet standing tall in the sky, Fa Ming couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That faceless appearance, could it be the phaseless puppet that has long been lost? I didn't expect to have the honor of witnessing a phaseless puppet in my lifetime. Its smooth, jade-like body is indistinguishable from a normal person. No, it's even better. That a puppet can have such craftsmanship is truly extraordinary. But why does he dress his puppet up like a woman? Does this envoy have such a preference? Looking at the phaseless puppet's decoration that was like a woman, Fa Ming couldn't help but express his surprise. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, was unconcerned. He carefully polished his silver spear and said, "What's so strange about it? If he dresses his precious thing, or a loved one, it's only natural, is it not?" The other 7 pillars looked at Zhao Xian with disdain. This man treated his silver spear as if it were his wife. Chapter 234. The Power of the Phaseless Puppet. Bang! 2 streams of light crisscrossed in the sky above the jade platform. Each collision caused a deafening roar that shook the heavens. The sky was already shattered and broken, with tiers torn by the force of the punches. The entire sky was in shambles. And this was without any magic spells, simply based on the terrifying level of power reached by 2 physical bodies. The crowd watched with stunned silence, their attention fully engaged. Their hearts were filled with shock. Chun Xiu, who had reached the transcendent immortal realm with his physical body, had hopes of becoming an immortal with it. Yet, he was fighting on equal footing against a puppet. That phaseless puppet was way too powerful. Xia Changming didn't even need to lift a finger. He stood in the corner like a spectator, with his hands behind his back. In the sky, Chun Xiu clashed with the phaseless puppet again, the shockwaves causing the barrier to tremble. The phaseless puppet remained unmoving, but Chen Xiu felt his arm go numb. The physical strength of this phaseless puppet was not weaker than his. No, it was even stronger than his. The amazing spiritual power it was emitting was close to the peak of the transcendent immortal realm. Boom! With another punch, Chen Xiu crossed his arms to block, but he fell like a meteor from the sky, crashing heavily onto the arena. No way! The mighty berserker god was knocked down. Just how terrifying is this puppet's power? The crowd exclaimed in shock. This was the first time that they had seen Chen Xiu, who had always won with mountain-moving, sky-shattering power, lose in a contest of strength. Chen Xiu slowly rose from the arena. His expression was graver than ever. The red, rampant spiritual power once again burned fiercely throughout his body. Open the 8 extraordinary meridians. Activate the spiritual sea dantian. Berserker God Body. Ea. With a thunderous roar from Chen Xiu, his veins bulged, and his body, as hard as rock, expanded even further. His eyes seemed to burn with spiritual power. The jade platform, reinforced with a barrier, was crushed by his feet. Chen Xiu is using his full power. The mighty berserker god is called the berserker god because he's a berserker. This berserk state is his true full power. I wouldn't dare to take a hit from him. Fa Ming had unknowingly stood up to watch. It had been a long time since they had seen Chen Xiu enter his berserk state. The others also had expectant looks on their faces. Could this phaseless puppet stand up to Chen Xiu in his berserk state? Between the phaseless puppet and the mighty berserker god, who was the true god of strength? Chen Xiu stepped forward. With a roar, he pounced at the phaseless puppet like a giant, raging beast. Boom! The 2 of them collided again. The strong gusts of wind scattered in all directions like sharp blades and struck the barrier. Cracks appeared on the phaseless puppet's arms. It's cracked. The berserker god is still better. It's just a puppet, after all. The crowd cheered. The people of the divine capital were more inclined to support the 7 pillars of Northern Li. Moreover, if the 7 pillars couldn't even beat a puppet, it would be damaging to the reputation of the divine kingdom of Northern Li. Seeing Chen Xiu gain an advantage, they had to brag about it. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. The cracks on the phaseless puppet's arm healed completely in the blink of an eye. The smooth, radiant skin looked like nothing had ever happened. The crowd had never seen a puppet that could heal itself so quickly. This level of puppetry was already considered a magical art. Although Qin Xiu was in his berserk state, he was still quite clear-headed. Seeing the phaseless puppet heal so quickly, he knew that he had to land a fatal blow to defeat it. He gathered his rampant, scarlet spiritual power in his arm and punched towards the puppet's chest. Berserker God Sky Splitter. The force of the punch caused the earth to shake, and the barrier swayed erratically as if it were adrift in a raging storm. This punch was powerful enough to split the sky. Clang! With a deafening roar, the surrounding space shattered. The phaseless puppet shifted to the edge of the arena and barely managed to keep its balance. When it straightened up, the crowd saw that its chest was completely fine, without a single scratch. How was this possible? Even the other 7 pillars, who were also in the transcendent immortal realm, wouldn't dare to take this punch head-on. Yet, the phaseless puppet had not only endured it, but it hadn't even sustained a scratch. Qin Xiu was equally stunned. That punch was meant to shatter the puppet completely. He had never thought that it wouldn't be damaged at all. It felt as if his fist had hit an iron plate. Before Qin Xiu could ponder any further, the phaseless puppet suddenly took a step and appeared right in front of him. Golden arcs of electricity wrapped around its body. Golden lightning crackled on its arm, emanating a destructive power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. What exactly was this thing? That golden heavenly lightning. Could it be the legendary celestial venerable, heavenly tribulation lightning? Why could this puppet's body wield celestial venerable lightning? Qin Xiu was filled with terror, and he didn't dare to clash with it head-on. He could only block with his arms. Under the protection of the golden lightning, the phaseless puppet's arm was like a golden flash of lightning as it crashed into Qin Xiu's arms. Qin Xiu instantly flew away in a burst of golden light. He slammed into the transparent barrier, coughing out a mouthful of blood. His arms were charred and bleeding, trembling slightly. His body was numb. He felt like he had just taken a celestial venerable lightning strike. Even Xia Changming was very surprised. Although he had allowed his phaseless puppet to experience his celestial venerable tribulation and the cleansing of the golden lightning, he never expected that it would be able to absorb and refine the heavenly lightning, using it for its own purposes. Now, the phaseless puppet was infused with celestial venerable heavenly lightning, wielding the power of the heavens. Before Qin Xiu could recover, the phaseless puppet transformed into a streak of golden light and appeared before him again, punching him head-on. Qin Xiu dared not clash with it again, and he could only dodge. The golden fist hit the barrier behind him. The barrier shattered in an instant under the force of the golden lightning. Not good. The barrier is broken. Run. This kind of power is not something we can withstand. The crowd in the stands all rose to their feet and fled. 2 transcendent, immortal realm experts were fighting, and it was being further enhanced by celestial venerable golden lightning. If one were hit by the aftermath, they would be turned into ash. Fang Yin didn't expect her barrier to be shattered by a single punch from the phaseless puppet. She opened her mouth in shock and quickly rose to her feet. Her hands weaved a series of hand signs. Heaven's Cage. Another invisible barrier quickly rose and enveloped the entire Azure Dragon arena. The phaseless puppet struck Qin Xiu in the abdomen again with celestial, venerable golden lightning, the rampant golden lightning wantonly destroying the barrier. Fang Yin could only barely manage to maintain the barrier and keep it from breaking down. Qin Xiu on the arena was grabbed by the phaseless puppet. He was smashed hard into the ground. Then, the puppet itself fell from the sky, as if it were a real celestial venerable lightning strike. Qin Xiu could sense the imminent danger, but with his heavy injuries, he had nowhere to escape. Just as the golden lightning was about to strike, a calm voice suddenly sounded. "That's enough. Stop." Bang! As Xia Changming spoke, the phaseless puppet stopped in time and slammed the remaining power into the ground next to Qin Xiu. The barrier in the Azure Dragon arena collapsed, and the jade platform was reduced to a pile of rubble in the blink of an eye. Qin Xiu looked at the phaseless puppet that was lying on top of him and said with conviction, "I lost. Thank you for the match." Chapter 235, Flower Slumber Dream. Meanwhile, at the Vermilion Bird Arena, Su Yueli, her form enveloped by her fox tails, descended gracefully onto the jade platform. Her exquisite beauty and breathtaking figure, like a celestial fox spirit descending from the heavens, captured the attention of the entire crowd. Having the form of a 9-tailed fox and defeating countless powerful opponents with overwhelming strength, Su Yueli had become another potential contender for the top spot at the Immortal Martial Festival. Whether she truly had what it took to compete for the championship depended on whether she could defeat her opponent today. That opponent was one of the 7 pillar gods, the dream flower god, Hua Yuemian, a woman dressed in a vibrant, multicolored kimono, with delicate, bare feet, gracefully walked onto the jade platform under the gaze of the crowd. Her face was lightly made up, her beauty like a blooming flower, exuding both a seductive charm and an elegant poise. Her flamboyant kimono was adorned with various floral patterns, making her look like a flower fairy. As she floated past, she left behind a rich, fragrant scent of flowers, and where her bare feet stepped, whether it was on the stone tiles or the jade platform, fresh flowers bloomed, creating a path of blossoms. Flower goddess, I love you. We will always support you. The flower goddess looked at me. I can die happy now. Hua Yuemian's appearance immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Some even started banging drums and formed cheering squads. It was evident how high her popularity and prestige were in the divine capital. She was the dream goddess of many men, and yet, she had never had a partner. Partially because her cultivation realm was too high, making her unattainable, but more importantly, she had publicly declared that she had no interest in men, only in beautiful women. Therefore, besides the men, there was also a sizable contingent of women in the stands who had come to support Hua Yuemian. Each was delicate and beautiful with impressive looks. They were not only her fan club, but also her harem. Hua Yuemian smiled and waved towards the crowd in the stands, causing many hearts to flutter. When she reached the jade platform and saw Su Yueli's stunning beauty, her eyes lit up. She covered her cheeks and giggled, saying, "Oh my, today my opponent is such a beautiful woman. And a fox demon too. I'm almost reluctant to fight." Bang! Before Hua Yuemian could finish speaking, a fox tail slammed down, causing the array barrier on the jade platform to tremble violently. Oh dear, that was close. Hua Yuemian instantly teleported to the other side of the jade platform, looking at Su Yueli's foxtail with surprise. Besides a hint of apprehension, her eyes were filled with interest and joy. It's the first time I've seen a 9-tailed fox. Are 9-tailed foxes all this violent? Su Yueli gently caressed her foxtail and said calmly, "This is just the beginning. Hee. I don't dislike assertive women. I heard you're the divine emissary's wife? Why don't you leave him and come with me instead? I'm quite interested in 9-tailed foxes as well." Hua Yuemian spoke seductively, lightly licking her lips. The first time she saw Su Yueli at the Heaven and Earth Treasure Pavilion, she had been captivated by her beauty. Compared to that divine emissary, she was much more interested in the 9-tailed form. Su Yueli lightly frowned. What was with this woman? She was interested in her, a fellow woman? Many men had coveted her, but it was the first time a woman had. This empress has no interest in you. Oh, that's such a pity, Hua Yuemian said, looking disappointed. She then changed her tone, her eyes narrowing, revealing a sly smile. Are you only interested in the divine emissary? Su Yueli. Hee. It seems I guessed right. Hua Yuemian smiled, seeing Su Yueli's silence. I'm becoming more curious about the divine emissary. How is he capable of capturing the heart of a 9-tailed fox like this? Perhaps he is an exceptional man. Hua Yuemian's seductive gaze and teasing words hinted at an intention to make a move on Xia Changming. Su Yueli's beautiful face instantly turned cold, her eyes fixed on Hua Yuemian with a sharp glare. Her terrifying spiritual pressure and demonic aura coalesced, like a 9-tailed fox baring its fangs and looking down at her. Hua Yuemian was shocked, the icy killing intent piercing her heart. You want to make a move on him? Su Yueli asked coldly. Hua Yuemian opened her red lips, but could not speak. She had a premonition that if she admitted to attacking Xia Changming, she might actually be killed. Divine power, flower slumber dream. Without hesitation, Hua Yuemian gently touched the jade platform, activating her divine power. In an instant, countless lush, vibrant flowers sprouted from the jade platform, covering it in a sea of blossoms. The rich, fragrant scent permeated the entire vermilion bird arena. The flower goddess's divine power is always breathtaking. It's still so beautiful. Even calling it the most beautiful divine power wouldn't be an exaggeration. The crowd praised the floral jade platform. Su Yueli looked at the sea of flowers at her feet, which had already swallowed Hua Yuemian's figure. She frowned slightly, swiping her tails to clear the flowers. However, the cleared flowers instantly grew back, enclosing her again within the sea of blooms. Flower bloom, dream slumber. Hua Yuemian's clear voice echoed from within the sea of flowers. All the flowers bloomed simultaneously, releasing a captivating fragrance. If not for the barrier, the heavy fragrance would be enough to fill the entire divine capital. Su Yueli immediately realized the pollen's fragrance was unusual and held her breath. It's no use. My fragrance cannot be blocked by just holding your breath. Every inch of your skin will absorb my fragrance. Hearing this, Su Yueli immediately created a barrier at her feet, blocking the pollen from entering her body. However, unexpectedly, flowers began to grow even within the barrier. Hee, my flowers can bloom anywhere. Just relax and fall asleep. I promise you'll have a beautiful dream you won't want to wake from. Hua Yuemian's voice reverberated from all directions within the sea of flowers. Su Yueli suddenly felt dizzy, her eyes heavy with fatigue, and she became drowsy. Gradually, her vision blurred, and finally, she could not help but lie down on the jade platform, closing her eyes. Hua Yuemian gracefully emerged from the sea of flowers. She looked at Su Yueli, who was lying on her side inside the barrier, and muttered, she was cautious and clever, too. The crowd, seeing that Hua Yuemian's flower slumber dream had been fully activated, and the flowers were blooming, knew that the match was over. Even if Hua Yuemian could not break Su Yueli's barrier, according to the rules, if she couldn't wake up within a quarter of an hour, Hua Yuemian would be declared the winner. As long as the flower goddess can bloom her flowers, she has already won. No one has ever awakened from her dream, yet. Everyone immerses themselves in the beautiful dreams of their hearts. Who would want to wake up? Chapter 236, A Beautiful Dream? Wife. A familiar and reassuring voice came from her ear. Su Yueli slowly opened her eyes. In front of her was a familiar, handsome face, leaning over the bed, smiling as he watched her. Wife, it's time to wake up. The sun is already high. Su Yueli, confused, propped herself up from the bed. She looked around the small, exquisite, and cozy room, feeling a sense of familiarity yet also strangeness. It felt as if she had forgotten something. Wife, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night? Xia Changming, looking worried at Su Yueli's blank and confused expression, reached out and touched her forehead, sensing her temperature. Logically, as an immortal venerable, she should not have any physical problems. I'm fine, Su Yueli replied softly. She felt like she had forgotten something, but she couldn't remember what it was. She usually referred to herself as this Empress, but for some reason, she had unconsciously said, I. Under Xia Changming's gentle comfort, Su Yueli reached out and held his hand, feeling the warmth in her palm. Suddenly, it felt like whatever she had forgotten was no longer important. If you're fine, then get up, Xia Changming said, smiling. He got up, pulled Su Yueli into his embrace, and lightly kissed her forehead. It felt as natural as if they were an old married couple. Huh. Su Yueli covered her forehead, looking slightly flustered, her face flushing red. How could he just kiss her so naturally? While her heart was happy, it felt too sudden. Xia Changming was even more confused by Su Yueli's slightly panicked and cute expression. Wife, what's wrong with you today? Why did you suddenly kiss me? Su Yueli asked, her face flushed with shyness. Although she was happy in her heart, she felt like it was too sudden. Xia Changming was even more confused. Didn't I wake you up like this every day? Why are you blushing again, wife? Today, his wife felt like she had gone back to several years ago, when she was still that slightly shy and aloof Su Yueli. Though his wife had never changed, she still sometimes had those shy and proud moments. Su Yueli's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Every day. She didn't have any memory of it. She didn't remember him kissing her to wake her up every day. All right, wife, it's time to get dressed, Xia Changming said, smiling. He picked up Su Yueli by her slim waist and carried her towards the vanity. Su Yueli flailed in his arms, finally wrapping her arms around his neck, allowing him to carry her, burying her face in his chest out of shyness. Mother is being lovey-dovey with father again. Shame. See wants father to carry her too. Too clear, childish voices rang out in her ear. Su Yueli quickly turned her head. She saw a handsome little boy with a delicate face making faces at her and Xia Changming. Another adorable little girl, as beautiful as a doll, ran to Xia Changming's feet, hopping and stretching out her arms, asking for a hug. Yeah. Father will help your mother comb her hair first, and then hug you later, okay? Xia Changming said, affectionately ruffling Xia Siyu's hair. Father is biased. Father only loves hugging mother. Xia Siyu pouted, her little fox tail drooping behind her, her face full of displeasure. Su Yueli was completely confused. Huh? Underscore? Whose kids were these? If she heard correctly, they seemed to be calling her mother. And she could sense the bloodline of a nine-tailed fox from these two children. They also had fox ears and tails. These two were really her children? Sigma, degree. Why didn't she have any memory of it? Su Yueli was shocked, her eyes wide, her thoughts in disarray. When had she gotten pregnant? When had she given birth? Su Yueli began to question her life. It felt like she had just fallen asleep, and suddenly, she had kids? Su Yueli didn't recover until Xia Changming finished dressing her in front of the mirror. Mother, hug me. Xia Yu came to Su Yueli's side, stretching out her arms, speaking softly. Su Yueli hesitated for a moment, then subconsciously reached out and hugged Xia Yu. The sensation was so real, and a strange warmth filled her heart. A tender look appeared on her face. This was her child. Xia Li stood to the side, fidgeting, looking like he wanted to be hugged, too. Su Yueli couldn't help but smile lightly, holding Xia Yu with one arm, reaching out her other arm to him. Come here. Xia Li looked hesitant. He felt like his mother was strange today, exceptionally gentle. Usually, she would spank his, but when he made faces at her, and his father when they were being affectionate. But today, she didn't say anything. He wondered if it might be a trap. After hesitating, Xia Li could not resist walking to Su Yueli and embraced her. She held them both tightly. It was as if they were savoring this rare moment. Xia Changming smiled softly at the heartwarming scene. Mother, see you is hungry. I'm also a bit hungry. It's all because mother and father were lovey-dovey for too long this morning. Xia Yu and Xia Li complained while in Su Yueli's arms. Every morning, they were busy with their lovey-dovey moments. And this morning was particularly late. Su Yueli, at a loss, could only look up at Xia Changming. Xia Changming, seeing Su Yueli, who suddenly seemed like a first-time parent, could not help but laugh. He took the two children from Su Yueli's arms and said, Wife, why don't you go make breakfast? I'll take care of Yeye and Lily first. Me? I'll make breakfast? Su Yueli asked in shock, pointing at herself. It wasn't like she hadn't made breakfast before. Had he already forgotten that? Did he really dare to let her make breakfast for the children? She didn't dare. What's wrong, wife? Xia Changming asked, looking at the unmoving Su Yueli. Su Yueli didn't know what to do, but forced herself to walk into the kitchen. She didn't want Xia Changming and the children to realize she was acting strange. To be precise, she didn't know why she was acting so strangely. But this feeling of happiness made her long to stay in this moment forever. A gorgeous smile appeared on Su Yueli's face as she started to work in the kitchen. Clearly, she was not good at cooking, but for some reason, her hands moved naturally and skillfully, as if she had it all memorized. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap rang out outside. Su Yueli curiously looked out the window. Outside, it was already pitch black, and the sky was ominous and foreboding. Su Yueli felt uneasy. She walked out of the kitchen to tell Xia Changming, but then, her pupils constricted, and her heart stopped. She was horrified. Inside the room, where a moment ago everyone was happy and laughing, Xia Changming and the two children were lying in a pool of blood. A black figure, with a blurry face as if shrouded in shadows, stood by their corpses, turned and smiled at her. Endless rage and hatred instantly consumed Su Yueli's mind, and only one thought remained. Kill this person. Tear him to pieces. Make him wish he was dead. A terrifying demonic aura exploded from Su Yueli's body, her face morphing into that of a demonic fox, her 9 tails lashing out, and sharp fangs bared. Kill him. The sky spirit pendant on her chest shone with a blue light, but was instantly swallowed by the demonic energy, losing its effect. Su Yueli instantly appeared before the black figure. Her sharp claws pierced his neck, lifting him high. With a little force, she could crush his neck. Wake up! A loud shout. The clear sound of a bell echoed in her mind, and the dragon pearl inside her body released a golden dragon energy to quell the demon, helping Su Yueli, almost consumed by rage and hatred, instantly regain her consciousness. When she came to, the vermilion bird jade platform was already in ruins. She wasn't holding the black figure, but a battered and heavily injured Hua Yuemian. Chapter 237, Dreams and the Future. A dream? Was everything she just experienced just a dream? Su Yueli looked at Hua Yuemian, whom she was still holding by the throat, and then she looked around at the devastated vermilion bird jade platform. Only then did she gradually recall everything. She had been in the middle of a duel with Hua Yuemian at the Immortal Martial Festival. Everything that had just happened was just a dream. If you ever dare to make this empress have such a dream again, this empress will kill you. Su Yueli pulled Hua Yuemian in front of her, looking at her with icy cold eyes as she spoke. I understand, Hua Yuemian replied. Her eyes filled with terror, blood dripping from her mouth as she trembled. She couldn't understand why Su Yueli had suddenly awakened from her slumber, becoming so violent. Her body had been filled with rage and killing intent. The terrifying spiritual and demonic powers had directly shattered her barrier. In the blink of an eye, her entire sea of flowers had been destroyed. Before she could even react, she had been grabbed by the throat, her sharp fingernails piercing her skin. At that moment, she had almost thought she would die. Hua Yuemian truly couldn't figure it out. How could Su Yueli have become so violent and terrifying after just sleeping for a short while? And what was this dream she spoke of? Her dream divine power was only supposed to make people experience the beautiful dreams they wished for, allowing them to be immersed in it. It shouldn't create nightmares. During the short time Su Yueli was asleep, Hua Yuemian had discovered that wisps of a black mist were mixed in with her divine power's pollen. It didn't seem like it was part of her divine power. Su Yueli's eyebrows knitted together, and with a flick of her wrist, she threw Hua Yuemian off the platform. She turned and left without another word, her face cold. Hua Yuemian, clutching her bleeding neck, stared blankly at Su Yueli as she left. Truly strange. But looking at things now, it seemed best to forget about that nine-tailed fox. The crowd, still in shock, slowly came back to their senses, their hearts still pounding, as they watched Su Yueli leave. That terrifying demonic aura and spiritual pressure had almost suffocated them. If the barrier hadn't held for a moment, many people would have been scared to death right there and then. The flower god, one of the 7 pillar gods, had been defeated in a single move. It was truly shocking. Hua Yuemian's support group rushed to her side, helping her up. Flower goddess, are you okay? Your neck is bleeding. I'm fine, Hua Yuemian said faintly, shaking her head. It was a good thing that Su Yueli had suddenly regained her senses, or her neck would have been snapped. After stepping off the platform, Su Yueli kept thinking about everything she had seen and experienced in the dream. She stared at her delicate hand, lost in thought. Everything had felt so real. She could still faintly feel the lingering touch and warmth that she was so reluctant to leave behind. If not for that last scene, she might not have wanted to wake up. Wife. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Su Yueli looked up and saw Xia Changming standing in front of her, his face filled with concern as he looked at her. After finishing his match with Chen Xiu, Xia Changming had been leisurely making his way towards Su Yueli. Suddenly, he had sensed Su Yueli's sky-high demonic aura and violent presence, causing him to worry and fly over immediately. Seeing that Su Yueli was safe and her aura had stabilized, he had breathed a sigh of relief. Wife? As Xia Changming was about to ask what had happened, Su Yueli took a step forward and threw herself into his arms, tightly embracing his waist. Her exquisite face showed a hint of longing and relief. She buried her face in his chest, greedily inhaling his scent. He was still here. Xia Changming, taken aback by Su Yueli suddenly hugging him like she was pouting, smiled indulgently. He wrapped his arms around his beloved, who seemed to be seeking reassurance. He gently caressed the silver hair falling down her back, patted her shoulder and asked softly, "What's wrong, wife?" "Nothing. I just had a nightmare." "Let's go home," Su Yueli said softly, her face pressed against his chest. Xia Changming didn't ask any further questions. He gently took her hand, and together they walked towards the drunken slumber pavilion. But this time, Su Yueli held Xia Changming's hand much more tightly than usual. On the top of a pavilion, Gu Yu, having activated her ancient god's eye, abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping vigilantly across the divine capital. Someone had interfered with her divine power. She had been doing what she usually did, spying, and had coincidentally witnessed Hua Yuemian's Dreamflower Sea divine power, which could make people fall asleep in dreams. She had then taken the opportunity to use Hua Yuemian's dream to fuse her own divine power, Ancient Sight, with the dream. She used the dream to bypass the heavenly Tao and see the ancient past and future. What Su Yueli saw and felt was a fusion of the dream she desired and the future. Gu Yu liked this dream very much. She was thoroughly enjoying the scene of the family of 4, when an unknown, ominous power invaded the dream, manifesting another terrifying ending. and the intruder had intentionally guided Su Yueli to awaken the suppressed demonic aura of the Demon Empress, trying to make her violent and savage under its influence. If she hadn't awakened her in time, she might have turned into a demon. Without a doubt, the one who liked to entice people into becoming demons was definitely a member of the demon race. Who was it? Who dared to ruin her plans? She didn't want to get involved with the demon race, but if someone ruined her plans, stopping her from seeing what she wanted to see and disturbing her mood, then she was not going to be happy. Guyu activated her ancient god's eye and stood on the top of the pavilion, constantly scanning back and forth across the divine capital. She was going to find the one who ruined her plans. However, after scanning back and forth several times, she still couldn't find anything. She did linger for a couple of seconds on a scholarly and handsome man who gave off an evil aura. It wasn't because he was good-looking, but because when her ancient god's eye had scanned him, he had seemed to look up and meet her gaze. But it was just for a moment, and then he had leisurely blended into the crowd. She didn't feel any demonic aura from him. He was just like an ordinary person, so she didn't pay any more attention. Perhaps he had just happened to look up at something. Damn it! Where did that demon that interrupted her plans go? Guyu frowned deeply, her alluring face revealing a hint of displeasure. She vanished from the top of the pavilion, shifting to another location to search. She was determined to find that person and give them a good beating. After Guyu left the top of the pavilion, the scholarly man who had been walking leisurely in the street stopped again. He turned his head to look in the direction that Guyu had left and softly murmured, "The only descendant of the witch clan is also in the divine capital. This divine capital is really bustling. I'm getting more and more excited. Perhaps things can get even more lively." The scholarly man narrowed his eyes and gave an evil smile. At that moment, he had arrived at the entrance of the Black Tortoise Arena. Cheerful sounds were echoing from inside. Another match had finished. "It's my turn next," the scholarly man said as he listened to the cheers from the arena. He turned and walked directly into the Black Tortoise Arena, his expression expectant. "I heard my opponent this time is one of the 7 pillar gods of Northernly?" Chapter 238. The Crushing Strength, Wang Tian's Significance. Divine Power, Moon-Slicing Blade. On the Black Tortoise Arena, a man with an elegant figure and a scholarly demeanor stood calmly, a faint smile playing on his evil face. Lu Feng, the moon-slicing blade god, was covered in blood, a trickle of blood running down his mouth. He tightly gripped his moon-slicing immortal blade, his feet slightly backing up, his body leaning forward, and his sharp eyes fixed on the man in front of him. The immense power of the divine law gathered on the moon-slicing blade. The sharp blade energy, like a flowing sea, converged on the blade, emitting a dazzling silver glow. Cracks had already appeared in the surrounding space. He had not wanted to use his divine power, but he had been forced to go all out. At first, he hadn't paid much attention to this man who seemed so soft and weak, like a scholarly young master. He had even thought that the man was just an inexperienced scion of a noble family, just there to see the spectacle, and had politely advised him to jump off the platform so as to avoid a beating. But after the man had blocked a few of his attacks with just his fingernails, Lu Feng had finally realized that something was not right. No matter what he tried, he couldn't do anything to the man, and the ancient, plain longsword that the man had taken out at random had almost taken his life with just a slash of sword energy. After several rounds of intense fighting, no matter what sword techniques he used, the scholarly man easily brushed them aside, completely unfazed. He, on the other hand, was wounded and battered, and had been forced to use his divine power. This attack contained all his comprehension of the moon-slicing blade, the divine law that he had grasped. It was also his strongest attack. Among the 7 pillar gods, no one could withstand this attack. He had been intending to keep it hidden, saving it to use against the divine emissary, but now he had to use it on this man first. Lu Feng instantly moved, turning into a silver stream of light. He swung his moon-slicing blade, and where the blade passed, the blade energy sliced open the space. His figure was as fast as a fleeting silver moon. The blade energy he released opened a crack, forming a silver circle which cut the moon in half. This was the origin of the divine power, moon-slicing blade. The raging sword energy spread like ripples on water, shattering the barrier in an instant. However, this seemingly unstoppable blade, powerful enough to cut through the silver moon, was lightly pinched between 2 fingers just as it approached the scholarly man's face. The sharp sword energy instantly disappeared, and the immense divine power abruptly stopped. Lu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his strongest attack, and this man had stopped his moon-slicing blade with just 2 fingers, without even breaking a sweat. This was impossible. Who on earth was he? The scholarly man looked at Lu Feng, then at the moon-slicing blade in his hand, and showed an expression of boredom. Is this your strongest attack? Truly uninteresting. Lu Feng was horrified. He tried to pull back his moon-slicing blade, but discovered that it was completely still under the scholarly man's fingers. Clink. A crisp sound rang out as the scholarly man's 2 fingers easily snapped Lu Feng's moon-slicing immortal blade in 2. An immortal artifact was broken in 2, as easily as snapping a wafer. Before Lu Feng could recover from the shock, the scholarly man had put one hand behind his back and lifted his entire face up, holding it with his other hand. For some reason, Lu Feng couldn't release any of his spiritual power. He was being held up like a chicken. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Who exactly was this scholarly man? The moon-slicing blade god, one of the 7 pillar gods, was completely helpless in front of him. Such strength, could he be another immortal venerable? There were only a handful of immortal venerables in the world. Within the vast divine kingdom of Northernly, there were only 2 immortal venerables, the divine phoenix and the divine dragon, and the mysterious divine emperor was unknown. This scholarly man who had suddenly appeared, and had never been seen before, actually had the strength of an immortal venerable. The scholarly man held up Lu Feng, his eyes narrowed slightly. I remember that the immortal martial festival forbids taking human lives. That's really a pity. Lu Feng's eyes widened, filled with fear. He was actually thinking of killing him. The scholarly man tossed Lu Feng aside. Lu Feng crashed into the wall with a resounding thud, with no further movement. The blade god of the 7 pillar gods had exited the arena. In this way, 4 of the 7 pillar gods had withdrawn from the immortal martial festival. Everyone had thought that with the participation of the 7 pillar gods, they would undoubtedly be the ones to win the championship. But the results were unexpected. The 7 pillar gods had been defeated one after another. Now there were only 3 left. On the other side, in the White Tiger arena, Wang Tian still wore his mask. His physique was as strong as a tiger, with sharp fur like needles and dragon scales covering his body, shining brightly in the light. He had already activated his divine power, revealing his dragon tiger form. Even so, his body was covered in blood, with countless sword wounds. Standing before him was Fengyu, the heaven's grief sword god, who was also the leader of the 7 pillar gods. Fengyu, holding the heaven's grief immortal sword, looked at Wang Tian and said calmly, "You are no match for me. Just concede." Wang Tian stared intently at Fengyu, without speaking. He knew the gap between the divine power realm and the immortal ascension realm could not be overcome with the power of the beast bloodlines. However, he still didn't want to give up. He wanted to challenge his limits and prove himself to his master. To prove himself, Dragon Tiger Co-Devour. Wang Tian soared into the air, just like how Wang Tong had once fought against Xia Changming, simultaneously activating the dragon and tiger bloodlines within his body. The previous Wang Tong had relied on the nether dragon bloodline and the tiger headblade. Wang Tian, on the other hand, was truly relying on the dual dragon and tiger bloodlines within him. He had achieved the true dragon-tiger secret technique of the Wang family. A majestic golden tiger roared as it stepped through the void, its aura incredibly fierce. A golden dragon coiled in the sky, letting out a deafening roar before swirling and plummeting from the sky. The dragon and tiger moved together, the roars and cries echoing through the divine capital. Fengyu frowned. The heaven's grief immortal sword in her hand vibrated incessantly, and a torrent of sword intent gushed forth. Heaven's grief sword art, falling kill. The immortal sword was vertically swung downward, the sword light cutting through the sky like a beam of silver light plunging down. From her, Wang Tian faintly saw Xia Changming's shadow. Her stance holding the sword, and her sword techniques, even had some similarities. The sword light sliced through the barrier. The figures of the golden tiger and the dragon were annihilated in the light. Wang Tian had exhausted all his strength, but still could not defeat her. His body tilted slightly forward, falling face first towards the arena. He couldn't help feeling discouraged. So, this was as far as he could go. He couldn't even defeat Fengyu. So how could he compete with Xia Changming? He had been training for 20 years, but now it suddenly felt like all his efforts had lost their value and meaning. He was lost and confused. He wasn't seeking revenge against Xia Changming. It was just that he didn't want to admit defeat. He still remembered that Xia Changming had let him go in the secret realm. He had always used that as motivation to strive to catch up. But now it seemed it was all for naught. Just as Wang Tian was about to fall onto the arena, he suddenly landed in a warm embrace. It was the first time he had felt such warmth, a kind of feeling he had never experienced before. Feng Yu stood in front of him, letting him lean on her chest. She had a lot of admiration for Wang Tian. You were able to force me to use the Heaven's Grief Sword Art at the Divine Power Realm. That is already very impressive. Your Golden Dragon Demon Soul also feels very familiar to me. May I ask who your master is? Feng Yu's clear voice echoed in Wang Tian's ears, resonating in his heart. Wang Tian widened his eyes, staring blankly at Feng Yu. In that moment, he suddenly felt like he had found a new purpose to strive for. Chapter 239, Divine Phoenix's Suspicion. In a dimly lit, silent alley, the scholarly man strolled through the darkness with a leisurely gait, his expression relaxed. It seems you have a particular fondness for walking in such places? Suddenly, a woman's cold voice echoed through the silent alley. The scholarly man stopped in his tracks, a smile on his face. His expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected this. A woman clad in a crimson phoenix fire robe slowly walked out from a side passage, her fiery red eyes fixed on him. As soon as she appeared, the dark alley was illuminated by the starlight flickering around her, and the surrounding air seemed to become intensely hot. The atmosphere between the two was as scorching as the heat, as if filled with gunpowder, ready to ignite at any moment. From the rooftops, the back alleys, and the side passages, the figures of the 7 pillar gods of Northern Li emerged. Except for the barrier god Feng Yan, who was repairing the barriers at the arenas, and the blade god Lu Feng, who was still unconscious, the other 7 pillar gods were all present. They surrounded him, each staring intently at him. Faced with this encirclement, the scholarly man remained calm and unhurried as he explained, even in the most prosperous country, there will always be dark alleys. Where there is light, darkness will naturally breed. The alleys shrouded in darkness are filled with the unknown. You never know who you will meet, or what will happen next. It intrigues me, that's all. The scholarly man glanced at the Divine Phoenix. The Divine Phoenix felt inexplicably uneasy. She fixed her gaze on the scholarly man, as if trying to discern something. After hearing that Lu Feng had been easily defeated by a mysterious man, she had become suspicious of him. Being able to so easily defeat a member of the 7 pillar gods, he was likely a strong individual at the immortal venerable level. Of course, she would be suspicious of a powerful immortal venerable that had suddenly appeared in the divine capital. During these few days of secretly following him, she had discovered that the scholarly man seemed to like to wander in these dark alleys. Other than that, he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. She hadn't sensed any suspicious demonic aura coming from him. There was no point in continuing to observe him. It was best to test him directly. Do you know that many people have recently gone missing from the alleys of the divine capital? Including those in the divine power realm. The Divine Phoenix narrowed her eyes, her tone revealing her suspicion. The scholarly man, as if oblivious to her suspicious gaze, said with a light laugh, "Of course, I am aware." That's even better. I believe that my strength is not bad. If I happen to find the one responsible, I might be able to help you deal with him. If that is the case, then thank you very much. The Divine Phoenix said coldly. As soon as the words left her lips, her figure transformed into a dazzling rainbow light as she appeared in front of the scholarly man, grabbing his arm. A brilliant celestial fire instantly enveloped his entire body. Her celestial fire could burn away all the filth and evil in the world. If he was truly a demon, he would not be able to withstand her celestial fire. The other 7 pillar gods were all ready to strike, their eyes fixed on him, prepared to attack at any moment. However, the scholarly man did not resist at all, allowing the Divine Phoenix to hold his arm and let her celestial fire consume him. His face showed no change, and there was no sign of any defiled spirit being burned away. Strange, could it be she was mistaken? Even the Divine Phoenix began to have doubts. Was she really wrong? Even the 7 great demon gods of the demon race would not be unharmed after experiencing her celestial fire. But the man in front of her was so calm and composed, and didn't show any change. This calmness was rather strange. According to her lord, the highest demon god of the demon race had awakened, and seemed to have arrived in the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Could it be? Thinking about this, the Divine Phoenix couldn't help but shiver. Her pupils contracted, and she looked at the scholarly man with a terrified expression. He was only half a body length away from her, and he was smiling. She involuntarily loosened her grip on his arm slightly. "May I ask, are you done now?" the scholarly man asked with a smile. After having that thought, the scholarly man's smile now seemed terrifying to the divine phoenix. She subconsciously let go of his arm. What should she do? Should she attack? The divine phoenix was torn. Should she attack to test his true strength and identity? But if he was really the highest demon god, then not only would she not be able to withstand him, but if they really did fight, the entire divine capital would be affected. Divine Phoenix, let us help you take him down first and then interrogate him slowly. Fa Ming flicked his long, curly hair, looking confident. He was about to activate his divine power. However, he was immediately rebuked by the divine phoenix. No one is allowed to move. The others looked at the divine phoenix with confusion. It was the first time they had seen the divine phoenix, the national guardian, with such a serious expression. When they looked at the scholarly man again, their expressions became much more serious. The atmosphere became tense. Suddenly, a clear chirp rang out from the sky. A small fire phoenix slowly descended from the sky and landed on the divine phoenix's shoulder. It was chirping, seemingly conveying some sort of message in bird language. The divine phoenix's eyebrows relaxed after hearing it. She then apologized to the scholarly man. "I apologize. It seems that we have made a mistake." "It's all right," the scholarly man said, not minding. "Can I leave now?" "Of course, please." The divine phoenix stepped aside, making way for the scholarly man. The scholarly man nodded slightly, smiling as he left the alley. The divine phoenix remained standing where she was, watching him leave. The other 7 pillar gods surrounded her, asking in confusion, "Divine Phoenix, why did you let him leave? Wasn't it him?" "Perhaps it wasn't," the divine phoenix said faintly. The message that she had just received from the fire phoenix said that the highest demon god had appeared in the Pengyin Immortal Island of Southern Continent. After confirming the presence of demons by using the double realm mirror with the heaven and earth treasure pavilion of the area, her lord had rushed to Pengyin Immortal Island. If the highest demon god had appeared in Pengyin Immortal Island, then this scholarly man wouldn't be the one. Perhaps she had really been mistaken. But just in case, the divine phoenix also instructed the 7 pillar gods to keep an eye on the scholarly man. Regardless, it was necessary to be vigilant about a previously unknown immortal venerable that had suddenly appeared. After ordering the 7 pillar gods to return to their duties, the divine phoenix was still uneasy. She sent the fire phoenix back to Pengyin Immortal Island to inform her lord again. She hoped that she was just overthinking things. As the fire phoenix left the borders of Northernly, soaring through the sky, a flash of black light flickered across its neck. The next moment, the fire phoenix's head separated from its body. The scholarly man appeared out of nowhere, standing in the sky outside of Northernly's borders. He looked back at the divine capital, holding the headless fire phoenix. "She still suspected me after all. That was close. If you had really managed to inform her, I would have missed out on the fun. It's rare for me to come back, so I can't ruin my mood." The scholarly man gently exerted his strength, and a black, corrupted spiritual power instantly enveloped the fire phoenix's corpse. In the blink of an eye, the fire phoenix turned to ash and floated away with the wind. Chapter 240. Your husband will always be by your side. After completing that action, the scholarly man was preparing to leave, but suddenly stopped. His gaze, sharp as a blade, looked towards a forest 100 miles away. After murmuring softly, the scholarly man vanished from his spot. In an instant, his figure appeared in the forest. Was it an illusion? He scanned the surroundings, and after confirming that no one was there, he vanished again. Almost 2 hours later, a wisp of black mist dispersed and Guyu appeared behind a tree. Her eyes were filled with shock, and she patted her chest, still shaken. The highest demon god. That man was the highest demon god. There was no mistake. It had to be him. After seeing the scholarly man for the first time, Guyu had become suspicious, but she was afraid of being discovered and didn't dare make a move. She had accidentally seen the fire phoenix die, and just happened to see him do it. She had unexpectedly discovered that he was the highest demon god. That instant burst of supreme evil aura had made her uneasy. Without a doubt, he wasn't one of the 7 great demon gods. He was the legendary highest demon god. The highest demon god had appeared in the divine capital. He must have been planning something. The divine capital was no longer safe. She had to run away quickly, to avoid getting caught up in this mess. Guyu turned to leave, but just as she took a step, her expression froze, and she looked conflicted. No. She still had to stay to witness the future between Xia Changming and Su Yueli. How could she leave alone? This was a human-demon love that she had been looking forward to for thousands of years. But if she didn't leave, she would have to face the highest demon god. Guyu nervously began biting her long fingernails. Finally, her expression hardened. She finally decided. She had to stay. The highest demon god had invaded her divine power of precognition and had almost caused Su Yueli to fall into darkness. He was plotting something against her. She couldn't allow such a thing to happen, not even if he was the highest demon god. She wasn't afraid of the heavenly Tao. Why would she fear the highest demon god? As long as she teamed up with Wumingzi, they might be able to fight him. But the problem was that she hadn't seen Wumingzi ever since they separated the last time. She didn't know where she had gone. A place that an immortal venerable might go was numerous. She might not find her even if she searched through all the 9 provinces and 10 lands. She never thought that after hiding from Wumingzi for hundreds of years, she would be forced to seek her help. There was no other way. Guyu had no choice but to use her divine power to find Wumingzi's location. Without being noticed by the highest demon god, Guyu activated her divine power, the ancient god's eye, and almost instantaneously scanned through the entire 9 provinces and 10 lands. She immediately spotted Wumingzi, a fast-moving sword streak piercing the north and south of the lands. Wumingzi was heading toward the Pangying Immortal Island of the southern continent. Now that she had found her, the next step was to contact her. With the Fire Phoenix incident, Guyu decided to blow out a wisp of black smoke. The black smoke drifted into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Even the highest demon god would not be able to sense it. Once the black smoke reached Wumingzi, it would naturally recombine, delivering her message. This was the first time that Guyu had missed Wumingzi so much. She really didn't want to face the highest demon god alone. Guyu looked towards the southern sky and whispered, "You have to hurry back? I miss you." Inside the drunken slumber pavilion. Back in their room, Su Yueli sat on Xia Changming's lap, nestled in his arms, but her expression looked troubled. Since this little one had come back, she had been holding onto him tightly, much clingier than usual, as if she was afraid he would leave. It was rare to see her so proactive. It was very strange. Xia Changming couldn't help but ask softly, "What's wrong, wife?" He guessed that something that he was unaware of must have happened at the arena. Su Yueli looked pensive and shook her head, seemingly not planning to speak. Xia Changming frowned. He held Su Yueli's face in his hands, looked at her deeply, and slowly leaned closer. Su Yueli slowly closed her eyes, her red lips slightly parted. The next moment, her cheeks suddenly felt a slight pain, being pulled to both sides. Su Yueli opened her eyes, glaring angrily at Xia Changming, who was pulling on her cheeks. That annoying guy. The mood was already like that, yet he actually pulled her cheeks. "Come on, wife, smile," Xia Changming said as he pulled Su Yueli's cheeks into a smile. Looking at Su Yueli, whose eyes were filled with anger and lips upturned in a smile, Xia Changming couldn't help but chuckle. Su Yueli's chest heaved in anger. She slapped away his hands, turning her back on him. Seeing her return to her usual self, Xia Changming smiled and hugged her even tighter. He asked softly in her ear, "Wife, can you tell me what happened now?" After some hesitation, Su Yueli turned over and laid on Xia Changming's chest, saying softly, "This empress just had a dream. And then? And then you died." Xia Changming, "That's definitely a nightmare." Xia Changming agreed, nodding. Su Yueli's beautiful face still showed fear. The image of Xia Changming dying in front of her still lingered in her mind. The smell of blood, that touch, that vision, it all seemed so real. She had to admit that she was scared. She was afraid that it was not a dream, but the future. Xia Changming didn't seem to mind. He looked at Su Yueli, whose expression was full of worry, and smiled, "Wife, that was just a dream. Are you going to be so gloomy over a dream?" Xia Changming's words made Su Yueli pout in displeasure. She was clearly worried, yet he was mocking her. "This empress is not gloomy." "You?" Su Yueli slightly opened her red lips, but before she could say anything, her lips were blocked by Xia Changming's. It seemed that it was no longer important what she wanted to say. When their lips parted, Xia Changming whispered softly in Su Yueli's ear, "Wife, don't worry. Your husband will always be by your side." Hearing that, Su Yueli nodded gently. Her heart felt inexplicably at peace. Her expression relaxed. Besides, that senior had also said that she and him would never be separated. If that dream she had was truly of the future, she would never allow that to happen in front of her, even if it meant defying the so-called heavenly Tao. As her heart gradually settled, Su Yueli nestled into Xia Changming's arms like a little fox and whispered, "Husband." Xia Changming looked down with a smile at his beloved curled up in his arms. If we have children in the future, what do you think about naming a boy Xia Muley and a girl Xia Siyu? Su Yueli said shyly. Even though she didn't feel any movement of an immortal fetus, she had already thought of names for the children. She thought that the names of the two children she had heard in the dream were pretty good. Without even thinking, Xia Changming replied subconsciously, "Okay." Realizing what he had said, Xia Changming's eyes widened, looking at Su Yueli in disbelief. Weren't those the names that he had thought of? How could his wife have coincidentally thought of the exact same names? It was like he had never said them before.